Welcome to the first ever edition of .NET Frontend Day. We are super excited. We have a fantastic speaker lineup for you. We have everything from Blazor for the web form developer and mobile and desktop app using Blazor to WinUI everywhere, fabulous function frontends, .NET MAUI, and much, much more. There is the schedule for today. You can find a more detailed schedule and descriptions for the sessions on our webpage as well. All sessions are 30 minutes, followed by a Q&A with a speaker. So make sure that you ask your questions in the chat, either on YouTube or on Twitch. You can also tweet us the questions using the hashtag .NETFrontend. Just make sure you mention what speaker it's for so we know who to ask. All of this would not be possible without our sponsors. We have Progress Telerik, Pact, and 1337. Make sure you go and check them out as well. But what does that mean to you, that we have sponsors? Well, they are kind enough to give us a bunch of goodies to raffle out. We have books from Pact, and we have $100 gift cards from Progress Telerik. To enter, you simply tweet with the .NET Frontend hashtag, and you will be entered as many times as you tweet. We will randomly pick 18 winners, and we will contact you on Twitter for that. So your questions or your thank yous for the sponsors will also count as an entry as long as you use the correct hashtag. But now, without further ado, let's bring in our first guest, Jeff Fritz.
Oh, hey, how you doing there? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. How you doing there, Jimmy, Jessica? How's it going?
We're good. How are you?
I haven't had my morning coffee yet. Pardon me. I'm still getting started here. My goodness. Oh my gosh, it's great to be here. I'm so glad to be part of .NET Frontend Day here.
We are so happy to have you here, even though we dragged you up really early. So we're super thankful for that.
It's just fine. We're all set to go. So
that's nice. That's nice. Are you already? Yeah, you just said that, didn't you?
I'm okay. I'm properly logoed here, I think. Right? I didn't bring the jacket this time. Presenting wearing a jacket here, sitting in the home office is a little warm. So,
well, you do have purple. So
got plenty of purple. Got my team jersey, my blazer up here. Oh yes.
Yeah, we forgive you.
I should have removed the green behind me here. Oh no, that's all right.
We like green. Heck, we even painted our walls green.
That's a commitment that I can't do.
Well, we didn't have anyone to say no.
Yeah.
So
nobody's sanity checked this.
No.
I am looking at turning around the office here. I'm doing a little remodeling in the next little bit, and it's going to be more than just my desk that I'm going to be able to do here on streams starting in about a month. I'm really looking forward to it.
Nice. Can we follow that as well, the progress?
No.
No?
If that's not enough live
information when it's done. I have some construction being done on the house, and I want to make sure that we're through that before I make any changes, but
not the live stream
updates when it's done.
At least we get to see the after pictures. So.
Exactly. There's a certain amount of I need to keep my home and my office a little bit private.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried today because we had a painter coming in to do our living room. Like, okay. Please don't go upstairs and see the green wall. We got away with it.
It's not terrible. It's I have all my windows being replaced on the house and the siding being done. So all that construction on that side of the office. When I get done, I'm going to turn everything around, and I've already got this wall soundproofed. So I'm going to drop a green drape in front of it, and we'll be able to do full. I'm very jealous of the head-to-toe green screen, and I want to be able to do multiple cameras and that kind of thing. So Very much looking forward to having that set up with a full height green screen to work with.
Nice.
We're looking forward to see the end result. So are you ready to kick it off?
I think we can do this. Sure. Let's get folks ramped up from their technologies from 2001, 2002. So, yeah, it's over here. I'm used to it being over there. I'm over here on the side. So, yeah, I'm going to be talking about Blazor for web forms developers, for folks that they've got that older web technology they've been using with .NET for a while. And what's it mean to look at this new technology, that the new user interface framework that's been released in the last year, we've been experimenting with for maybe 3 years, and really embrace, and the advantages they can take on this. So it's great to see you, friends. Thank you so much for tuning into today's event. And like I said, we're going to talk about Blazor for web forms developers. It's that leap forward that we're going to take to get your applications not just modernized, right? And people hear modernized, and that's something that the bosses, the managers, the folks that pay the bills hear and say, well, what value does that bring to me? This is still supported. It's secure, works great, application runs fine. Why do I want to consider Blazor? And gosh, doesn't that involve a rewrite? Let's talk about that. Let's get into this and talk about first, what is Blazor? Well, Blazor, quite simply, is how we interact from our servers and our browser. It changes that paradigm a little bit for us as .NET developers. We're used to just rendering things on our server that runs in a nice cloud, maybe a blue cloud, a certain lovely azure shade of blue, and sends that rendered HTML down to the browser to be presented. And that's okay, but there are better ways to do that. When we want to change this paradigm from running .NET on those servers in the cloud, we have ways now to run our favorite JavaScript frameworks, right? Whether it's Angular, Vue, React, or just vanilla JavaScript in the browser, we can send some data and those JavaScript frameworks can render things. And it works really nicely with ASP.NET Core, with ASP.NET using Web API. You have your choice of the ways that you want to wrap things up. But with Blazor, we can shake this up a little bit, and we can run .NET in the browser using WebAssembly. WebAssembly is a native .NET 5, a native HTML5 technology that every browser has and has been delivered for the past few years. So you can be assured that any code that you write to run in the browser will work with Blazor. So you can build these client-side web user interfaces with .NET instead of JavaScript. Write those reusable web user interface components using C# and Razor. Is this starting to sound familiar to you, web forms developers? Share your .NET code both on the client and the server. Now that's interesting. Being able to have .NET in the client and on the server. Our friends who build with Node, they love being able to share their JavaScript from the server to the client, with the innovation being that they can run JavaScript on the server. Well, if we're able to do that with C# in both places, now we're talking. And of course, it'd be great if we could still call into JavaScript libraries and browser APIs as needed. Let's face it, there's some really great libraries out there. So if we can integrate with those and take advantage of some of the cool features in the browser, now we're talking. More information, of course, at blazor.net. Of course, it's at blazor.net. It's Blazor, it's for .net. It's the perfect URL. It's a perfect web address. Now, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that you can also run Blazor on the server. Now, when Blazor runs on top of WebAssembly in the browser, you're going to deliver into the browser Razor components, .NET, a .NET runtime that's been especially compiled to run on top of WebAssembly. WebAssembly is that technology in the browser to run native DLLs, native binaries for everybody, right? Now, that means we can interact with the DOM, the document object model, using Razor components and .NET C#. I can also run those same components on the server using .NET Core, .NET 5. If they run and compile to that same standard .NET implementation, whether it runs on the server or in the browser, if they're using the same runtime, we get to take advantage of being able to share content in both places. So what's available to you is Blazor server side, which allows you to run all of those things that could happen in the browser instead on the server, like we're used to with MVC or web forms, and send down just the updates to the browser. So as somebody interacts and clicks a button or navigates inside of your application, it will send a message to the server using SignalR, and the server will determine, well, here's the change that was made, here's the user interface update to be delivered, and send just those updates to the browser. We then end up with this very quick, very low impact delivery of content, data, and user interface that runs in the browser. Just what you need. That's pretty good. And it reminds me of the old Ajax panels in web forms. You remember that? Do you remember how we used to have that little square of magic user interface, and whatever happened inside that div, inside that square on your web page, it would be updated, it would be refreshed, and just that part of your web forms application would run. It's pretty similar. Pretty similar. Now, these are old slides. It still says preview over there. Look at that. Blazor WebAssembly is great for offline support progressive web apps because you're going to send down all of those DLLs and have those cached inside the browsers. You end up with zero latency in the user interface, and it's fantastic for static site hosting. I've built a number of static websites that run and just interact with Azure functions on the back end. All of the content is delivered and cached up front, and we just update data from an Azure function. Blazor Server, though, is great for a thin client where you need to have the full .NET runtime, and you need to be able to have bigger processing. You want to make sure your code isn't changed and isn't touched, isn't tinkered with, and it all runs on the server. So there's assurances you get there. Now, this slide says preview down there for Blazor WebAssembly. Both of these technologies are available in .NET 5, and you can use both of them with .NET Core 3.1. WebAssembly was technically released about a couple months afterwards and was referred to as .NET Core 3.2. 3.2 version was attached to it, not .NET Core 3.2. It's .NET Core 3.1, but it's Blazor WebAssembly 3.2 that came with it. There we go. Now, what's similar then between using Blazor server side and web forms? Because when we think about this as a web forms developer, all that stuff that happens in the browser, that's a little bit too much for me. I want to be able to run and still have the same interactions, have my code run in the same place, be able to use the same servers to deploy and work with both. So web forms, of course, our applications are configured using that global ASAX file. You've got pages and controls that are built there, the ASPX files, your ASCX files. You write raw HTML and you mix in some controls with that ASP : control name syntax inside of your markup. All of your content's rendered on the server, and you can send down commands to execute and interact with JavaScript. Well, it's actually pretty similar with Blazor server side. Instead of global ASAX, you configure in startup CS. Pages and controls, well, now you can build components that can also be pages. They behave the same, and there's one line of markup difference that will convert a component into a page. Okay. We can build with Razor templates and components. All right, that's very similar to our HTML mixed with web forms markup. I get it. Content is still rendered on the server, and we can execute and interop with JavaScript. So we've got this component-based framework that really is similar for web forms, folks. But what about the differences? Where do we have to change things here? Where do we have to really get in and be aware of things? Well, of course, ASPX files have that bee sting notation, right? The tags with the percents. View state. Everybody loves view state. No, not really. View state's a little bit tricky, a little bit difficult, right? And postback, gosh, postback happens everywhere. Those are state management things that are in web forms that we need to be aware of and deal with. And gosh, that's a problem. But we've also got master pages. We've got the ability to do .NET Framework versions 1 through 4.8 is the latest version. And all of your libraries are built and run in .NET Framework. The entire application runs on .NET Framework, which means that you can only run on the Internet Information Server on Windows. So we're kind of constrained there. And when we think about Blazor server side, well, instead of ASPX files, of course, we have Razor, and we get to use the simplified, just the at notation inside of our markup. So that markup isn't too bad to convert. We can probably reuse a bit of that. State's managed on the server, just like view state. You're passing state back and forth to the server and interacting with it. Instead of post back and getting a full refresh of the page, well, we use that signal R channel, so we refresh just those sections of the pages that we need. Instead of master pages, we have layout components that really are a one-for-one comparison. They can do just about the same thing. .NET Framework 1, well, now we're .NET Core 3.0 and later. .NET 5 you can use, and of course, upcoming .NET 6 you'll be able to use with Blazor server side. Components are built in .NET Standard 2 and later instead of .NET Framework. Well, I can also use then libraries that are built with .NET Standard 2 and later. So if I take my libraries built with .NET Framework, there's a migration path there to .NET Standard that I can use. And of course, the really flexible one over here, we run on Windows, Mac, or Linux. Oh, okay. So now we can even think about containers and orchestration, scaling up and taking our application a little bit further when it needs to grow. All right. Let's take a look at web forms compared to Blazor. I want to show you a sample from the eShop on Blazor website that we were working on and was part of an ebook, and I'll give you a link to the ebook at the end of the presentation, called Web Forms for Blazor Developers. So let me bring up Visual Studio over here, and this is the eShop, the eShop Legacy Web Forms application. It's part of the samples that you'll find that go along with our ebook. And the default homepage here is really just it's a swag shop. It's a list of products. We have an ASP list view. We're inside of a master page here. Let me zoom in on that code there a little bit for you. And right, I have a list view with a template, some controls here that really, they're not too bad. I'm used to seeing these. I can work with that. There's some data binding here to output content and write some routing that we're working with. These are standard ASP.NET features that I can really get my arms around and I can understand and work with. But when I think about that in Blazor, it's not quite the same. My index here, when I think about and I want to build that same list view, but in Blazor, well, now I'm in Razor notation, and I end up with these little @ signs instead of those big chunky tags everywhere, right? And I can output my data catalog down in here. I don't quite know how to do that yet, but when I think about it, I've really got bare metal HTML, HTML5 that I can take advantage of to interact with generating content, and that's not bad. And putting together simple for loops and if statements, that's easy for me to work with. And I can migrate some of my business logic out into .NET Standard libraries that I can reuse across and as part of a migration from web forms to Blazor. Okay. I have a global ASAX up here that's configuring, well, how does my application work? Well, I can set up dependency injection in web forms, so I have a container provider. That's been available since .NET Framework 4.7.1, I believe. And I have an application start that configures, well, here's all the things that I configure for running my application, my routing, how I want to bundle together the static content that I deliver. In In Blazor, I of course have a startup class that has some configuration, has a configure services method here where I configure all of the things for dependency injection. Are you seeing a pattern here? I also have my configure method that does all of the middleware that I'm going to configure so that it knows how to deliver my static files, how to interact with SignalR. Not bad. Okay, you can get your hands around this and you can see how they're similar and how they're different. Let me head back to the slides and let's talk about getting ready for Blazor. There's things that we need to do to be ready. Of course, there's C# in Razor templates that we need to be able to handle. If you're not using C#, you're going to have a problem. You're going to need to convert. .NET Standard is a great technology for you to use with Blazor because it'll get you converted from .NET Framework. .NET Framework can reference .NET Standard libraries, so we can move over there. There's also third-party control libraries that you might be using that have equivalent Blazor updates that you should be able to migrate to. There's also concerns inside your code, not just inside your markup, that you're going to need to be aware of. If you've used HTTP context anywhere inside of your ASP.NET pages, it's not the same object. The API has changed. You're going to need to find those and update appropriately. Anywhere where you've been doing data binding with eval data binding statements, that changes also. Find control isn't available in Blazor. And all of those page events, right? Init, oh my gosh, I'm going to forget these. Init, load, unload, pre-render, all of those, they're not supported. There's a different eventing model that you're going to need to go and work with. So as we think about that migration to Blazor, let me go back over to that web forms application, and let me show you the next step that you could take to get code migrated from web forms to Blazor. And I'm keeping an eye on the time here to make sure that we get in all the demos and show you what's happening with this application. So this is before, right? When I have this default page over here that has all of this code wrapped up inside this item template, the item template, the layout template for the list view that I'm going to render on the page, right? And it actually looks pretty standard, pretty garden variety list view with a list of products over here and links to go through and see more about these products. It's that standard set of CRUD operations that we all have to do, but this is really the most complex of the pages that we're looking at. And that's why I'm starting here to talk about. Now, when I step from here and I go back over and think, well, what do I do to make this item template work? Well, I could do a for loop across items, and inside my web forms version of the application, I actually have a view model that's being used behind the scenes here called a paginated items view model. And all that this thing is just a wrapper that has information about paging across my data set. There's something that is important for the presentation of my application that I can move into a library and reuse across Blazor and web forms. So let me go to the next version of this where I'm going to migrate that. I'm just going to change, you know what? I have the little gizmo down here. Let me go and migrate to that. See, I'm in debug mode. I need to turn that off, and I will change branches. And we'll take a look at what this looks like now as we move that object out into a reusable library. So you see, I'm in my default ASPX CS. It still references paginated items view model. It's recompiling behind the scenes. There we go. Now I've moved that out, and it's inside of an eShop.lib view models library. And that library I put down here. I'll open up and show you that this is now a .NET Standard 2.0 library. So I can reuse it. I can reference it still inside my legacy web forms application, but now I can start to use it inside my Blazor application. So now over here inside my index Razor, I haven't changed anything inside my default ASPX. That's still the same. It's still working with and presenting data the same way. But inside index Razor, now I have a model that is defined way down here that is that paginated items view model. I can reuse it here. And I've got a catalog service that's very similar to the one that I had before using Entity Framework. And I've migrated it so that it returns data the same way using the same library. So now for this, if I have data, well, I still need to output that catalog data. I'm almost there. So the next step would be, well, let's migrate and put a for loop in here so that it starts working with that content. And I've got the wrong branch there. This one is the one I want to have. So I could do it with a for loop, and I don't see the one that I wanted with the for loop here. Yeah, I don't have I could write a simple for loop to output this, but I can build components. So what I have here is I wrote a component. Where'd it go? Where did it go? I'm in the wrong one there. So I have index here. I have a model. There's all my model data that I would be presenting to show here. But I've also got all the pages set up, very simple pages for things like create, edit, and interactions. I did want to go to finished. Now, oh, thank you, Admiral Kier, for posting a link to the information and the sample that we're showing here. There we go. So I could create a list view, right? A list view component that looks and feels the same. It's right here, and we know how to build components because building components with Blazor is the same as building pages. So I could build this and have it set up with some of the same tags and just embed my for loop here so that I end up with the same markup over here. Now we're talking. Now I've got something that looks and feels similar, and I've got confidence because my code looks very similar to where I'm going over here. So let me head back and let's talk about an experiment, something that we've invested time in and that we're moving towards called Blazor Web Forms Components. So at Microsoft Ignite 2019, on stage, we said, hey, what if we build a shim library of components that look and feel the same as ASP.NET Web Form components? This way you can copy and paste your markup with minimal changes into your Blazor application, referencing those Blazor components, and it just works. Now, those quotes are always so deadly, aren't they? But we think we have something here. So if in web forms you have this markup, and there's our list view again, the only changes that you really need to make, and I've simplified some of the elements here, are to add these context items over there, right? Context item placeholder, where you did have an item placeholder ID before. We're ignoring it inside the component, and we just have item placeholder to indicate where that content is going to be output in the markup. Our content inside the item template, instead of this bee sting notation here, turns into razor notation. That's pretty easy to migrate. That's something I can get my arms around and change and be comfortable with. So we have these Blazor Web Forms components that are available. And I notice that I'm right about at time. That's okay. We're gonna show these components. And what I think you'll see is that it has the same look and feel. So now where I wrote an initial list view component, I've moved these out into a component that's available on NuGet that you can install, and it works the same way. You don't have to go and figure these out. In fact, we even have support for data binder. Look at that there on line 49. There's a data binder component you can use to help evaluate and render content. So this will help make your migration a lot easier because you're able to reuse components with the same name, tags, and features that you're already familiar with. So some things that are currently supported that you're going to get great support from: data list, list view, repeater, tree view, a bunch of the security components, all of the validators work. There's a bunch of navigation components that work as well. And we continue to iterate and grow this. There's the workings of a grid view out there. And as we hear interest, we hear folks ask for more help, we're building more components to integrate and work with this. So if you have any questions, here's what I want you to do. reach out to me, get in touch. I am C# Fritz on all the platforms: Twitter, Twitch, GitHub, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, all of those things. If you want to check out the book, the ebook, .net, Microsoft.com/learn/ASP.NET/architecture is where you're going to find it. And you can find out all about it, the web forms components, at bit.ly/Blazor web forms components. Thank you so much, friends. I appreciate you joining me for the beginning of this .NET front end day. I'm very happy to be here, and I'll take your questions now. I see a bunch of them coming in there on the chat room, and let's go through and talk.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
We have gotten a lot of questions.
Hit me.
Not literally.
A lot of very positive feedback, like,
Good.
I love Blazor.
Who doesn't?
We do too.
Yeah.
And one more, I love Blazor.
Awesome.
This is dedication.
Naming your unborn daughter Blazor? Wow.
I approve.
Okay.
That might be taking it a step too far.
That's commitment. If you do, get a picture with Dan Roth.
Yeah.
Dan's the program manager in charge of Blazor.
So where are people hosting their static WASM, so that's WebAssembly, right now?
I've seen folks use a bunch of different hosting services. Honestly, it doesn't matter what hosting service you use. You can go anywhere between, of course, Azure. Azure has a great service setup and a great template for Blazor static web applications that you can use. You clone out of GitHub and get started with. There's, of course, hosting configurations you can deploy to all of the cloud environments. Netlify, I've seen people host with, and of course, in your favorite local data center, right? Your corporation's data center. I've also seen folks deploy Blazor static web apps as a console application that runs on their own machines. So people can run a Blazor app just like it was a desktop app. Now that's pretty cool. And it leads into some of the discussion around building desktop apps with Electron that are really just Blazor. Awesome stuff.
Cool.
What else do we have?
Never used Blazor, but I'm interested in it. It looks great. And it does.
Yeah.
It does.
I know you've got a couple other folks talking about Blazor throughout the day here today. I didn't want to go too far into getting started with it.
I think there's one who's getting a Blazor tattoo as well as soon as the lockdown is done.
No.
Yeah. One down. There you
goodness, go. Look at that. Yeah.
2 down.
Do you mind if I click through and click through some of the comments here? Yeah, look at that. I'm gonna click through a couple of these if you don't mind.
Have at it.
So I see a question here from Conrad. Is it gonna let me? It's not letting me bring this up.
Conrad, this one.
Yeah, there we go. If I make a new app, why would I choose Blazor over a standard JavaScript SPA framework like React or Angular? For me, they seem to be more powerful. You know what? You're right. Angular and React are very powerful. They've also been around for 10 years. Any framework that's been around for 10 years better be really powerful and better be very flexible and quite mature. Blazor, like I mentioned, is only about 2 years old in production. It's got great tooling support with Visual Studio, Visual Studio Code, Visual Studio for Mac. So you're right. Those technologies are much more mature. However, if you are a C# developer, you enjoy working with C# and you want that front-to-back C# experience, totally check out Blazor. It's really going to reinvigorate how you work with and build with .NET applications. Any experience with micro front ends with Blazor WebAssembly? How to do it properly and short? I haven't embraced the micro front end movement. That's not something that I can speak towards, but building static web apps, deploying those, taking advantage of components and pages inside Blazor, it's something you can definitely do. I'm sure there's other folks that can speak towards this topic, but it's absolutely possible to do. Love to see a proper Blazor MVVM sample. So here's the thing. Blazor really is, Jimmy, Jessica, you'd say Blazor really is quite MVVM in the architecture it provides.
Yeah.
If you want pure MVVM, it's maybe better to go to Uno or something like that.
Sure, absolutely. There's definitely options there, but it's pretty close. Can we go to Mike Allen's question there? Any massive websites built in Blazor? Are there any built in Blazor WASM? So I've been working on a website that I've been tinkering with for the past 2 months on stream that's going to present Twitch clips with a social media interface. I don't want to get too into promoting that, but it has tremendous scalability running on Blazor static web apps. It's called ClipTalk, Kliptok. You can find it out there, and it's all Blazor. So I'm standing this up to be a site that folks can point to and say, holy crow, look at how fast that is. It's running with Blazor, and it runs great on my mobile device as well. There are more sites coming online. There's a number of companies that run Blazor behind the scenes in their data centers and in their local corporate environments. It's coming. It's coming. It's going to take a little bit.
And also, if people want to know more about ClipTalk, they can follow you on Twitch because you are showing off and working on that there.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yep.
That's a good time.
Is that a promising language for the next 5 years? So Microsoft put support, at least 3 years support behind every release of .NET. So yeah, you're going to see Blazor for the next, it's in .NET 6, which is being released this year. So you're going to get support through at least 3 years out to 2024. And be able to migrate and keep up with it. We don't have plans to deprecate or step away from it. Let's see here. What's my most favorite feature of the Blazor? It's the jacket, the sparkly. No,
that's my favorite too.
It's so good. I love how easy it is to move things from page level and reuse it and say, you know what, I want to reuse what I've done on this page as a component. Copy, paste, take out the page directive up at the top and whatever other things are on that page. And now it's a component. Literally just erase a couple lines of code and that what was a page is now a component. Ta-da. That reusability is amazing for me. I really like that. And the abstractions that I get that I'm just used to with C# just feel right to me as a long-time .NET developer.
What about load times? Can we do something about those?
They are working on load times. When you're in development mode, it doesn't do any tree shaking, any linking on the code. So in development mode, yeah, it's a little bit slow because it's loading all the DLLs, all the things. But when you publish, it does do tree shaking, it does do linking, and you end up with a total DLL size that's delivered into the browser that's about 2.5 meg. When you compare that to the size of some SPA applications, and I'm thinking about Gmail and some other larger, well-known SPA applications, I'm looking at you, TweetDeck. It's comparable. It's comparable, right? We're in the same ballpark. Can it be faster? Yes. The browsers need to be better at how they render and interact with WebAssembly, because WebAssembly isn't the first runtime that they start with. They start with JavaScript. And rightfully so. JavaScript has been the runtime of choice for 25 years in web browsers. I can't believe I just said 25 years of JavaScript in web browsers. And WebAssembly's been around for 5. So we're getting there. The demos of folks running Diablo in the browser, Doom in the browser, that's pretty impressive with WebAssembly. So getting our .NET content running out there, it's coming. Performance is a big thing for the folks on the .NET team. You've seen it with ASP.NET Core on the server, where now ASP.NET Core is the fastest web server that you can use. We're going to get the same thing happening in the browser.
That's nice.
Why should I choose Blazor server over a standard MVC site? It's for the quick interaction. You don't get the full page refreshing, so you get immediate interactions and refresh of just those elements on the page. It feels like you're working with a desktop application because you get immediate responsiveness. So
everything you hate about working with MVC, that is going to be solved in Blazor.
yeah, he's not wrong. So can we go to the question here from Sarash? Why does Microsoft not use Blazor for production websites? Microsoft's a big company. It takes a long time to move things, and it's coming. Microsoft is using .NET 5 for things like Bing, right? For a number of applications that you interact with and use on a regular basis from Microsoft. Moving things like Outlook Web Access and some of the other applications over to Blazor takes time. These are applications with giant code bases. To move those server-side applications, Bing has already been tracking with ASP.NET Core for 2-3 years now. And there's excellent use case studies out there about the performance improvements they've seen, the ability for them to actually scale down the amount of servers they need to run Bing. It's coming when those partner organizations at Microsoft start using Blazor, you're going to hear from them. You're going to see case studies being written up. It's coming.
We also have a similar question about Blazor server in a production environment that asked earlier.
So they are all recommended for production. They are all supported for production applications. You're going to have a great experience with them. There's full support provided. The only questions that folks really have about Blazor server in production is the way that it manages memory. Because it uses SignalR, it keeps things in memory on the server so that you get that quick responsiveness. So just like with web forms, just like with MVC, when you start to scale horizontally and you need to have sessions be round robin routed to other servers, you need to be able to handle that. So store some of that data on the server so you can reconstitute it and present it out to your visitors. And you can also scale that interaction, that SignalR interaction, horizontally when you engage a backplane like Azure SignalR service. So there are options there to get massive scale beyond 10,000 concurrent users on your web server.
So how does Blazor compare to React?
This is, I look at this as a bit of apples and oranges. React, like I said, has been around for 10 years. React lets you build right with the JSX files, right? You're designing components, you're putting code that runs with it in the same file. You can do that same structure if you'd like, so that you have your markup sitting right next to your C# code to render. React is certainly much, much, much faster in render and re-render time when you start running it, because Blazor is compiled. The nature of C# is it's compiled and delivered as a DLL. So you're going to see your development time be a little bit slower than when you work with React and you get those immediate refresh interactions because you're watching JavaScript being managed by a node service and updated in the browser. But when it comes to runtime, Blazor's pretty fast when it's in the browser. It's not quite as fast as React, but folks who are non-technical, they're not going to look at your Blazor application and say, gosh, that's so slow. They won't know the difference. There's ways for you to interact and make sure that it feels just as fast as a React or Angular application.
We also have the other aspects. I mean, I'm a C# developer. I am way faster working with Blazor than I would be with React or Angular or Vue or whatever JavaScript framework.
Right, your development and productivity time. For sure. You're right, Jimmy. Yeah.
Okay, I think we have time for one more question.
Okay,
all right.
Fire away.
What do you prefer, WebAssembly or server-side Blazor?
It's like choosing which of my daughters I like better. They're both great. They both have
your daughters or WebAssembly and Blazor now.
Yes. They're both great frameworks to work with. It's really a question of where do you want to take the hit as far as the processing. Blazor WebAssembly, I've been building this application that runs on Azure Static Web Apps. Literally, my cost for hosting that application, just for hosting it, is pennies. But if I were running that as a Blazor server-side application on Azure App Service, I'd be paying $15-20 a month because I need to have the server running and processing and generating and delivering content. I could run my Blazor WebAssembly app on top of App Service and get pre-rendering happening out of that. Well, that's nice. But once again, and that also helps with SEO and some of the interactions that I might have with social media crawlers, right? When I embed a link and I want the little pop-up Twitter card to appear when I link on Twitter or Facebook or wherever. But I'm paying for, and I'm going to have to scale that server as I add more features to the server-side implementation. So I'm right now, I would say I lean towards WebAssembly, but I like them both. They both have their purposes. So, do I have experience with SEO in Blazor? I'm writing a blog post right now, and I will show you what that looks like. I'm actually faking it out using Azure Front Door and Azure Storage, Azure Blob Storage to make that happen. So, yes,
I think Alex says it very well. Thank you, Jeff, for an excellent presentation.
So nice.
Absolutely. And for those of you who didn't get your questions answered, make sure you follow Jeff on his Twitch or Twitter. He's a nice guy. He will probably get back to you as soon as he can.
Oh, yeah. I'm always answering all the questions.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. And while you're bringing in... thanks. While you're bringing in our next guest, I will remind you to keep tweeting so you're in our raffle for prizes. We have books and we have $100 gift cards thanks to Pact and Progress Telleric. Hi, Nico.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Doing good. How are you?
Awesome. We're doing good.
Mm-hmm.
We're pumped for this day.
I can imagine, huh?
So how are things in Belgium?
Rainy at the moment. Very rainy. Yeah.
We have snow.
Yeah, cold and snow.
We had snow last week, and then an hour later it was all gone.
Yeah, that's usually our Christmas, I think. But now, for some reason, it's a winter wonderland out there.
Yeah, I went skiing on lunch today.
But you live in the north part of Sweden.
Nah, not the north part.
Well,
just 2 hours norther than you.
If it's north of Stockholm.
we are still in the south of Sweden, all of us.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's a standing
I wish
joke
I was
in
there
Sweden.
to see it in person.
You're always welcome as soon as this crazy times come to an end.
Yeah, definitely.
So then we'll do this exact conference again, but in person?
Hey, why not?
And maybe up where Daniel lives so we can go skiing.
Yeah,
that's
How
true.
about that?
Sign
sounds
me up.
good to me.
Nico, do you have something, a screen to share as well?
I guess so, yeah.
You guess it. We hope so.
I thought we could take these couple of minutes to get that ready as well.
Let's see, share screen.
I'm looking forward to this talk.
Mm-hmm.
The future of .NET desktop development.
There we go. We see you.
All right.
When is the session?
And
Well,
it
it's
should
starting
be
right
Yeah,
now.
it's starting right now. Look at that.
You can see the slides?
Yeah.
We can, and it's
All
live.
right. Okay, so we should start then, I guess.
Yeah, are you ready to kick it off?
I'm as ready as I'll ever be.
Then take the floor.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're enjoying the .NET Frontend days so far. And I hope I will keep entertaining you for the next 30 minutes, I guess, which is not a lot of time with a lot of content to cover. So let's dive right in. For those of you who don't know me yet, my name is Nico. I live in Belgium, where I'm a consultant, .NET architect at a company called Inetum Real Dolmen. I've been an MVP in Windows development for almost 7 years now. Time really does fly. And we run a local user group here called Madden, Modern Applications Development Network. We focus on mainly mobile development, front-end development, all using the Microsoft stack. You can follow me on Twitter. If you have any questions after this, feel free to reach out. I will try to answer as soon as I can. Okay, let's dive right in. So this talk will be mostly about .NET 5, but before we get to 5, we need to make a slight detour through .NET Core 3. Because .NET Core 3 brought a very interesting thing back to the .NET folks, mainly support for desktop development. With .NET Core, Microsoft focused on a modern framework, a fast framework. And in version 1 and 2, it was all based around cloud, IoT, and web. And they left a lot of desktop developers in the cold during those times. So with .NET 3, they focused on desktop development again. So what that means is that as of .NET Core 3, WPF and WinForms have gone back into active development. They even open sourced it. These are the links to the 2 GitHub repositories. And I checked over lunch. The last commits on those repos were like about 20 hours ago or something. So they are really back in active development. The teams are actively working on those 2 frameworks. Issues are being tracked. Discussions are being done in the GitHub issues. So if you have any problems, if you have any remarks or things that you might find helpful to put in the framework, go to the issues on GitHub and just start a discussion, and then they'll answer for sure. So why should you even care about WinForms and WPF? Isn't that ancient tech? No one is using it anymore. If we mention modern applications, everyone starts thinking about cloud native applications, web applications, front-end, client-side front-end web, and stuff like that. Well, for starters, there are over 900 million devices running Windows 10, so that's a lot of potential customers for your desktop application. But there are still over 2.5 million developers that are building desktop applications in Visual Studio every month. Now, I've been doing application modernization for quite a while. There are still some things that web applications can't do, or can't do as well as desktop applications can do them. So that's why it's still important. There are a lot of applications out there that have been growing in functionality for tens of years, 10, 15, 20 years. And it's just too expensive to rewrite them completely in a new tech stack. So maintaining them, keeping them modern is the only viable solution there. I've worked on projects before where we've done the calculations, and to rewrite them completely in a web stack would cost a couple of million euros. So that's not a viable solution for an application that's used in-house, enterprise application. So that's why application modernization on the desktop is as important as anywhere else. So back in November, .NET 5 was released. What did .NET 5 do? It brought everything together. So there's no longer .NET Core 2 or 3. There's no longer .NET Standards 2.0, 2.1, whatever. It's all .NET 5 now. And .NET 5 unifies the desktop, web, cloud, mobile, gaming, IoT, AI, you name it. You can do it on the Mac. You can do it on Linux with Visual Studio Code. You obviously have normal Visual Studio. There are even command line interface commands that you can use to build, run your application, and so on. So .NET 5 is everywhere now, throughout the entire spectrum of applications. The difference is the runtime that's being used under the hood. As developers, you don't see it, but if you build a .NET 5 application on Xamarin, for example, then it will use the Mono runtime. If you use it on desktop, it will use the core CLR. They are drop-in replacements. But we don't have to worry about that. The framework takes care of it for us. So what do we get? What does .NET 5 bring? This is not .NET 5 specific. This started with .NET Core 3. We have command line commands to create new WPF or WinForms applications. The .NET New templates include WPF, include WinForms. We can use XAML islands. XAML islands is a technology where we can take the modern controls that were introduced in the UWP framework. We can take those out and put them inside, for example, a WinForms application. And in the demo I will show you in a few minutes, I will do this using the WebView control. The WebView in WinForms is ancient. We can use XAML islands to drop in a brand new one. We get high DPI support for those fancy high DPI monitors out there. And we get Windows 10 API access. For example, we can use the Windows 10 APIs to hook into the Action Center to push native push notifications to Windows. We can make our applications self-contained, meaning that we no longer have to care which version of .NET is installed on our users' computers. Back in the day, when you shipped a .NET 4.6 application, you had to make sure that your user had .NET 4.6 installed. Now we can package the .NET framework with our application. One package, ship everything to the user, the user installs it, and he's done. You don't have to worry about that anymore. This also means that there is no longer the risk of multiple versions of .NET interfering with each other on the same machine, because it's contained. Even the version of .NET that you ship with your application lives in that sandbox. This also means that if you publish a self-contained application, that you are responsible of updating your app whenever there's a .NET Framework security update. If there are known vulnerabilities that are fixed or patched, then it's up to you to repackage your application with the updated .NET version and ship that out as an update to your customers. And then there's Windows UI 3. Windows UI 3 is a NuGet package that contains all the modern XAML elements, XAML controls. And it's one unified package that will work across UWP, WPF, WinForms, and so on. This is all under the umbrella of bringing everything together. So this is in preview. Preview 3 is a couple of months old by now. It should launch somewhere this year, I believe. So that's an exciting thing to look forward to. So let's say you have an application, an old .NET WinForms application, and you want to consider updating. What do you do? First of all, it's a good idea to try to update to the latest version of the full .NET framework, being 4.8. 4.8 is the final release of classic .NET framework. And if you can update to that one without any problems, then from there to .NET 5 is a small step. But that should be your first one, going from whatever .NET version you're on to .NET 4.8. Now, if you have an application that's in pure maintenance mode, no new features are being added, you just do some maintenance on it, then in my opinion, you shouldn't worry about updating to .NET 5. Try to update to .NET 4.8 because that's long-term supported, and keep it on that. Because moving from 4.8 to 5 might bring some unexpected behavior. And if nothing else, it brings a lot of test work because you need to test your entire application end to end. With every edge case that you know of, with every glitch that you know of, every single button, link, whatever in your application needs to be tested again, because behavior has changed between the two frameworks. So, and testing everything again costs time, and time is money. So if it's in pure maintenance mode, try to convince your customer or your boss or whoever needs to decide this to at least go to 4.8 for the support from Microsoft. And if it's in active development, if new features are being added, then it might be worthwhile to consider porting the entire application over to .NET 5. All right, let's check it out. Let's see. So I have an old application here. This is WinForms. It's on .NET Framework 4. So it's old. I believe it's about 10 years old or something. If I launch the application, I put it on the correct screen, then you get this. Now, what this application does, it takes an image and it pixelizes it. And the sole reason of existence of this application was that we got challenged to a sticky contest. So we had to use post-its to create images. We got challenged by some colleagues, so we wrote an application that can convert images into post-its. So that's what this does. And it was a nice sample application. And actually, before I continue with this, let me show you the .NET commands. I can create a new WinForms application using this. We'll call it WinForms demo. The .NET command goes out, pulls in the templates. I can see into it. Let's have it built and run. Oh, here it is. So this is my brand new .NET 5 application. No Visual Studio involved, just all command line. Okay, so back to Pixelator. Let's see. One of the things I mentioned during the slides was this. So this is a WinForm showing only a web view. That's all it does. It has a web view on there and it opens HTML5 test. Now what this does, it rates your browser on HTML5 compatibility and it gives you some points. Now the points don't really matter. What's interesting is this one. It says I'm using IE 11, which is the browser that's the classic WebView control is based on. It also says I'm running Windows 8, which is not true. This should be Windows 10. So this is an old control. It's not as compatible anymore. Certain websites won't look as good. So let's try to fix this. And one way to do this is by using the XAML islands. Now, setting up XAML islands and embedding an existing control, it's kind of involved. It takes some time. So luckily, certain controls do have their own package. So if I manage the NuGet packages here, and I search for the WebView 2, there's this. This control is the Chromium-based Edge browser in control. Okay, so that's installed. Let's open the web view. So this is the form, and I will delete the web view, go to the toolbox. Build it first. Yes, I know it doesn't exist. Succeeded. Where is my web view? It is installed. It should show up here. Interesting. Okay, let me try restarting Visual Studio real quick. There we go. While that is restarting, let's take some time. Let me show you a new WPF. So this is exactly the same thing as with WinForms, but I needed something to keep you busy while we wait for Visual Studio to reload. So as you can see, we have a brand new WPF application here. Actually, let's take a look at the CS Brush. It says .NET 5-Windows. So what this means is that .NET 5 is platform agnostic, meaning it runs on Linux, Mac, Windows, wherever. But to be able to use WPF or WinForms on within .NET 5, they needed to hook into DirectX, for example, which is not available on Linux or Mac. So they had to find a way around this, and they did that by introducing feature packs. So the desktop pack is one of those, and that one's included through this. This means that the .NET 5 based WPF or WinForms application does not run on Linux or Mac because they don't have access to those operating system hooks. It doesn't exist there. So this is .NET 5, which is by nature cross-platform, but this is not because it's using the Windows targeting or feature pack. Okay, so this has reloaded. It's still not there. That's interesting. It is installed. Okay, anyway, moving on. It should be there. I should be able to just drag and drop it onto the designer. It actually worked about an hour ago or something. But okay, moving on. If you want to actually upgrade your application from .NET 4, which this is based on, to .NET 4.8, you can do so by going to Properties and setting your target framework. Actually, that might be the reason that the NuGet package didn't show up in the toolbox. Okay. So where is okay? So we've upgraded to 4.8. It's still built. Okay.
Nico, could
yes.
you enlarge the fonts a little bit when you're in the editor?
Oh, sure. Sorry.
Awesome.
Fonts. Like this?
That's much better. Thank you.
No problem. Okay, so next is getting rid of packages config. Packages config is where NuGet packages used to live, but we've moved on from that. So Visual Studio has this migration built in as well. You can just right-click References and migrate to Package Reference. This will give you a list of all the NuGet packages that you have installed, and it will try to migrate them away from packages config to package reference. And then you get this nice report saying that no issues are found. This package was migrated. So the packages config is actually gone. And if we go here and we check the project file, then it has a package reference right here. See if this still compiles. That works. Let's see if we found our... Yeah, there it is. Here's our control. I think I actually screwed up the order of the demo. I should have migrated first to 4.8 and then include the NuGet package. So that's why it didn't show up. But it's here now. So I can just drop it on here. So back with .NET Core 3, when the new WinForms designer was just announced, it was not stable at all. It had a lot of issues. It used to crash even on this page. But that's all fixed now. Now it works pretty well. Okay, let's replace this with WebView 21, which is actually WebView 2.1. Now, why WebView 2? Because the WebView 1, or just WebView, was the classic Edge browser, control the classic Edge browser. But that's deprecated now, so this one is the Chromium-based. If I open the same page now, it gives me a much higher score, and it says I'm using Edge 89 on Windows 10. And Edge 89 is the latest version at the moment. So, cool, that works. Let's jump back to the slides for a moment. So where are we at now? .NET 5 is released. Has been released in November of 2020. .NET 6 is coming. And from that moment on, we will get yearly releases. So I haven't shown you this, but the XAML designer also works just as expected. And the WinForms designer now does work as well. Also for the Rider users out there, they also have a working WinForms designer. There are some components that are removed. A few of the older WinForms components that were already obsolete or deprecated in the .NET 4 framework have been completely removed or not ported at all in .NET 5. And there's an entire list somewhere on the Microsoft Docs website. And this is a snippet of that. So they have a list of controls that are removed and what the recommended replacement is. So be sure to check that out if you are trying to port an older application. So this is the timeline, and we are now somewhere between November 2020, .NET 5, and November 2021, .NET 6. And the versioning is like this. So every odd version number is a new release, but it's not long-term supported. It's supported for 1 year. Every even numbered release is long-term supported. I believe it's 3 years. So then they will keep this. They will keep this going, and it's important to remember this, to know this. Now, let's say you want to migrate to .NET 5. First thing you need to do is run your portability analyzer. And this will show you which APIs you are using in your application that are compatible or not compatible with. And the portability analyzer doesn't do .NET 5 for now, so it gives you compatibility with .NET Core 3, which can be a fair starting point. So you need to analyze your portability. You need to migrate to the package reference, which we've done. upgrade to the latest.NET framework 4.8. We've done that. And now we can start migrating the application to .NET 5. Now the application, the pixelator, has a class library as well, which is also .NET 4. So we need to migrate those two. Once you're done migrating, you need to run your application. And like I've mentioned, you need to test it end to end. Every single thing, every flow through your application, every single line of code needs to be hit just to make sure that everything works. There is a tool that converts your applications automatically. It's try-convert. It's on GitHub. It is from Microsoft, but it's delivered as is. It's unsupported completely, and they are working on it, but it's use at your own risk, basically. Okay, let's continue porting our application. So it's about time to go to .NET 5. First of all, we need to run our project portability analyzer. This should go fairly quickly. There we go. You get a nice Excel report. It says that my application is 100% compatible with .NET Core and platform extensions, so the Windows Feature Pack. Version 3.1, and .NET Standard is only 51% compatible. And that's easily explained because the ones that are not supported are all in the Windows.Forms namespace, which is available in .NET Core 3 and .NET 5, but not in .NET Standard. So that's why you only get the 50% compatibility, which is okay because we're not migrating to .NET Standard, we're migrating to .NET Core. So to migrate the application, I'm just going to jump to the projects that we've created using the CLI. I'm going to copy the project file. I'm going to paste the project file right here. Rename current one. Rename the new one. Reload in Visual Studio. Of course, since we're on package reference, my NuGet package for the WebView 2 will be gone. So I'll just add that one again. There we go. And then I need to add a reference to my client library. Or not. Okay, that's okay because I'm not actually using any code from there. So still compiles, that's good. Long-lived demos. Okay, I'm currently running on .NET 5. And usually when the demo behaves, I get an error saying that there are duplicate assembly attributes. And what this means is that in the assembly info, there are assembly versions, assembly file versions, but this is not used anymore in .NET 5 because it's in the properties, in the package properties. So this is a duplicate now. So you can just throw away the assembly info, and that should get rid of the build error. Okay, now it's saying that. If you can quickly comment this out. Try one more time because we're already running out of time. No. Okay, so this should have just worked. One thing here that does not work anymore after porting to .NET 5 is, I was there. There is an option in the menu of the application that launches a browser using project start, process start. this one. This does not work anymore. And this is one of the reasons that you need to test everything thoroughly, because now it's changed to this. So if you replace this line with these two, then it works again. And that's one of the small changes that you need to keep in mind. And this is why it's important to even test the smallest possible use case in your application. Okay, let's very quickly jump back into the slides. So when to migrate, and I've mentioned this at the beginning of the talk, if your application is in active development, migrate to .NET 5. If it's in maintenance mode or it's finished, try to at least upgrade to 4.8. Things went wrong here during the demo, but it does work, and with .NET 5, it's pretty stable. So yeah, I don't know what went wrong there. Some key takeaways from this. Desktop development is here, and it's still here, it's still important, it's still modern. So .NET 5 is the way forward. If you're doing new WinForms, new WPF applications, make sure you do them in .NET 5. And I forgot to update this slide, apparently. We didn't have time to do the MSIX, but MSIX is one way to install your desktop application so that they're completely containerized. They clean up nicely if you uninstall them, so you get no more machine rots. It's definitely something worth investigating. There's a lot of very good documentation on it. And then there's some resources. So there's the blogs from Microsoft. There's really good documentation on .NET 5, on .NET Core 3. Everything that you can, all the documentation on .NET Core 3, all the blogs that you can find are mostly still relevant in .NET 5. There's a lot of content out there. So yeah, just dive in, see if you can port your applications over. And with that, I'm just 3 minutes over my time. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Nico.
No
Thank you very
problem.
much.
I know what went wrong. We are
do?
live. Yeah,
Oh,
we
yeah.
are live. So someone has to take this role. So on behalf of all of the other speakers, thank you for taking that role today.
And you
No
can't really
problem.
say, hey, it worked on my machine. No, wait.
That's how Docker actually got invented. It works on my machine, so let's ship my machine.
So we do have a couple of questions, or this one is a little bit of more of a comment. I want to switch home office with Nico. Do you have an arcade back there? What game is it?
It's actually a RetroPie. I built it myself. It has about
Nice.
3,000 games on it.
Just a few.
I want one.
Of course you do.
I can send you the building plans. So I actually had more fun building it than I did playing the games on it.
Isn't that always the case?
Also, the bottom half is a fridge.
Ooh,
Smart.
nice.
I want the guitars.
I want to be able to play guitars.
Me
Yeah, me
too.
On next year's live stream, Jimmy will
Oh,
do the guitar in the intro.
you're promising a lot here.
Challenge accepted.
Oh, I see.
So what do you think of the new project in .NET 5, WinForms versus WPF?
I'm assuming you mean will I choose WinForms or WPF for a new application? I would probably go WPF because that's XAML and I love XAML. But it kind of depends on what your development team already knows, the technical luggage that they carry around. If they are very experienced WinForms developers, then there's nothing wrong with starting a new WinForms project.
What is the status of UWP and .NET 5?
I guess you should ask Microsoft that. I have no idea. I know that they're going to consolidate everything, but that won't happen in .NET 5. That would most likely happen in .NET 6 or 7, maybe. We'll see. I don't know.
Oh, this is a long one. So Doug has a large .NET 4.7.2 desktop application with 930 WinForms. Whew, that's a big one.
That's a big
So
one.
what would you recommend? Should they replace the UI with new open source WinForms or just redevelop everything with Blazor?
I guess it depends on the budget that they have, or whatever they want to do with the application. If it runs fine on WinForms and you're happy with the performance that you're getting out of it, I don't see why you would need to redevelop it as a Blazor app. If you're happy with it as a WinForms application and it's still in active development, then I would recommend just keeping it and migrating to .NET Core to .NET 5.
Let's see here. What we got? Oh, we got a comment. UWP is coming in .NET 6, just as you said.
Yeah, okay. It's the WinUI library.
We are all developers here. We do understand the situation. Well,
Yeah.
we do. Well, and this is kind of the fun part with having it live as well.
Yeah.
Things break, and I mean, you did solve most of the problems, and that is part of the education as well.
But that's the thing. I always do my demos like when we're at an actual conference, like an in-person conference. I usually do my demos in the morning before breakfast. Everything works. So I did it like an hour and a half before it was my turn, and everything worked perfectly.
Yeah.
So
You never know what causes this, do you?
I've said this to my colleagues today as well. IT is not an exact science.
So are there any shims available to add references to external DLLs from external partners that are not .NET 5?
I guess it depends what you want to achieve, because if the demo should work, if the demo had worked, then you would see that the logging library I had would have remained on .NET 4, and I could just reference it and call its methods from .NET 5. So you can reference older libraries, and that still works mostly. I don't know if you're doing pinvoke stuff and calling native DLLs, what that would do. I haven't tried it. It's an interesting question.
So in most cases, it would work. That's good. SAML for the win. I agree.
Yes. If they only found a way to put XAML in Blazor, that would really make sense.
I know, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if I could have taken that, because every time Jimmy does something in Blazor, he's like, "Oh wow, this is so easy! Wow, I love this!" And adding SAML on top of that, yeah, he wouldn't shut up about it.
So what about cross-platform WPF applications? Do you have any updates for that?
Yeah, that's not happening.
Never?
I'm pretty not with WPF in its current state, I believe, because it's tied too hard into DirectX. So if they made a cross-platform version of DirectX, who knows? But in its current state, it's, in my opinion, not possible. I guess frameworks like Xamarin can cover a great deal of that field.
Yeah, we both have a session about that, and we also have a session later about Uno, if you want the Windows flavor of SAML.
That Uno is UWP flavor based, I believe.
Yes. The best one.
I agree.
So if you were going to start a new desktop application today, what technology would you use?
I would. I guess it would depend on the application. Because I love doing UWP stuff, but it's also very limited in how far you can take it. If it's an enterprise level application, then I would definitely go WPF. If it's tablet based, or I'm doing it for fun, I would probably go UWP.
So there are some talk about Avalonia. I don't even know what that is. What is Avalonia?
Is, I believe it's a Uno competitor.
Oh.
We need to check that out.
So I thought that WPF was going to replace WinForms. And here we are, many years later, and we're still talking about WinForms. What happened?
Instead of giving us one option, they gave us choice. Which is always a good
choice
thing.
is always good.
Yeah. I mean, people have spent years and decades of honing their WinForm skills. It would have been a shame to throw it all away.
Yeah.
That's true.
So it's time to go to our next speaker.
Yeah. Thank you again so much.
Thank you
You're
so
very
much
welcome.
for joining us.
Hello, Stacy.
Hello.
How are
you
you doing today? Oh, we're pumped.
It's
You
been
gotta
great so
stop
far.
saying, "How are you doing?" I'm hearing Joey every time.
How are you doing? That felt a little bit of inappropriate. My husband is right beside me,
I
and
know, right?
okay, I get it.
I'm the
I get
husband.
It. Okay, so not how are you doing? Okay, got it. Check.
Oh. Should
So
we
how
be
are things
present for this part
in-
of your discussion?
How are things in the Netherlands?
Cold, wet,
snow?
interesting with the lockdown at night. It's the situation in the Netherlands. I was never expecting to see it here with the riots about the lockdown, but where we live,
Yeah.
it's nice, peace, quiet, and it's going.
That's great. You're keeping safe.
Yeah, it's. I'm really pleased I'm not in one of the bigger cities.
Yeah, I can imagine. We've actually seen it on the Swedish news as well. It reached Sweden.
Yeah.
Yeah, so all the comments from 2 weeks ago in America with, wow, look at that, that's unbelievable. And yeah, our turn.
Here we are.
Never think
Yeah.
it can't happen to you.
Oh, true story. True story. On a more positive note, points for your TARDIS in the background.
Thank you. It's, I drew it in the wrong place. I drew it before I had my desk set up, so it really needs to be slightly lower and a little bit this way. But I've not had time to redraw it properly, so you miss out
Next
the light,
time.
unfortunately.
Well, maybe it's about to land or something.
Yeah, it's just fading in.
We're such nerds. We all love
And
it.
that's why it's fun.
Yeah.
So if you don't know what we're talking about Doctor Who. And I usually say there are two types of people. The people that like Doctor Who and the people that hasn't seen it yet.
Yes. No, I'm not going to argue with that one. It's people think that Lego is my biggest geek out, but to be fair, it's probably my second biggest. Doctor Who probably comes first.
So Lego Doctor Who is the ultimate geek out for you.
I have Lego Doctor Who. Of
I know you do. Of course you do.
course I do. Yeah, I have the TARDIS. I have Weeping Angels. I have Daleks. I think it's
I don't-
Clara, the 11th Doctor, and the 12th Doctor.
I
And
don't
a
know what you're
TARDIS
talking
which you
about
have
at
a
all.
console that you can put in and out of.
Can someone mute Daniel because he doesn't know?
Everyone is welcome.
Yeah, that is true.
Now
That is
Daniel
true.
knows what he's supposed to watch after the actually, you do have a half an hour now, so we can ask you afterwards.
Yeah, you might
But-
fit
but-
a half an
Doctor Who, I'm
episode.
not going to feel
But,
upset at you.
I think Stacy's session is more interesting. So I would stay here and watch
Yeah.
that.
True.
Yeah.
And we have a comment. Tom Baker for the win.
I can go with that one.
Is he the
That's
best one though?
I say it's kind of an issue here, certainly for Classic Who, because it's really age dependent. And I saw Tom Baker first because my brother watched it. But my first real Doctor was Peter Davison. So that's kind of my Doctor. And then from the new Who, probably Tennant. You can't get away from that hair.
Yeah. Yeah.
But Tom Baker's still awesome. Would you like a jelly baby?
Better than fish sticks and custard.
Yes. Fish.
All right, we are on the 35 mark.
Yeah.
Stacy, take it away.
Okay, thank you. And well, hello everybody. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. Now, with the introduction of Blazor, as Jeff so amazingly said in the first session this afternoon, we have the ability as .NET developers to write single-page applications using the same technology on the client side as we have on the server side. If you're using server-side Blazor, it can run alongside your server-side code, but you can also use client-side Blazor. The ability for you to run your app inside your browser via WASM. It's fantastic. On that first call, you download the .NET compiled or the WASM compiled .NET runtime and your code, and it all runs inside at the client's machine. And it's not Silverlight 2.0. And because the code runs on the client machine, we don't need that big, full-blown web server on the back end anymore. And today, we are going to be building a Blazor client-side application with an Azure function as an API, and we're going to deploying it to Azure without using an app service, without using a web app, and looking at some of the things that we can do with it. Now, to do that today, we're going to be looking at the static web apps currently in preview inside of Azure, and let's see how to get one set up. Hi, I'm Stacey Cashmore. I have been a software developer since the mid-1990s, and I'm a Microsoft MVP for developer technologies. And I've been playing with Blazor for a couple of months now, and I'm starting to get into it and really enjoy it. Now, if we're going to deploy our client-side app to a static website, there's a few things that we need to think about. We have some advantages of running it there, and some things that, maybe not so much. Start with the advantages first. It's way more fun. First one, we have no server. We don't have to maintain it. We don't have the overhead of it. We don't have to think about it. Now, yeah, there's always at least one server in serverless, but the fun thing is we don't care. As well as that, if you're using a static web app, then inside of one single atomic Azure resource, you have your client-side application hosted statically, and you have your Azure function to work as your API. And it's all hooked together and it works, again, without you having to worry about it. It's one less thing that you have to think about. And finally, if we deploy this from inside the Azure portal to our GitHub, then we get a workflow set up for us. It is a workflow that does continuous deployment. So every time we do a push to our main branch, it gets fired. And it also helps us with our workflow to check that what we're pushing to production actually does what we want it to do. Of course, with advantages, there's also disadvantages. The first one, the biggest one, that wonderful word, preview. This is not in general availability yet. I would not recommend running this as a production thing. I would recommend playing with it and seeing what you can do. Secondly, at present, it's pretty much GitHub Actions only. That is, when you create it in the portal, it links to your GitHub account, it creates a workflow for you in GitHub, and that's where it runs. If you're on Azure DevOps, sorry, this might not be the technology for you today. But I was reading in the GitHub repo yesterday, I believe, that the work to have this running from Azure pipelines is pretty much complete, and hopefully we might get to see it next month. So keep them crossed. Then there's one more thing, which it's not a disadvantage, but it is something to bear in mind. In order to create this workflow inside your GitHub repo, you need to authorize your Azure portal to access your GitHub repo. Personally, I don't have an issue with this. I know what it's doing, but I do know people that won't do this on principle. And for them, again, right now, this is not the technology for them. One thing I would add to that is every time I add a new static web app, I always have to reauthorize the portal. So it's not just that you're giving carte blanche access to all of your repos. When it's creating the workflow, it needs to access it. It kind of makes sense, really. Right. That's probably enough of me talking. You came here to see some awesome stuff happening inside of a browser. So let's get on to that now. So what we're going to be creating today is, like say, a WebAssembly Blazor application with a function API, get them to talk to each other. And then we're going to try and run it locally and then run it inside of Azure, see what we can do with it. So the first thing we need to do is create our app. So we are going to create a client app first. And come on, you can do it, little computer. And we're going to be creating really, you can do it, little computer. Anytime now, that would be good. There we go. So we're going to create a Blazor WebAssembly app, and we're going to call that client. I'm running it in GitHub because an amount of my demo kind of needs a specific place to run so that the right repo gets picked up. And we're going to call this Blazor Talk Demo because I cannot name things. I'm not going to run this in .NET 5. I'll explain later if I have time. I'm not going to do authentication. I am going to do HTTPS. I am not going to host it inside an ASP.NET Core application, of course, because we want this to run as a static site. And I'm ignoring the progressive web application because it's not what we're doing today. So let's create that. That should scaffold up for us. And it's always the same. When you do the run-throughs, this takes like 2 seconds. And now it doesn't. Wow, that's one unhappy machine. Come on, you can do it, little machine. Right, now we have our client. Let's add our API, and that is going to be a Azure function. We're going to call this API. And the client API name, I'll get back to those in a minute. You'll see why I picked those. And we want, of course, a HTTP trigger. So this should scaffold up, and now we have our 2 projects that will talk to each other, and we can get some data passed between them. But we also want to run this locally. So there's one more change we have to do before we start looking at code, and that is change the properties of our solution so that we can fire both of these up. So we're just going to set them both to be startup projects. Okay. And now we can start actually working on our code. Now we have our function here. And if anybody has tried a Blazor app and just scaffolded one up with a new project, you'll know that in our pages, we have this fetch data page. And this shows you how you can get data from a server inside of your Blazor application and put it on the screen. Wow, this is really not happy. I'm hoping we get through this. And that happens on line 42 down here. We get our data from the sample data site. What we're going to do is just replace this sample data with the Azure API. And to do that, I have a snippet that I'm going to copy over. And we're going to put that inside our pre-made function. We're just going to replace all of this. And this really is just returning an array of weather readings, which I've literally ripped out of the JSON file previously. Now, one last thing I want to do, just because I really hate having a file name with a different name to my class, I'm just going to rename this weather forecast. So now we have our route, our weather forecast, which will be available on API/weather forecast. We now need to use that from inside this fetch data page. And for that, the only thing we need to do is just change the location that we're looking into. So we're going to change that to API weather forecast. Now you notice here that I'm not having to tell it to go looking for the data anywhere special. It's just getting it from the same URL as the application itself. And that happens because inside that static Blazor app, there's proxying done for you. Again, you don't need to know about this, that allows you to access your function API on the same URL as your client app. We don't have that ability locally. Our machines run in a different way, so we need to set something up. First thing we need to do is let the client app know that if we're running in development mode, you've got to go to a different port number where the Azure function is running. And the second thing is, it is a different port number. We have to turn on CORS because it is a cross-origin request. So first of all, we are going to let the client know where it can get the data from. And with any luck, my machine might have calmed down a little bit now. And we're going to create a new JSON file inside of our WW root. So we're going to add a new item. We are going to search for JSON. And we're going to call that app settings.development. So what we're going to use when we're in development mode. And I just have one setting, which I'm going to copy in there. And that is this API prefix pointing to localhost 7071, because that's where our Azure function is going to run. But right now, we're not doing anything with this setting, so we need to change one more line of code. And that would be line 20 in our program CS. When we new up the HTTP client for our dependency injection, by default, we build the URI from the base address of the host environment. But like I say, we don't want that when we're running in development mode. So we're just going to add an extra piece of text here, just to say, from the builder configuration, get my API prefix. And if that doesn't exist, go to the hosted environment base address. Now what we need to do is make the function actually accept these requests that we're going to send. So let's do that one now. And for that, we're going to create a new file inside of our function. And we're going to create that in the properties folder. And that is, again, going to be a JSON file. And this one's going to be called launch settings. What do we want to do when we launch this from inside of Visual Studio? And we just have an object that we need to bring in here. We want to start it with a command line that just says, allow everything on CORS. When it's running on my machine, I don't care. And if everything's gone right, and if my machine does what it's supposed to do, we should now download the NuGet packages. The storage emulator should start in order to host my local Azure function, assuming it compiles. Fingers crossed. There's a storage emulator. Okay. Next step, we should get our Azure function app to host our local function. And finally, we should, in theory, get a browser opening up so that I can show you this running locally, our local workflow. And for this, I just want to show you the network traffic that's going on. You can see we download all of these files to begin with. That first hit is a big hit when you're running client-side Blazor. And then it loads our actual application. Now, I want to clear this. And if we go to fetch data and everything's gone right, my data loads. And if we check on network traffic, we can see it's coming from localhost 7071. It's picking up my new setting. So now we have an app. It runs locally. We can debug it. We can check what's going on before we push it up to GitHub and deploy it to Azure. That's our next step. So the first thing we need to do is push our changes up to GitHub. Add app. We're going to commit everything and push, make sure it all goes up. Drum roll, please. There we go. Phew. That's one thing that went right. And now if I have a look in my GitHub repo, we can see the API and the client. So we have our code, let's deploy it. And for that, we're going to go to our Azure portal. And I've made a resource group already for this demonstration. And we're going to add a new static web app inside of here. So we'll search for the static web app in preview. Let's create that one. Check the subscription and resource group, give it a name. This is our demo Blazor app. And we want to run this in West Europe because I'm in the Netherlands. Sign in with GitHub, that bit that I say some people really don't like doing. And I now have access to my organizations, which I don't have, it's just my account. The repo I want to use, which is that Blazor Talk demo, and the branch I want to use, which is main. Then we get to pick our build preset. We've got lots to choose from, but we're going for Blazor, of course. And here you set your app location, your API location, and your output location. And this is defaulted to that client API. Not only does it tell you what it is inside your solution, it makes this step even easier. The output location, as far as I know, you can put that wherever you want to put it, but it has to be a location that doesn't exist in your repo by default, because this is where it publishes the files to. So let's review and create that. Now, if this goes well, which, let's face it, it's going well so far, we should have a web app created for us inside of a couple of seconds. This generally doesn't take too long to do. There we go. That's one good thing. We have a URL available to us, and we have Calm Bay, which is good because I need to be calm right now. The names that come up here, fantastic. I love them. There's all sorts of different ones. Yellow River, Orange Hill. Let's go to our Calm Bay. And we get a simple web page that says, your Azure static app is live and waiting for your content. So let's see how that content gets there. For that, we need to go back into our repo. If I refresh my page, you can now see that we have this GitHub workflows folder that's been created by the Azure portal for us. And we have our deploy YAML file for our static web app. And every time we push our main branch, we run this build and deploy job. It checks out our code, and then using this Azure static web apps deploy task with a secret to give it access to our Azure account, which is set up by the Azure portal for you as well, it does an upload action. And at this point, I wish I knew the magic one layer lower than the metal I'm using, because I'd love to know how this is set up on the back end. The three locations we had, our app, our API, and our output location, they are all in the workflow file as well. So if you should ever reorganize your work in the future, or if you do it wrong when you're setting it up from the portal, it's not the end of the world. You can always change this later and improve it. Now, if we look at our actions, we should see that we have a workflow which was kicked off 2 minutes ago, and it's probably going to take another couple of minutes to finish. And seeing as we're short on time, especially with the issues I've had, I'm just going to carry on with the next bit of my demo. We'll come back to this one in a second. Now, what I want to go over with you is the workflow that we have when changing our code, because obviously we want to know our code works before we push it to production. We've seen we can run it locally, but my local machine, that's not the same as running it inside of Azure. Thankfully, out of the box, we also get a deploy workflow available to us. If we go to our GitHub workflows, we can also see that we have a pull request trigger for open, synchronized, reopened, and closed. And as long as the action isn't closed, we still trigger off this build and deploy again. We get our pull request branch, we build it, we deploy it. And if we have a look in our pull request file, we have a message from the GitHub Actions bot that says, hey, you have a stage site available to you. So if we open this, we get my application, still the boring scaffolded application. And if I go to fetch data, The change that I made was actually changing a little bit of text right here. It was a little bit of dry text which told you exactly what the page did, but it's a little bit boring. And well, I know it's snowing in Sweden and it was snowing when I wrote this. So, oh, the weather outside is frightful. Now we can check our app works in an Azure environment. And if it does, approve our pull request and get it deployed to production. And just to prove that this is different to my production, if we come down to the URL and we remove the stage part of the URL, that would be this -1 because it's pull request number 1, and the West Europe where it's hosted, I should get, in theory, this very boring, this component demonstrates fetching data from the server. So we can compare our two scenarios, make sure we're doing the right thing. Now, whilst I was showing that, my deploy is complete. Yes. Oh no, that's a different deploy. This deploy is still complete. Good. I can show you the static web app working for us. So let's load it up, refresh it, and there's our application. Inside of 20 minutes, we are from nothing to having a deployed application running inside of Azure. And we've even seen the workflow that we have in order to make sure we can update it safely. We're finished. Not quite. There's two things I don't like about this. The first one is this Calm Bay. It's a very nice URL, but you don't want to give that to your users. So I want to change this to something that I can more easily remember and I'm happy to share with people. And the other one is we have two routes here. We have our counter route and we have our fetch data route. These don't exist on the server. They only exist inside the browser because it's a client-side application, which means if I refresh this page, we get a 404 error. Let's fix that. Now, the first time I did this, before I looked into it properly, I set up an Azure function with a hideously complex set of proxies that took care of all of this for me. It worked, and I was reasonably proud of it. It's also completely the wrong thing to do. The right way to do it is to use the routes.json that you can put into your Blazor application. So we're going to add that one now. So we're going to bring it across from here. It again is in our www route because this is what gets deployed when you publish. We want a new item. We still want this to be JSON. And we're going to call that, like I say, routes.json. And this is a file where you can set up all of your different routes for Blazor so. I'm just going to totally cheat. I'm just going to use one route and it's a fallback route. If you can't find what you're looking for, just redirect to index.html, give me a status code 200 because I don't want a 404, and then let the client app deal with it from that point on. Now, I would love to show you this working on my local machine, but I can't because Visual Studio hides this problem from you. So I've just got to upload this to GitHub, and let my workflow fire again. So we'll add our routes here. We will commit all and push, and it's going to complain at me. Come on, complain so I can do the right thing. There we go. Complain louder. We're going to first do a pull because we changed our repository when we added the workflow, and now we're going to push. And hopefully this one's actually going to work. In the meantime, I'm assuming that's going to work, and we can go back to our site and we can check that hopefully we have another action fired off. There we go. Again, this is going to take a few minutes to deploy. So whilst that's deploying, let's deal with the last issue, this Calm Bay. I want to add a custom domain to this. And for this one, I'm going to go to one of my pre-made environments. So let's go to my resource group and let's go to my static site PR. And it needs to be this one because this one takes about 2 days worth of setup. I'm going to very quickly set up a custom domain here because it also takes a couple of minutes to run through, and I'm starting to run down on time a little bit. So I'm just going to add a custom domain quickly, and then I'll walk through the steps more slowly for you. So the custom domain I'm going to add here is www.stacyclouds.com. And if we validate this, we can add it. Scary thing when I was trying to do this before, my DNS provider was in the middle of a DDoS attack, and all of a sudden I couldn't validate anything. I lost all of my websites. And while that's deploying, let's go through it a little more slowly in our newly created app. We have our customs domain. We have a page which I think is really confusing because it says custom domains. Looks like it has a nice list you can add to this, and you can't. You can only add one right now. And when you add that one, the first thing that you have to do is update your DNS records. You need to add a CNAME record pointing to the www or at the www of your custom domain. And you need to give it the value of the URI of your static web app. This can take about 48 hours before it propagates through the network. So this is why you need to do a little bit of pre-setup. After you've waited long enough and you're pretty sure it's available, you can then check it here. And if you've not done it right, you're going to get an error message. Your CNAME record is invalid. Please check it, try again, wait another 2 days. There's another issue that you might have, and that is if you already have a custom domain on your, or if you already have a website on your custom domain, you're going to get an invalid request come back, and it's going to tell you this domain is linked to another site. Assuming you've done everything right, this will deploy for you as I've just done for my other static web app. Now there's two issues here. www. We have no root domain control in our custom domains. You can only go to www right now. This means that www.stacyclouds.com in a second will point to our new application. stacyclouds.com will point to my parking page by my DNS provider. And there's no easy way at present to do this inside your static web app. The other one is I have my domain, stacyclouds.com, and that's my main website, but I just want to deploy an application on a subdomain. I can't do that here either because it has to be on www. Now, both of these can be a little bit of a showstopper when you're using a static web app. We are in preview at the moment. I hope that by the time it gets into general availability, the team at Azure get this working so that we can use it properly. Now, my custom domain is failing, so I can't show you my custom domain. Oh, that's such a shame. It's apparently I didn't do enough to please the demo gods today either. It's just solidarity with Nico. In theory, in all of my run-throughs for this, this works, and I can now show you my domain working. It looks like I'm not going to be able to do that today, I'm afraid. What I can show you is that this merge branch has succeeded. It's deployed. And if I go back to my static web app on fetch data and refresh, I now get my weather forecast as we expect it to be. I can't believe that custom domain didn't work. I've got 2 minutes left. I'm going to try and do this one more time while I finish off my talk and just see if it works. Because this is annoying. So we're going to add www.stacyclouds.com, validate it, kick it off. I should never have told you that the DNS provider died last week. It's I cursed myself. Now, let's hope this one works this time. That's about it for me. And in the last 28 minutes, we have, just to recap, created that client-side Blazor application. We've added the Azure function. We've set it up so that we can debug it locally. We have deployed it into Azure, into a production-like environment. We have looked at how we can get the workflows working for the pull requests to make sure that things work in production, not just on my machine, before we push it out there to our users. We've added our routes so that we can deep link and our users can hit F5 without things breaking on us. And we've failed to add a custom domain. If you feel like giving this a go yourself, then I have a link for you. And that link will hopefully also be inside of Twitter right now, or you can use this QR code on the screen and it would take you there. It's the MS Learn page where you can try this out yourself, see what you think to it, build a simple one, and then make it awesome. One last thing, has it worked? Has it deployed my custom domain? It hasn't, and I'm out of time, so I'm terribly sorry. Well, aside from that, I've had fun today doing this for you. I hope you've enjoyed the conference so far, and I hope you enjoy the rest of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And as we said to Nico, thank you for sharing the responsibility and taking one for the demigods.
I couldn't leave him on his own now, could I?
No. That's what you do for friends.
Yeah, that's what you do for friends. I'm going to try and get that working this afternoon, and I'm still going to share the link on Twitter before I kill it this evening. I want to prove that this works.
I'm really
That's
sure
so
that this session was better than the series I don't remember the name on now that we talked about earlier. But this was great.
Doctor Who?
Doctor Who,
Oh,
yeah.
Doctor Who.
This was better.
I think that's
Doctor
10
Who.
points for Stacy.
No, I will never forget that again.
There we go.
I know what we need to send to Daniel.
Yeah. So we do have a couple of questions, or actually this is more like a comment. You can run almost for free on Azure in Azure Storage.
You can indeed. I also run a couple of apps that way myself. It's also really simple to set up, but the advantage you get from running it inside of the static web app is you get that Azure functions linked to your app out of the box, and it's in one atomic component. It's a little bit easier to maintain. It's a little bit, the barrier to entry is a little bit lower for trying stuff out.
So what about pre-rendering WebAssembly? How do people host that?
You know what? I was reading about this last night, and I skimmed it, and it's on my list for over the weekend. I will see if I can find that blog post, and I'll share it on Twitter, because right now, what I've seen people do, they pre-render it the same way they pre-render a Blazor side application, and then they just literally store all of that HTML on the site and serve it that way. That is as the Dutch say, kort door de bocht. The short version, it's more complex than that, but I'll share the web post which explains it way better than I can do, reading about it for a couple of minutes at 10 o'clock at night.
What about using Azure AD business to customer in Azure Static Web Apps? Can you do that?
I honestly do not know. I've not set up authentication in this yet. I can't imagine why you couldn't. But I honestly don't know. I'm going to look into this, and I'll put that answer in Twitter too.
If you can use the regular Azure AD, you can also use B2C. It's mostly the same client libraries. But I'm not sure about that in Awesome, but it's the same for regular.
So the default implementation when you add authentication to a WebAssembly app is that it's going to use the server side for the authentication. So that would need a server app. But I'm not sure what would happen if you're doing just a WebAssembly app and not having a backend. So
I am going to have a look at this, and I am going to answer that one on Twitter. It won't be today, but I'm going to have a look at that one and see what I can get set up.
Great presentation, Stacey. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David.
So what about static web apps in production environments?
I say you can do it. It's there. It's available. I just wouldn't run anything which is in preview in production. I'm a little bit risk averse to that. It's a risk that you have to decide whether or not it's worth taking.
Jimmy's the other way around. They were running Blazor in production when it was in preview. Wouldn't recommend it.
So my boss once said it's better to ask for forgiveness than ask for permission. And if my boss says that, that is what I'm going to use.
Absolutely.
We got a lot of comments. Great presentation. This was elegant. Thank you. And someone apparently sneezed.
Gut oder Bacht. Absolutely.
That sounds like Klingon.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, to my untrained ears, that is. Didn't mean to offend anyone.
So you've been playing around with Blazor a little bit. What do you think about it?
I love it. It's what I've done with it so far. I really like it. I've just started to, because I've been meaning to write my own website for a while, but it like never really had the. I'm going to say time, but that's a lie to get started. But I started it this week. I think it's stacyclouds.net is the one that I'm going to use for my actual site. And using it with this whole client-side static web app, it's just really easy to get started. And you can make it do a lot of really cool stuff without putting a huge amount of work into it. It's, who knows, once I actually get into the real side of building my own site and making it really complex, I might have different feelings. But right now, for getting started, it's a really low barrier for entry.
That's always welcomed.
Yeah. So what is the difference between static web apps and a static website on a storage account?
I don't know about the serving side of it, what's different. But yeah, the biggest thing is it is just an atomic resource. You don't need to worry about how your data is stored. You don't need to worry about wiring up to your APIs. As long as your API is inside your function app, it's all done for you. You have a lot less control. I don't know if that's going to change once it comes out of preview, but you have a lot less control right now if you run it as a static web app. I'm curious when it goes into general availability what they do to really make this, if it's going to be enterprise ready, or if it's just going to be kind of like what I'm using it for my website and just a smaller function. It's with the amount of control you have over who can access it, how you can access other resources. It's not suitable for that kind of thing right now. You can't put a VNet around it and limit its access to lots of things. It's just, it is there. It is available for the world to see. Enjoy. That also goes with the workflow. So when you deploy to a stage environment, it even says in the documentation, make sure you are not exposing sensitive data here. This is on the net. So your staging environment is also there for the world to see. So it's on that side, yeah, at present in its preview form, it's certainly not enterprise ready. But if I was making a website, if I was making small, simple websites for companies, it's phenomenal. I love it. It's easy. It's low maintenance. It's perfect.
Nice. So apparently Stacy Clouds/fetch data is working.
Yes!
There you go.
Awesome. My custom domain worked. Thank you very much, Yellow Kyber. It's, there you go. It took a bit longer than it should have done, but at least it's there.
We got there.
We got there.
So we don't have a lot of more questions. If you have any questions, please write them in the chat. So while we wait for the next speaker, actually, he was just in here. What was your latest Lego build?
My latest Lego build, I'm kind of halfway through two right now. One is the Nintendo Entertainment System, which is phenomenal. It's about the right size. It has a controller that you can plug in and unplug. It comes with Mario Brothers cartridge, which you can slot in and push down as the original.
Do you need to blow it? Blow on it.
You can blow on it if you wish.
And for the youngins in the audience, that's how you made them work back in the
that's
day.
what we had to do to make games work in the past.
Yeah.
And it's also got a couple of really cool things with it. One side pops off, and there's a Mario Brothers diorama inside the build, which is really cool to look at.
Nice.
And it comes with a TV, which is what we're currently building. And it's got a mechanical handle on the side. You turn it round. And it's an 8-bit Mario game. And Mario even jumps over the obstacles. And the Lego Mario game that you can get with the Mario with the LCD chest, if you put him on top of the TV screen, he even reacts to each of the things that the Mario in the Lego TV does. I love that set. It's awesome.
Lego has become so much more than it was when I was a child.
Yeah.
Super
And
cool.
My other set that I'm building is a Saturn V. I've almost finished with stage 1 of that.
That one is huge, isn't it?
Build.
Yeah.
It's I think stage 1 is about yay big. So it's going to be quite a high little rocket when it's done.
Nice. Thank you so much, Daisy. It's time to...
Thank you for having me. This has been awesome.
Yeah, thanks. Now it's time to bring in Mark. Hi, Mark.
Hi.
Hi, Mark.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. Nice to meet you.
You too. You too.
Really excited to be here at the first Frontend .NET Frontend Day 2021. Visiting everybody, probably in their homes. That's really nice. Everybody letting me in.
Yeah, we have some people just waking up. We have some people actually watching in bed because of the time differences. Yeah, people going back from work. Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Yeah. Time zones can be interesting, especially as developers.
Yeah.
we realized that when we created the schedule for the website.
Yeah.
Struggled with that a bit, but I think we solved it.
Jeff Fritz had a early morning start, but you didn't notice during the session. That was really great. Really liked it.
Yeah, he had plenty of coffee.
And we did check with him on beforehand, just to make sure.
Yeah,
that was a tricky one. Trying to fit in as many sections of the world in one schedule, but I think we made it okay.
Yeah, I think you did that quite well. Yes.
So our friend Gerald is apparently super excited about Mark.
Woohoo! Hey, Gerald.
Nice. It's always nice with fan clubs, isn't it?
Yeah. Gerald is very nice. Very nice. Always
he is.
Up and looking out for you. Yeah. Thanks, Gerald.
So where are you based?
I'm in Switzerland. So yeah,
Switzerland.
beautiful,
Right.
nice Switzerland. Yeah. I mean, I would like to say I'm from the Alps. That's what most people know, like nice mountain hills and the cows with the bells and all that. But I'm more from the flatland region. But we get some we got some great wine growing here. So I mean, we got some plus things I think growing for us down here.
Nice. No snow.
Well, we had so much snow actually, but now it's raining, and I guess it will be all gone by tomorrow evening, sadly. But yeah,
you can have ours. We're done.
Yeah,
we're done.
Okay.
I like the snow. I want to ski and listen to Mark's podcasts. I did that yesterday. So that's great.
Cheers. Thank you. Yeah.
I like snow as well, but in December.
But January
I must
or
say,
winter month.
time is a lot more fun with snow around. I mean, you can do winter sports, and you can snowmans and snowball fights and all that. And otherwise, it's just 50 shades of grey with some brown and some green. So yeah.
Oh, that is true. Yeah. Okay, you win.
So for those who haven't heard your podcast, what is it about?
Oh yeah, so the Null Pointers podcast, I actually do that with my good friend Gerald Versluis and Stephen DeVisa, and it's all around mobile. So we all three love mobile development, and we touch on topics around mobile and some opinions and some thoughts of us. And it's usually we try to time about 30 to 40 minutes. So an ideal jogging run time or commute. commute. I know it's such a 2019 thing to say, but who knows one day maybe. Yeah. So if people are into mobile and they like to hear opinions, I mean, be sure to check it out.
Nice. And apparently it works when you're skiing as well, because Daniel already tried that one.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. We should make a slogan out of that. Works.
Sounds good.
All right, let's hand it off to Mark then.
Well, thank you very much, and welcome again, everybody, to this session on fabulous functional front ends. I know the words functional programming and front ends might not be the things that first come to mind when you hear about it, but hear me out, okay? So when I initially stumbled over functional programming, I was quite excited to do this, and so I dived into this world, and I gave you a good look around, and I saw that there's this thing called F#. And F# is like the functional thing that you can do as a .NET developer. And some of the things that stuck out to me, which I thought are quite nice, are like you don't get any nulls in functional programming. So I thought that's great, because this morning I actually had to fix a null exception in one of my apps. So yeah, I wouldn't have to do that if it would have all been F#, but well, it's the world that we live in, isn't it? Another great thing is immutability. Now, immutability means once you have assigned something, you can no longer change it. Now, that might sound a bit bonkers at first, but what it actually means is you can write code that is easily scalable onto multi-threading and asynchronous programming, all the things that we have to do today. I mean, I just looked at that. I think my iPhone these days has got 8 cores, so I think there's no more way around it to not go async and parallel these days. And functional programming seems to have you covered. Another thing that sounded really nice to me is declarative programming. Now, declarative programming, if you're a C# developer, you might use LINQ. And whenever I use LINQ, I always really like the amount of code that I'm not writing. You know, so if you iterate over a list, there's no for loop and no int e equals 0 and all this stuff, and filters are like already built in, and taking a list of people and just getting first and last names into a string. You can do that with very, very few amounts of code using LINQ, and you would have to write quite a bit of code if you would use a more traditional looping approach, and probably also a bit more error prone. So those are all really nice things, and I already said it before, F# based on .NET, so it had me pretty much over on that point. Now I started looking a bit more into it, and it sounded all a bit mathy to me, so there is that aspect of functional programming, you know, like linear algebra or algebra and all that stuff, and you go like, oh my God, I'm a developer, man. And then someone took me aside and said, hey, Mark, this is actually no problem, because F# is really great when it comes to boring line of business application blobs. So it's just an overall great general purpose .NET language that you can use. And it's actually even got fewer keywords than C#, so it might even be easier. And since it's running on .NET and .NET Core, you can actually use it everywhere. So I thought, that sounds interesting. So I could actually use this on Xamarin Forms, couldn't I? Just like use it there. And that sounded really interesting. And I looked into it, and you can actually do that, because it turns out that F# can do OO, but it is a functional first language. So what does that mean? If you look at it from a C# point, C# is an OO language, an object-oriented language, but you can write functional code or functional-esque code using C#. It's just not the most idiomatic way. Though a lot more features are being added right now to C# to make that easier and easier as we progress. Now, that being said, I could do that with Xamarin Forms just using F#, doing nothing else. But it turns out that the initial creator of F#, Don Stein, was tasked by Miguel de Casa, who used to lead the Xamarin efforts. And he said, hey, why don't you create a functional front end that is based on Xamarin? And that is when Fabulous came to be. So Fabulous is a MVU framework for F# working with or on top of Xamarin Forms. Now, MVU stands for Model View Update, and you might be like, okay, what is Model View Update? And I always like to think of it, it's just the functional MV* pattern for your UI framework. So we got the MVCs, we got the MVVMs, we got the Model View presenters. So there are a bunch of those, and MVU just is that for functional. Now, oftentimes, when we think about this MV* pattern in a .NET front-end way, we think about MVVM. And this is the basic drawing of MVVM. We have the view model, where all the state is for a view. We got data binding going on between the view and the view model. And you can see there's a lot of back and forth. And then we also got our models or our business logic. And we have all these arrows going back and forth. And that can be a source of problems within your app, because it turns out that when you have these bidirectional channels, the user might be able to bring your app into a state where it will just explode. And then you're into stack traces, and that can be a bit of a pain. When we look at model view update, we have a clear circle going on. So we have the state represented in the model, which tells the view how it should render itself based on that. And then when we make a change on the view, like clicking a button, we send a message to the update part, which will update the state of our app, which is the model. And then the game continues round and round and round and round. Okay, so let's look at this in a fabulous way, or fabulous functional front-end way. So the app that you get when you just make a .NET new fabulous thing is actually this counter app. And this counter app, what you can do is you can increment a number, you can decrement it, you can put on a timer, which will do that automatically, the incrementation. You can set the step size. And what you can also do is you can reset the state of the app back to its original state. And notice the button is grayed out once you have reset it. So you can do all these functionalities. If you're a Xamarin Forms developer, you might already know all of these things. Now, let's dive into the code. So this is the code powering this app. And if we look at it, we see we have our platform projects. If you're a Xamarin developer, you know these. So we got it for iOS and Android. Now, if you're a Windows developer, you might be wondering, hey, where's my UWP? You could do it. I just will be demoing a lot of this on a Mac, so I didn't do it. But you cannot have a UWP platform project. So that will be C#. That's also the reason why in the Fabulous project, you actually will find some C# code. That's for powering these kind of scenarios. But that aside, we can put it on these platforms, and we can see up here, we have our .NET Standard project, which is usually used so we can go cross-platform. Now, this looks a bit different because we only have got one file in here, and that one file has the entire app in here. So in here, we have our view, we have our logic, we have our startup code. It's all baked in here, and you can see it. The screenshot tops out at about 62 lines. So let's give it like maybe 70, 80 lines of code just to be on the safe side. And that's the entire app which we're writing here. Now, let's look at the MVU parts which are present in this app. So let's start out with the model. We have it up here. So we need 3 pieces so we can keep the state of our app. We have the count, which tells us how many times we've incremented or decremented, so it keeps that state. We have the step that was with the slider, we could adjust it. And we have the state if the timer is on, so if we're automatically incrementing the number. Now, this model will be passed on into the view function. And in the view function, what we are doing is we are rendering the view. Well, actually, not really. What we are doing is we are telling in this function how we would like the view to be presented based on the state that the app currently has. And we pass in 2 arguments into this method. So we have the model, which I just shown you before, and we have the dispatch method. The dispatch is a method that we pass in, which we then can send messages with. So if we push a button, we would then use the dispatch method to send that message to the update function, which is up here, which will then be invoked with the message and the state. And in here, we will then change the state of our app. Now, the messages, they're up here. And you can see this is some kind, this is a union type. This is a bit of an enum, but it can do a bit more because you can actually assign values to the different states. So this is something really cool that you have in functional programming. And in here, we just can see all the state changes are defined in this message. So if the state is not defined in this message, we cannot change it. So it's a bit, if we would add a new feature, we would have to add some kind of new message to then represent that state change. And this is how MVU works in a nutshell for small app. Now, what I really like about this counter app is it's quite simple, but you can see a lot of stuff that is happening. So you can see how the app is driven from the model and how the state is in there and how you populate the view. Now, you might think, okay, so you draw the view the entire time. Wow, that sounds like super inefficient. Now, what you actually do is you say, this is the template, how the view should be rendered. And then the Fabulous framework will diff that to the real view that is at the front, and it will just apply the changes needed. So it might look a bit that way, but it's not how it is performs in the background. Another thing that you saw is the state changes, they're all defined, and you get them all in this counter app. So you can see how you can make asynchronous calls, how you can make background calls using the timer function, all those things. So I think this app is a really great starting point and also a great point of reference when you get started using Fabulous. And another thing that I really like about this MVU thing is that we have one place to change. So all the state changes happen in that update method. And the update method always gets called sequentially. So there's no, the Fabulous framework prevents that there are multiple calls happening at the same time within that update method. Another great thing, maybe one of my favorites, it actually uses Xamarin Forms. So that means all the goodness that we get with Xamarin Forms, all the view controls, all the supported platforms, you actually also get them for Fabulous. And that's, I think, in my opinion, something really great. Now, I showed you an app, and maybe you're going like now, fascinating, not really fascinating, but I can't sell this to my boss. It has to look a bit more pretty. So let's do this with a bit more style. Okay, so doing it with style, one option that we have, since we're on Xamarin Forms, we could use CSS. Now, truth be told, if I can change a color in CSS, I'm quite proud of myself. So I'll be not showing you a lot of CSS, but you have that option because it's in Xamarin Forms. Another way how we can do this is using Coded UI or XAML. And whenever I sit down and have a discussion with other developers about using Coded UI and XAML, it starts to end up something like this. Okay, now I'm Swiss, so I don't have an opinion on this. And I actually like both approaches here. So when I'm developing in C# and Xamarin Forms, I usually tend to use XAML because I know how it works. If I use Fabulous, I usually tend to use Coded UI. It just feels a bit more natural. So stay with me on this one. And just note, you could, in theory, do it with XAML in Fabulous the same, even if I will be showing you in this demo only the Coded UI approach. So let's head over to here. Now, I'll be showing you here a short demo of an app, and I'll be starting it here. I'm compiling it in Visual Studio. You could do the same demo using Visual Studio and Windows, so there's nothing that will be annoying us here. I'm always getting this one here lately. I don't know how to do it forever. I might have to once read through the whole error message. But anyway, so this is it. This was the beautiful UI I've promised you. Now, I know this will not win any prizes, but this is the starting point. So let's make this now a bit more pretty. Now, one way how I could do this is I could stop the debugger, make a change, build it again, and let it run, and then we would see the change. Now, that is a bit boring and a bit inefficient. So I'll do this a different way. What I will do is here I'm in the .NET Standard root directory, and I can just enter in .NET Fabulous watch and send. I have to start this in the background, but what this does, it will now watch for changes that are happening in the file. So if I go into here, and you know what makes every app a bit more pretty? You put in a background image. So let's do this. I don't know why IntelliSense does this every time. So I'll say image from path, and then I will say I would like to have a background image. And I will now save this, and I still have to put a comma here. You see, IntelliSense actually works. So now what it's doing is it's actually now compiling this, sending it via webhook over to my app. And you can see the image is already there. And doesn't that already look a lot prettier? Now, I hope I could demonstrate with you two things. Number one, we got interactive updates, and number two, that I can actually type. Because to keep it in our 30-minute time frame, I'll be copy and pasting now a bunch of code over. So now the first thing that I would like to do is I would like to make our entries a bit more pretty. Now I'll be using functions for this, so this doesn't get too bloated. So what I will do is I'll put a function in here. And since F# is white space sensitive, we have to indent this properly, or else it will not be happy. Okay, so I got this in here. So I got now my make entry. And what I now can do is I can replace my two entry methods that I have down here. So I'll just quickly select these. I'll replace them. So now what I did is I invoke this function, which now draws an entry. This is the standard Xamarin Forms control. I make it a bit pretty. I looked at whenever I change the text, we actually send a message, but I debounce it. So that means I wait 250 milliseconds before sending it. Otherwise, we'd be sending a ton of messages which might not make a lot of sense. And then I can also say if it's a password, because I don't want to share my password in public. I also can set the text control and some other stuff. So this is all tucked away in this function. And down here, we call it. So we say, hey, this is labeled username. We got the username here. We send here the function that will be invoked whenever the text changes. And then I just simply say here with the Boolean if it's a password field or not. So now I can save this again, which will then again kick off the thing. And what we will see is it made it a bit tighter. So I got now that working for me, but if I now start entering a password text, I now have a password field in here. So that's for the entry. Now, next thing, let's make the login button a bit neater. So again, I'll be copy and pasting this over. Oh dear, don't break the code mark. Oh. So now I forgot to brace here. Okay, so now what we're doing here is we're actually drawing a button. So we got the text, I set some colors, I got the commands which I'm setting. So this will be again something that I'll be invoking. And now what I want to do is I want to replace this login button down here to use that function at the top. And I can just copy and paste this in here. Again, I'll save this so the thing can run in the background. So passing in again the label text, and then we will be calling this here. Something is not, oh, I forgot to brace again. Okay, so as you now can see, now we got this beautiful, nice button. And since I'm using material design, I did that actually already from the beginning. We get like these beautiful animations. I know some people, they say, Mark, you can't really put material design on iOS, but I think you can. I like it actually. So next step, what do we want to do? We want to have this authenticate button, but we might want to change it a bit. So now let's go over. I'll paste again in the code up here. So, and no, this will not work. So, annotations are getting important. You get used to this white space, I promise. At some point, you will no longer notice it. It doesn't like if I have tabs in here. So now, you see, that's a bit the pain of white space sensitive things. Some people, they get very upset when you do white space indentation. I must say, I rarely notice anymore. And you use a lot less lines to do the same thing. Oh, that was the wrong one, wasn't it? Yeah. You know, preparing code is one thing, but you always have to copy the right things over. Otherwise, it will not really work as you intended it to. So this is at the bottom. Oh dear, what am I doing? Okay, so let's give this a second try. Okay, starts to look good again. So now we have here this create account. Now that's blue. I would like to have it a bit different, wouldn't I? So I'll just say, hey, I want to have here the text color equals color.dark cyan, comma, and I'll save it again. And you can see it adjusts it. So yeah, I like that a lot better. Let's leave it like that for now. Okay, now the last thing is we still have here user feedback. So actually, if I press here login, it actually already sends this login to the update function and the login would be evaluated. But we don't really get any user feedback here. So let's change that. So again, I'll be making a little method here so that we can see this a bit better, although it looks a bit neater. So here we go again. Okay, indent this again. Okay, so now got this. Did I get all the braces? Looks good.
Mark, could you increase the font size a little bit?
Oh, sure.
A little bit tiny.
A little bit tiny, sure. Is this better?
A little bit more, maybe.
A little bit more.
There we go. Thank you.
Cheers. Okay, thanks. So yeah, so now we have pasted in the label text function above, and I'll now be copying in this. Oh God, intelligence, get out of my way, please. So I'll now paste in here the error text. So this function will render a label, and we will have a nice red text. So if I now go in here and just enter in a username and press login, it will say, hey, invalid login. So what I now can do is I can enter in my super secret password, which is the correct one, and I can now press login, and we see we exit again the designer world, and this is how I design with colors. Yes, sue me for it, please don't. Okay, so as you could see, this was the demo, how we can make stuff prettier. And I hope what I could show you with this is that when you develop in Fabulous, you actually get this interactive development experience. So not only do you, not only are you able to design the UI, but since we are changing the code, this means I can change the UI and also the functionality. Now in Xamarin Forms, what we can do is we get also this live update of the XAML that we're working, and I really love that. When you sit together with the designer, doing these things interactively, they're really nice. But whenever I add a button and I have to then add like a button command handler, I would then have to restart the app. And with Fabulous, you can just go on. And I really think that's a really nice way of developing these things. And I hope I could show you that you can create good-looking UIs. I'm no designer, so I'm sure there's like still a ton of improvement going on there, or that's left, or a potential, as some like to say in the consulting world. But you can actually create good-looking UIs that are way more better looking than the calculator app I showed you before. And another thing that is really nice when you think about using a functional language is actually creating reusable UI components. Now, in F#, since it's not an OO language, you don't actually get that much inheritance, so it's actually a bit frowned upon. But what you can do is you can compose stuff. So you can actually take functions and put them together and create new functions. So it's like functions, it's functional, I know. But what I'm trying to get at is you can take small blocks. Let's say you build small UI pieces, and then you can stick them together and make bigger UI pieces, and then even go bigger, and then create entire templates and maybe even entire pages. And due to the compositability of F#, you actually get language support for these scenarios that work really nicely. But once I started to create these things, you know, like you start off down the UI path and stuff like that, I then started to have a question. And the question was, well, what about Shell? What about visual material? So you saw I already used that one. But, you know, like, what about all my favorite Xamarin features or Xamarin Forms features? Will I get them? And the thing is, well, yes, actually, you get all those Xamarin Forms features, but you even get more because we're using F#. So what that means is we can use NuGet. And I really like some NuGet in my apps because that means I can add a bunch of well-tested, battle-proven libraries that are out there in the real world doing really helpful tasks for me, and I can include them. So one example that I always like to show when I'm developing with Xamarin apps is the Xamarin Essentials library. You got an app that has to start a phone call. Well, it's right in there. You can put in a dialer and it will start up your phone app. You need to open up a route in the navigation app that you're using on your phone. It's right in there. So you can put in a great amount of functionality using Xamarin Essentials. And the cool thing about Xamarin Essentials is you can use it in .NET Standard. So you get one API for using it across multiple platforms. And the same thing actually goes for different libraries. So if you think about storage, you might want to have a database. So in mobile apps, you usually use a library called SQLite. And that is there, you can use it, and you can then store your data using that as you know and like. Or you want to have a caching API, might that be Monkey Cache or Akavash. You get a lot of these libraries built in, or your favorite JSON library. So it's all in there. Now, I know one sponsor here is Progress. So you might be thinking, well, I got this beautiful Progress chart or this beautiful Progress UI control. Can I use that in Fabulous? And yes, you can. There's the star. I'm no salesman, so I'll just deliver you the truth. So what you have to do that Fabulous will work with frameworks like that is you will have to implement a wrapper so that Fabulous can make that diffing and then apply the changes. And you would have to write a wrapper for that, or you would have to make a a little library around that so you could interact with those UI elements. Now, good thing is the Fabulous project actually uses the same technique to use Xamarin Forms. So you can use Xamarin Forms with your library, and then you will simply be able to reuse that and generate it, and then you can use those third-party controls. But currently, I think you would have to do that, at least for the progress controls. You won't get them out of the box. Now, I hope I could show you that Fabulous is actually quite cool. It might be worth trying out. And for me, it was definitely that part which got me started to look more into F#. Because before, when I checked out F#, there were like some console apps, and it's like, okay, but I really like mobile. And there were some other frameworks that I could use, but again, I know a lot of mobile, and this was something that really triggered my inner interest to dive deeper into F#. So you might be thinking, okay, but how do I get started into F#? And I'm just telling you this because I went down this route, and I really hope I can prevent you from some accidents down the road. So I started out, and there's, like I said it at the beginning, it's a bit mathy sometimes, and then you stumble over these terms like, hey, there's a functor or currying and monads. Of course, everything is a monad, and I think monad is just like an endofunctor, blah, 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 blah. And you just go like, oh, holy forking shirt. I don't know if this is really for me. I'm just a simple programmer. I actually want to get home in the evening, and I know maths, but maybe just, and I just can say it's okay. I went down there. You're not too done. I promise you, F# is actually quite easy. And I would just recommend all those things that you said before. They are like design patterns for using functional languages. And I know when I started out with C#, I did not start out and learn, hey, this is the command pattern and this is how you use it. No, I started out, this is how you assign an int. And now we make a loop. And now we make if else or switch case. I think you know where I'm going. And then maybe later on, they came interfaces and all that. And then later on, I started to look into patterns, how I can build more and more complex apps, but I did not get started there. So again, back to the language, how can you get started with F#? So if you're a C# developer and you got some bucks to spare, I would really recommend this book, Get Programming with F# by Isaac Abraham. Halfway through the book, you will know enough F# to get yourself really into trouble with F#, which I think is always a great spot to be in, because that might then give you enough internal motivation to start looking into some more advanced topics. But for me, it's made for the C# developer wanting to dabble with F#, and it goes step by step, and there's no M word in there or anything like it. So I'm coming to the end of my talk. So I just wanted to give you a few takeaways with on the way. I hope I could convince you that F# is actually not scary. It's just your friendly, functional .NET language in the neighborhood. I would give it a spin. It doesn't bite most of the times. Model view update is a pattern that simplifies state handling in the UI. So I really like it. There are other apps out there that use model view update, and like in the web front-end world, there's Fable, which is another F# framework, and you can, and it's all over the place in the functional concept, and it really helps bring down the amount of events that can occur concurrently and just mess up with your UI state. Another thing I want to give with you is Fabulous is actually everywhere. Since it's built on Xamarin Forms, you can run it on Windows, on Mac OS, on Linux. There's a GTK support, GTK Sharp support there. Yeah, and that pretty much wraps up my talk here. I hope you still have a fabulous day. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Again, my name was Mark Allibone. You can find me on Twitter at Malibone. I work in Switzerland at a company called Ray Technology, mainly in mobile or IoT. I blog about those things on my blog at malibone.com. And we said it in the beginning, I have a podcast with my good friends Gerald and Stephen, where we talk a lot about mobile. We actually haven't done a show on Fabulous. We might do that someday. And I also put you some links here, so you can have the Fabulous project and F# for fun and profit. There are some beginner topics and also some more advanced topics, how you can get into F#. And the link right at the bottom, it was a bit too long, so I had to shorten it. That's actually the official Microsoft Docs site when you want to start dabbling with F#. Yeah, and that's been it from me.
Thank you, Mark. Now we have some time for questions. So write your questions in the chat and we will read them, and Mark will try to answer them. But we have some questions already coming in that we can start with. Is the GitHub link the best way to find information about Fabulous? Recommend a book for F#, but where to start read about Fabulous?
Yeah, so on the repository that I linked there is a link to the documentation. So the documentation is also like in the F#. It's a GitHub site, and there are pointers there how you can get Fabulous installed. You can do it all from the command line. It's built on .NET Core, so .NET install and some Fabulous Xamarin Forms thingy, and then you got it, and then .NET New Fabulous Xamarin Forms, give a name, and you're off to the races.
Okay. Do you think Fabulous are for all apps, or do you recommend MVVM or C# for some kind of apps?
Well, you can do all apps in using F# and MVU. There is nothing that hinders you to do that. I think in general, if you look at it, I mean, a lot more is written in C# than in F#. So I mean, you got that for you. And F#, I mean, the Fabulous framework is in version 0.9. I know they're pushing it to get to version 1.0. So if I'm right now on a client project, as long as it's not 1.0, I'm always a bit, well, should I not? And but yeah, I definitely think you could do production apps, and there are production apps in the app stores using Fabulous for, I think it's a chat messaging app. That's also linked on the website, so there are some references there.
Is there any scenarios that you wouldn't recommend using it?
Well, that's a tough one. I think if you're under time pressure and you know another framework really well, and you really should deliver, I think you might not want to start learning F# and Fabulous at the same time and then delivering it. Otherwise, I think the same things that apply to general desktop apps written in .NET. I mean, sometimes a web-based approach like with Blazor might just be the better fit because you don't want to have an installer going on. So it's basically like a desktop mobile app. So it's a native app that you're programming with Fabulous. And I think the same measurement standards apply to an app that you write in Fabulous as with your other C# .NET front-end based applications.
That makes sense.
So there are no limitation, but the performance, is it as good or is better compared to MVVM or C#?
So I haven't run any benchmarks, to be honest. I can't give you a millisecond number if it's really any faster, but generally speaking, the performance is good. When I write a Fabulous app, I cannot see the difference compared to the C# equivalent. I'm pretty sure you can make Fabulous quite slow if you give it a hard time with the diffing feature. I mean, as always, you can run into trouble, but I think if you understand how you write those UIs, there are also tips in the documentations where the performance pitfalls might be. I think you're on the safe side using this thing.
Okay. You showed us hot reload feature or watch and send or what you called it. Can you use it for all code, not just the UI, when you're doing changes in your business logic, for example?
Yeah, you can use it. I mean, as long as you're in this .NET standard, you can use it there.
Okay. So that's.
Sorry.
Let's continue. I'm sorry. This is a problem when talking online.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's go on.
Okay. Yeah, no. So generally speaking, so as long as you make changes in the .NET standard part, you will be okay. Now, I showed you adding a background image. Now, that was in the platform project. I didn't show you during the demo, but if I would have added that during the demo, I would have had to restart or recompile the app. So it only takes those changes. Another limitation that I've seen is once you've got multiple screens, it will lose the state. So your model will always get freshly initialized on every save. Usually you can get around by that because you initialize the model at the top of the app, and you could then just say initialize model to be there or to have these messages sent before it starts running. So you can get around it to debug, but there are some, let's say, there's some one or two maybe rougher edges around that one that are not yet currently solved. But otherwise, there are no limitations. As when you look, I think maybe your question comes from a Xamarin perspective where you can make XAML changes, but as soon as you start going to the view model and you want to add that command handler there, that just doesn't work without restarting it. And you can do that with Fabulous.
Yeah, that sounds great. It sounds like you can be really productive with that feature. Don't have. But what about hot restart? Is there any difference there? I know it's maybe not a UI framework thing, so I guess you can use it with Fabulous if you're running on Visual Studio on Windows.
I have to try that, to be honest. I didn't try that yet. I will have to get back to that with you, Daniel. I know that you can develop the iOS route, but now that you mention it, I never tried it with hot restart. So I never tried plugging in my iPhone with only my Surface Book and not having the Mac nearby. So I'll give that a spin. I'll let you know, Daniel.
Thank you. It would be interesting to hear. Have you compared with other MVU frameworks? You said you start using F# because you like Fabulous, if I understood you right. We have other C# MVU frameworks like Comets, and have you tried them also?
Actually, I haven't yet had the chance to really seriously look at Comet. I know it's out there. So Comet is a C# language that also is using the MVU pattern for doing it. I've once tried Elm. So Elm is like the originator of this MVU pattern, and it's its own language, and it cross-compiles into JavaScript. And they're huge. I mean, some people are huge fans of Elm that are using it. And I have once done a tiny app in Elm. But I know that there is Fable out there for F#, which also uses MVU. I think it's actually based on React.js. And there are other approaches out there that use this Elmish or MVU approach, as it's called.
Okay. We have David here says that Fable is now on his list to learn after your session.
Cool.
That's nice.
Have fun.
Also, points for the cats in your talk. That's always appreciated.
Yeah, well, I once went off on a run, and I have cats in every presentation. And then I once did a presentation without a cat, and then someone came up to me and said, "Look, nice presentation, everything, but where was the cat? I was here for the cat." So it's a must.
How could you?
I'm just waiting for my cats to join the stream. They used to do that during conferences. But not yet.
I had online class the other day, and one of our cat guests, temporary cat guests, they joined the class as well.
Oh, we can have a cat.
Oh, we can
join?
have a cat. We can have the
no,
vibing
it's
cat.
only on the other one.
No.
Only on starting soon.
Yeah, bad prep.
Yeah.
We need to have a cat.
2022, and there will be cats.
Yeah, definitely. So we need a cat mascot.
I've heard that we are actually hosting cats later this week.
Yeah. They arrive tomorrow.
Ooh.
But I have your stickers here, coding up your stickers with your cat.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
So, are you from Switzerland, or are you from?
Yes. No, I got two passports, one Swiss and one that used to be an EU citizen passport, and now I'm. It has got its upsides to speak two languages fluently.
Yeah.
Don't mention the EU issue.
It's too soon. I know it's too soon.
Back to cats.
Back to cats.
Yeah. What can you do? It is what it is.
Yeah.
Also, cats are great, so it's a good backup.
So, what is your favorite feature when it comes to F#? Why did you love it that much? So you switched to F#?
Well, I think it was like the promises, like that you can make certain complex scenarios more easy. And there is this thing, I think I mentioned in the talk, that we tend to get more and more calls in our machines, and a lot starts to be more parallel or asynchronous. and using these functional ways of developing applications. I mean, you can also do it in C#. There's nothing really hindering you. It might just be a bit harder to do certain things. Those really got me into there, and yeah, I've been applying quite a few of these concepts now into my apps, and in certain scenarios, I'm now one of those people. I've done enough F# that I'm like, if only I could use F# here. This would be so much easier. So yeah, that's when you know, like, oh dear, I'm now over the point.
That's nice.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it's really move on. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I think he's talking about the EU passport.
Yeah, I think so,
Yeah, not the F#. Hopefully, he's not talking about F#.
Hopefully, yes. Otherwise, there might be a deeper discussion there about F#.
Yeah, let's take that on Twitter, shall we?
Yeah, sounds like a plan.
All right, it's time to bring in Sam.
Yeah,
Thank you so much, Mark.
Thank you,
Okay,
Mark.
yeah. Thanks for having me. Bye, Jessica, Jimmy, and Daniel, and everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
And hello to Sam.
Hi, Sam.
Oh my god, I'm live on the internet.
I know, right?
I've been off the internet for half an hour now. Hey, how are you?
We're doing
How's everyone?
good.
We're good. What is up with your audio? It
up with my
sounds like
audio?
you're in a fan or something.
Yes,
Do you have a
fan
MacBook?
club.
Yeah.
Well, there are fans running. You have to keep the computers cooled down, okay?
It sounds
Yeah,
like my
you don't
old
have any
MacBook.
snow, I assume.
Let me try a little bit of more of the filtering. Is this any better?
Oh,
Oh,
there we go.
thank you.
There you go.
That's so much better.
It sounded like my old MacBook.
I
Yeah,
am.
that was.
And, we have to keep our computers nice and cool. They do a lot for us these days.
Yeah, they do.
Since we live on the internet and everything is virtual. But I wanted to take a moment to thank the three of you for putting this on. I know it's a lot of work, but thank you. We are glad to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining
Yeah,
us.
we're so happy you're joining us.
And I cannot tell
And
No, I was just going to say, like, I wish I was with you in Europe, but hey, yeah, it's the world we are living in. Hopefully sometime soon this year. We'll see.
Oh,
yeah.
You definitely don't want to be with us right now because it's snowy, it's cold, it's...
Yeah.
Hey, I'm in...
Actually, I think it's the other way around.
Yeah.
We remember sun. I mean, it's humid, but it's still sun, and we remember sun vaguely.
I live in Northwest Pennsylvania in the U.S., and we are used to our share of snow and gloomy weather for 3 months.
Yeah. But what are you supposed to do? Oh, and also to all the viewers, don't forget to tweet. We still have a bunch of prizes to give out. We have books from Pact, and we have $100 gift cards from Progress Telerik. So just tweet us, and you might win.
So do you have a screen to share as well?
No, it's just my face for the next 45 minutes.
Oh,
You're,
that's fine.
you're dancing as well?
I wish.
No
Let me
dancing?
You can play the piano and
You got rid of
have it in
stuff.
the background.
Yeah, if you're completely bored, I can go and play the piano. You know. I am as like artistically challenged as one can get. I'm just lazy. Like I'm a streamer and I have a green screen, which I'm too lazy to bring it down, so it stays up all day. Yeah. All right, so let me know when you want me to start or
We got
what
a couple of minutes still
Yeah,
left.
yeah.
So you just streamed? Is that so?
Well, yeah, I mean, we stream quite a few times a week. I actually just had a thing with, actually, hang on, let me stop this thing about, there's a little banner that comes up. You're showing your desktop. Like, I know, I shared it. But no, I was doing a stream just probably half an hour, 1 hour back with somebody from Microsoft.
How often do you stream?
Depends, 3 to 4 times a week sometimes. So quite a bit. What do you do? It's the world of pandemic that we're living in, and at least we are able to get together online, if not in person.
Yeah, definitely. And you share some code and stuff like that as well over there?
Yeah. That's what we do.
Perfect. And we know where you can go find more.
Yeah. And
right.
I know you two are in Belgium. What about you, Daniel? Like, where are you at?
Are we in Belgium?
No, I'm
We're
in
not in
Sweden. Jeez, sorry. No.
Yeah, we are.
I'm
I
in
wish we
Belgium.
had their chocolate.
What is
No,
this chocolate you're talking
Yeah.
about?
I'm in Sweden. And Daniel, you're in
We
Sweden
know.
too?
Yes, 2 hour north of
right.
Stockholm.
Yeah, nice.
No, it's not.
It's
People
even
keep
colder.
saying it's nice. I want to be there. No, you don't.
I will
During
take
the
it.
summer.
I will take a
Absolutely.
change. I'll take so yesterday.
Yeah.
I think yesterday or the day before, like somebody tweeted something and it went viral. It had like 700,000 likes or tweets, and it's just this thing called the pandemic wall. Okay, we are all hitting that thing. It's just the isolation and
Yeah.
just the non-stop work and juggling childcare and 1,000 other things, all being at home. It's hard. It's so like be kind to yourself during these times and your families.
Yeah. I don't know how many sourdough loaves we have made.
Yeah. We when the
Alright.
pandemic started, like we started out with a lot of like zest for cooking and just like cooking up new cuisines, but we were running out of steam here.
Yeah. Yeah. Macaroni and cheese every day now. Are you ready to take it away?
I don't know. Am I? I'll try. And if you folks are bored with what I'm about to talk about, we can talk about something else. It's the internet, right? So don't believe anything that I say.
More Blazor.
More Blazor.
I'm excited.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Looking
All
forward
right,
to
take
this.
it away.
All right. So we have about 30 minutes or so until Danielle, Jessica, and Jimmy kick me out. So this is my hour to shine, and I have 30 slides to go through. No, I'm kidding. This is Twitch. I won't do that to you. Let's chat. Let's look at some code. Let's look at some maybe fun stuff. Do some demos, which might fail left or right, and you can all laugh at me. But hey, let's start. Okay, so I don't have any intros. Anything else you are looking at? Just my browser. I will pull up maybe one quick thing, which I don't think our names are showing, but let's see if I can. Maybe I cannot. Right there. Oops, too big. Hang on. I'm trying to show you my, or maybe somebody can just post like that. That's me on Twitter. That's me. Okay, that's Sam Basu. I am a developer advocate at Progress Software. I deal a lot with .NET. I work with some of the things that you may know or use, Telerik, Kenda UI, Fiddler. Those are the things we make to make developers more productive. Okay. So welcome to .NET Frontend. And again, thank you for the organizers for putting this together. Thank you for having me on. It's so nice to be here with all of you. So we don't have a lot of time, and let's kind of dive into what the promise might be. I think my session is about Blazor on mobile and desktop, but we'll cross some platform boundaries. We'll see where we end up. So I'm old. If you cannot tell yet, I've been doing software and trying to stay on the bleeding edge for quite some years now. So this is a fun time to be a .NET developer. It's a fun time to be a JavaScript developer because we are seeing a lot of overlap. So let's start with Blazor, and we'll also talk about Xamarin a little bit, because I know like some of you may do both. I know like Daniel for sure does both. If you look at the .NET stack today, like going forward, right, with .NET, I think these are the two, like the bleeding edge technologies on which, like these are the two pillars, like Blazor and Xamarin Forms, right? And thankfully, we have a lot of flexibility, we have a lot of choice, but I think like it's a clear choice for developers. Like, do you want to do web stuff? Then you go do Blazor, or you do anything other ASP.NET, or are you okay with C# and XAML or MVU patterns, and then you do Xamarin Forms, right? And what you can see, I think, moving forward, like we are at .NET 5, which came out last November, and Xamarin Forms just had a 5.0 release, Blazor has had a release. So these things are getting a lot of attention and innovation. And I think what you're going to see moving forward through the rest of the year is .NET 6 is going to be out in November of 2021. And you're going to see a lot of like bleed over, right? So as a Xamarin Forms developer, if you're doing C# and XAML, your apps will go to the desktop in a way, maybe a little ambitious, to the web, not through like a Silverlight type plugin, but through WebAssembly. And then on the Blazor side, like you're going to see again, like that match over often. You are going to be able to write, if you wanted to, mobile apps or desktop apps with Blazor, right? So fun times, right? So let's dive in and take a look at what this might entail. Like I said, I will dive into some code, I'll dive into some demos, hopefully just kind of touch the tip of the iceberg, show you what might be possible. And keep in mind, some of this thing is experimental, so maybe don't go write production apps yet with it, but we are getting there. Okay, so hopefully, I think there was maybe a couple of sessions on Blazor today already, but hopefully you know what Blazor is. The promise is to write C# front and back. It's a new web application stack on ASP.NET, and it's beautiful. It's very, very exciting. If you look at the possibilities of where Blazor is and where we started and where things are today, you can have Blazor two ways. One is you can run Blazor server-side, which is kind of like what ASP.NET does anyways, but you are maintaining a shadow DOM on the client side, and you have a SignalR bridge over real time, so you're updating things on the client side, and you're going back and forth. But the Razor syntax and the Blazor component model, that's how you're building your app, and your app is running server side. That's one way, and that's where we started. But then WebAssembly is the new standard. It's a low-level standard that all of the new evergreen browsers are agreeing upon, and that gives us a way to run your Blazor applications completely client-side, which is in WebAssembly. It just gets compiled down, and you are shipping like .NET assemblies to your browser and running it completely client-side, which is great. So again, Blazor, you know where to start. Do a search, start with the docs. If you have not done Blazor, it is very exciting. Okay, so take a look here, and you don't have to throw away JavaScript. Nobody is bashing JavaScript here. If you're doing Angular, React, or Vue, you're more than welcome to keep on doing it. This is for the folks who are writing JavaScript, but maybe not enjoying it. So this gives you a way to write C# on the client side, and there's a little interop bridge, so you can cross over and you can do JavaScript and Blazor if you wanted to. And then Xamarin Forms is going strong as well. Xamarin Forms started out as like an abstraction platform. You can go to iOS or Android for sure, but then we have also built renderers for other things. Like you can go to Tizen, which is an operating system that Samsung makes. You can go to WPF. You can go to things like WebAssembly if you wanted to. So again, that ecosystem is growing, and .NET MAUI is coming, which is going to make things a lot more formal. So you can go to Mac, you can go to WPF or like Windows Desktop on top of WinUI. So a lot of things happening. So what can you do with Blazor, right? Of course, you can write web applications. That's what everybody does. And that's not what we are here to talk about, because that's something hopefully you're already doing. But what about the other platforms, right? If you look into your phones right now, you will see, I think most of your apps are native, right? So while the web is there is no replacing native apps, obviously. So can Blazor help us write native apps or even like hybrid apps with the web stack and put it in the stores so we can get access to? Let me check if I'm seeing all the comments from all of you. I think I am. But if anything needs to be highlighted, I'm sure the folks in the backstage can highlight comments for us. With Blazor, the thing that we're not going to talk about a whole lot is this thing called a progressive web application. Okay, if you have not heard this term, it is literally what it means. Your web application gets progressively better, and it's a much better citizen on a mobile form factor. It is still a web application. You are distributing content through the web. There's nothing different, but it starts behaving like a good citizen, and you can have push notifications. People can pin your home screen to like an icon on their phones. You can have service workers running in the background. So again, you are writing purely a web application, and you're distributing it as a PWA. So again, none of this tech is different. It is just here to help you reach that mobile form factor. I'm seeing a comment here. Will MAUI replace Blazor or vice versa? No. It's all going to be together. It's all one happy family. Yeah, thank you for highlighting the comment. And like I said, MAUI is the evolution of Xamarin Forms. So that will open up the funnel, so you can write C# XAML You can write Blazor mobile bindings, which I'll talk about, or you can do MVU. So again, that's kind of more catering towards the .NET audience, but Blazor is for the web audience, the .NET web audience, and you can mix and match, and nothing is being replaced. Like Blazor and Maui will be the two pillars on which modern .NET stands going forward. So if you are in the business of making a PWA, so it is, any website can be a PWA. It's questionable whether it should. But like if I start with my blog, for example, if I just copy that, there's a beautiful thing called the PWA Builder. If I go ahead and paste my blog, it'll tell you all the things that I'm not doing, right? So a PWA has a manifest file that declares to the OS, to the browser, like here are the things that my app can do. You can pin your app to the home screen. You can have an icon. Do you have a service worker? Do you have push notifications? Like mine doesn't do anything, so it's complaining that I don't do anything. And then you can start from here. You can start with a service worker. You can start with the manifest file and go on, do that. There are lots of frameworks like Bootstrap that help make mobile websites like touch-friendly and nicer. So again, you are building a true web application with Blazor at this point. And if you wanted to kind of see this in action, like I mentioned, I work for Progress Software, so forgive my bias here, but this is Telerik.com, and we make a lot of components for Blazor, but I'm just trying to show you a demo here. If I get down here and pull up Blazor, one of the things we have built is, if you look at the demos, again, nothing to install, just for you to kind of play around. This first thing here, this is a finance application, and it has like some of the charts and graphs that we do well. But this is a Blazor PWA, right? So right down here, you see that install thing. You can run this on desktop. You can run this on mobile. And I mean, it's perfectly like responsive if I go do that. That, by the way, is not my car. It is Iron Man's car. It's Audi e-tron, which is coming later this year. So this is fully responsive, and it's beautiful, and it's pure web. This is a PWA, right? So there's nothing stopping you from doing this. You can do this all day. But let's talk about some of the other things. One is the mobile Blazor bindings. This is literally a step on top of Xamarin Forms. You're sitting on the Xamarin Forms stack, and you're rendering native apps, but you're not writing C# and XAML. You're writing Blazor syntax, right? So this is still experimental, and like I said, this is pure Xamarin Forms, and it's nice. And then we'll talk about the desktop as well. So let's take a look at some code. I'm 17 minutes in. Let's see. Pull up Visual Studio here. I'm on a Mac, but you don't need to be. It's the same Mac or Windows or Mac on this one. So let's see, what can I show you? Let's start here. So let's make this bigger. It's loading. All right, so, and it's quickly restoring. There we go. So when you start with this Blazor mobile bindings, you get a CLI and you start out your application. It gives you a project structure that is very much, if I can bump up the fonts here, that's very much like Xamarin Forms. You have platform-specific solutions like iOS or Android, and then you have a .NET Standard library. The only thing that's different here is we are not going to use actual C# and XAML. Here's my imports razor, which brings in all the namespaces that I want. This app here is actually going to pull down some code. It's like a Hello World app. If I can pull up this URL here, I'm going to just a sample JSON feed. It's called JSON placeholder. And if I go down here, they have like RESTful endpoints. Like this one's bringing back a list of posts, which are in Latin. So if I wanted to bring this down into a mobile app, here's what I will do. In my app.cs, again, some of this is just boilerplate. You notice that this is not a Xamarin Forms startup. This is kind of more like a ASP.NET hosting startup. And then I have a couple of little objects here. This is the object that represents the posts that are going to come back from the service. This is a constants file that points to that URL. And then I have a little manager class, which let me bump up the fonts here as well, which knows how to do an HTTP client call. It's using async and await, and it's pulling it down, and it's binding it. It's putting it into an object that I can bind to. And then I have a Razor component. So everything is Razor here. It is literally Xamarin Forms, but we're not writing Xamarin Forms. Here it's a label, and this is like classic Blazor code. I'm passing a parameter into it. And then if I look at Hello World Razor, this kind of looks a little bit like Xamarin Forms, but it's not, because it's using some of the visual tree, like the stack layout, the content view. But inside of it, this is kind of a for each. This is a Blazor component, right? So if I go ahead and run this real quick on my simulator, because I'm on a Mac, it knows how to go to Xcode, do the build, and come back. So that's my iPhone simulator coming up real quick. And come on, quick. And there you go. Okay, so here's the list, right? So like we saw from the web stack, it's just pulling that JSON down. What's interesting is that if I do that little flip here, you'll notice that the text flips. That is the result of being able to refer to like a button natively. That's a native iOS button, and we're able to rotate that whole thing. So even when you're doing Blazor mobile bindings, you can absolutely go down to native land and do other things. And I have other examples here, which I'm going to run out of time. But if you're using things like Xamarin Essentials, you have full access to all of the native APIs that come with all of your devices. So you can do accelerometer, GPS, geolocation. You can do all of that. Okay. So that's a quick look at mobile bindings. Let me show you maybe just a different sample of this. Just to kind of show you that you can wrap things fairly easily. If you already have a Xamarin Forms project, and if you want to bring it over and maybe invite somebody into your code base that's doing Blazor, you can do that. What I'm doing here is I'm bringing in, just as a sample, a Telerik UI, which is a pure Xamarin Forms control, but I'm not using the Blazor bindings here. What I have here is a calendar and a numeric input, and the input of the numeric input, I'm controlling it with the stepper, so that's classic Blazor. So what I had to do to enable this is just a couple of steps. You have to inherit or support a couple of views. You have to register that assembly and make sure you are building a wrapper over that Xamarin Forms or Skia Sharp or whatever it is that your Xamarin Forms control is, and expose that out to Blazor with the properties, with the event handlers. So it's fairly simple to do that, and they have documentation on how to do that. And if I can run this real quick, you'll see, and there you go. So this one is a super simple thing. It gives me a couple of warnings. Sure. And then this is a calendar, okay? And it's rendered again through the Blazor mobile bindings, fully interactive, so I can do whatever I want. And this is the stepper. And if I do plus, you can see that it bumps up by 20. So I'm setting the properties on this with a Blazor UI. So this is purely Blazor and Razor syntax that I'm using. Sorry about the sunlight coming in from my side. I can't block the sunlight. Right. So that's pretty fun. Let's look at maybe some more stuff here. Let's see, what can we look at? Let's talk about the desktop here real quick, okay? I'm going to show you one quick little project here. So mobile, it's pretty easy. You can do a wrapper, and you're rendering Xamarin Forms UI, which is essentially a native UI for iOS, Android, or whatever platform that you're going to. You're just writing Blazor or Razor syntax to be able to get that. Okay, but what if you wanted to target the desktop? Okay, this one here is a project called Blazor in a Shell, which again, just by the name, you know where I'm going with this. And this is nothing new. You've been able to do this for months now. So this is using Electron. Okay, Electron is a very popular open source project, started back in 2013, and it's maintained. It's well maintained. I'm not trying to again do a comparison of any frameworks. I'm just trying to give you the facts here. And Electron is what powers a lot of apps that you use every day, like VS Code, like Slack. Those are all web applications that run fine on your desktop. And it is through the power of Electron, which essentially wraps up everything, runs it inside of a huge shell. So what is different here is a couple of lines of code here, and we have brought in Electron .NET API, so it knows how to bootstrap our application. And then we have this little piece of code where I'm nearing up a browser window. Like this is a Blazor application. This is a Blazor server side. So all I did was file, new project, Blazor server app, and I have not changed any line of code, right? You can see like I don't even have the files open. It's just new up a new browser window and then set the title on the window, and that's it. And if hybrid support is enabled, Electron Bootstrap, okay? So I can run this as a web application, right? Or I can run this as a desktop application. So bear with me here. I'm going to pull up my terminal and make sure it's big enough so you can read. All right, so it became too big and now it's off my screen. Come back. There you go. So I'm going to go into my projects directory, which is where I think this thing lives. Yep. So I'm going to go into Blazor in Shell. All right. And I think I have a sub project. Okay, I need to go one more step in. Blazor in Shell. Okay, there we go. Now I'm in, and I can do .NET Electronize. Okay, this may be new. It's a CLI tool from Electron that you can install, and I have to just say start. All right. So at this point, it's pulling in npm if you don't already have it installed. So what Electron is trying to do is host that web application for you, and it's done, right? So now you have a fully native Mac desktop application, well, native in codes. And this looks familiar because it's just Blazor. I have not changed anything about the code, about how this app runs. I've just changed how it bootstraps. So this is the same counter, and this is not WebAssembly. This is running Blazor server-side. And I mean, the SignalR bridge here is non-relevant because it's running on the same machine that it's on, right? So here's a desktop application powered fully by Electron and Blazor. So it is absolutely welcome. However, should you do this? And it's yes and no, it depends on your needs. If you watch what Steve Sanderson and the ASP.NET team has been, this is an older post, like back from 2019. What Electron does is it ships to give you that stability of what you're running, because browsers are different, right? So you are not assured of the features or whatever. So it ships with Chromium and it ships with Node.js. So you have a standard thing to run on. Do you need to do that? Because this is what maybe makes it a little bit of heavier application. It's a little more resource intensive. So they have been working on lightweight kind of a web view, a shell that can host Blazor applications. And I mean, the memory footprint and these things are much, much lower if you use like a Blazor in a web view, because you're not shipping Chromium, you're not shipping Node.js runtimes, right? So let's take a look at that. And I'm going to switch here real quick and kind of show you a different flavor of this. Let's see, let's look at this one here. So this one is actually going to be what's called the hybrid project. Here, I have two runtimes. I have a .NET Standard library, and let me see, I have 4 minutes. Geez, I'm running out of time. I have an iOS thing. I can run it on Android as well, and I have macOS. Okay, so if I run this on iOS first, let's take a look at that and start. I think my simulator is still here. Oh, why is my activity monitor running? That's going to eat some resources. Here's my app. Okay, so Blazor, right? Similar idea, but this is not Blazor mobile bindings. This is literally a hybrid app here. So this increment count, it goes up and down, right? And then this is the classic Blazor thing. If I go down to counter, you'll see that the counter component is being shared. So I can do that from either place and it updates, right? And what I can do here really quick is switch up this startup project. And now I can go build and run. And by the name of the project, you know where this is going. And it opened up on a different monitor. So let me pull it down. Trust me, I did not do any voodoo. It just opened up on a different monitor. Okay, so this is Blazor on desktop, but not using Electron. Okay, so this is the hybrid apps. It's just wrapping it up in a nicer or a lightweight shell. Same idea, you can increment, and it's just the counter, and this is just the fetch data, which is local. So here's Blazor app running on a desktop. So how is this working? It's not magic. It's pretty simple, actually. This is main Razor. This is what is powering this just main view. And if you look at it, this is pretty much what Xamarin or the Blazor mobile bindings does, right? So this whole thing is Xamarin, stack layout. That's just essentially rendering Xamarin stuff. But within that, this Blazor web view, this is the new little shell that is lightweight, and it can essentially just host a web application, which is what this one is, right? So when I look at the Blazor side of this, this is just the Blazor. This is just web code. Everything that you see here in this, like pages, the counter, the fetch data, this is all web stuff. There is nothing going on. We're just like bootstrapping it and hosting it inside of that shell. And for like the counter Razor, you can see like these are all Blazor components. There is nothing different about any of this, just a pure Blazor application that's running. The only difference here is if you look at the iOS version, the app delegate, which is what controls how your app is bootstrapped, this is what it's doing. It's literally loading up Xamarin Forms, right? Because that's what gives us the shell, so we can show the web view. And again, you don't have to do Xamarin Forms. This is just showing you the hybrid model. So what I'm showing you here is essentially this experimental mobile bindings. This is native, right? But you can come on down, and if you look in advanced, you actually have a way of building hybrid apps, if I can find that right here. So they have a few sample apps here. This one's a to-do list app, which is native. But then if you get down to your hybrid app, that's what I'm showing you. And this has like iOS, Android, Mac OS, and WPF support. So it is using Xamarin Forms to kind of bootstrap your application and load it up. And you don't have to do this. You can absolutely go load up the newest web view that you find in your runtime, be it on Mac or be it on Xamarin Forms, and just load up your Blazor application. This is just giving you access to the native stack if you needed to. So that's for iOS. And if I look at the app delegate here for my Mac project, it's exactly the same. And if you're funny, is when you write like a Mac application with Xamarin Forms as a renderer, you do this exact classic trick where you new up a new NS window, which is a UI component for Mac, and you give it some dimensions and you set the title. And all that you're doing inside of it, if I can find it somewhere right here, is Xamarin Forms init. And beyond that, this main Razor view comes in and says, okay, these are my native stacks. I will render the native label buttons. But this little web view here, this is where I can load up my Blazor project and work with that. So what I'm trying to say, I'm out of time here. What I'm trying to say is the world is your oyster. If you are betting on either Blazor or Xamarin Forms or .NET MAUI, you're in a good place, because these two things will see a lot of interportability, and you should be able to write mobile and desktop applications with Blazor and vice versa. So you should be able to target the Mac OS or Windows desktops with Xamarin Forms or .NET MAUI, moving that more, giving you more confidence and evolving that stack overall. Okay. So I talked way too fast. If there were any comments, sorry, I missed it. But feel free to ask me questions. Anything I can answer.
You do have 5 more minutes if you want to.
No, I'm good. I mean, I can just keep on going down this pipeline of showing you more. But yeah, I mean, everyone's watching is hopefully already in this stack, so you know where to go look around. So again, start with the Blazor docs if you're into Blazor, or if you want to do Xamarin Forms. This is a question I actually had Maddie Leisure from the Xamarin team on my stream earlier this morning. I know David Ortno is going to be on later today. This is a question that's been asked a lot. Like, what's happening with .NET MAUI? Everything is happening. It's just we are living through a pandemic, so we got to pace ourselves, and things are happening at as you might expect for .NET 6 and later on this year.
We do have a lot of questions. Let's bring in a couple of them. I wonder if Apple will plan to handle this with a PWA, since they like to maintain tight control over their ecosystem. What do you think about that?
That's fun. So thank you for asking the wonderful quotes. That's a nice thing. Okay, so this, you're right. Apple doesn't like this because it's going directly against their monetization model, and they want apps in the store. So if you look at Safari, like this is a web application that it's running on, right? If you look at Safari today, it can be said like Safari is the new IE. So they are dragging their feet a little bit as compared to like Chrome or Firefox and supporting PWA features, but they're not like they're grudgingly on board. I don't think they're going to be fully on board. Like they like their native stuff, but they also realize that developers want to have that flexibility. So if you're building a PWA, you always want to check, like, does my browser shell or does my browser support these features that I'm trying to use? And if not, then fall back to using something that's something that's supported. Yeah.
It's kind of fun that Apple is the App Store phone right now, because when Steve Jobs invented the iPhone, it was no apps. So it was only PWAs or whatever it was called back then.
Yeah, and it changed quickly. I remember those times. Yeah.
Does Telerik have any reporting components for Blazor?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I stopped sharing my screen, but yes, absolutely. And what is important here, Gustavo Martin is asking, reporting is not often considered a sexy part of your application, right? But it is so needed for enterprises. It is so needed for whatever solutions that you're trying to build. So this is something we take seriously. And of course, there are reporting solutions around. So please look around and choose something that works for you. For us, the reporting is big, it's a difficult task to do because it takes a lot of investment, and we've been doing this for like 15 years. So we have a reporting engine that can pull data from whatever sources you want, and the report viewers, which is where you're delivering the report. That can be WPF, that can be WinForms, and that can be all things ASP.NET, Angular, React, any of the SPA things, and we do have Blazor report viewers. And when you're writing reports for Blazor, it doesn't feel like you're writing an old school report. It's absolutely the Razor syntax, and it's beautiful. So take a look at Telerik.com, just drill down into Blazor, go down into reporting. There are demos where you can actually not just view the reports in your Blazor app, you can also have a report designer. So if you are handing off things to your users who are non-technical, but you still want them to be able to, sorry about the sunlight, it's way too bright. You want them to be able to kind of design their own reports, so you can do that too. You can actually enable a report designer, which lets them like drag and drop parts of the report and pull from a data source that you control. And yeah, it's good. So it's both for report viewing and designing.
You touched a little bit on this. What about WinUI versus MAUI versus Blazor UI?
It's getting complicated, isn't it? Too many acronyms, too many things that are changing. Okay, so WinUI is the most modern moving forward. That's going to be the Windows UI stack, because if you look at what Universal Windows Platform started out doing, is they were coupled too closely to Windows. It was great. And what we needed was just one step up, so that we're not so closely tied to the Windows updates. So WinUI is the new stack that's supposed to sit on top of both Win32 and UWP. So you should be able to write every like desktop application on Windows with WinUI. So WinUI is here to stay. That's the thing moving forward. In fact, like it's not quite out of preview yet. Like we at Telerik, like we are waiting and ready with the WinUI suite. It's just Microsoft has not blessed it yet, so we can't go live until they say it's good to go. So WinUI is very exciting, and .NET MAUI. If you look at how Xamarin Forms reaches the desktop today, it's a little bit of a convoluted scenario. These were pull requests that were accepted into the Xamarin Forms code base. So they are absolutely part of the Xamarin Forms, but your renderers for WPF and Mac, those are community-driven projects that have been now accepted. And they have never really taken that preview label off those things, because it's not a Microsoft thing. So they're trying to give you more confidence. So going forward, .NET MAUI, which is essentially Xamarin Forms Evolved, will likely sit on top of WinUI. It will use WinUI to reach the Windows desktop. So MAUI is here to stay. MAUI will most likely run on top of WinUI. And Blazor, again, like we talked about, it's your thing. If you want to do .NET, if you want to do web, choose your poison. Yeah. MBB. Wait, what is MBB? It's important.
Mobile Blazor binding.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see. Oh, Elon Lipton. Yes, he's the PM. He's not ported to .NET 5 yet. Who owns the repo says they're focusing on getting around. Yeah, so I think there are folks working on it. They have engineering teams, and what's happening here is a lot of collaboration, because everything is .NET, right? So the Xamarin Forms team is working with the .NET team and the Visual Studio teams to enable these tool sets and these developer scenarios. So Elon is the guy, is the PM for mobile Blazor bindings, and he's got a team, but I think they just have to do things right with the .NET teams and with the Blazor team. So it's not like a one-off silo. So I think a lot of things are just coming together as we speak. So just be patient a little bit. We should be hearing more during maybe the May timeframe, where Microsoft Build conference happens. So a lot of things are in flux, but the overarching goal should be Blazor or Xamarin Forms or MAUI. Pick either one based on your comfort levels, and you should be good to target a wide variety of platforms.
Awesome. So isn't this kind of cannibalizing Xamarin by having Blazor mobile bindings as well?
Yeah. Okay. So folks who are old, like me, or maybe like I know Daniel does a lot of Xamarin Forms as well. Like, we are not the audience, okay? And that's okay, because it doesn't need to be for everything. Doesn't need to be for everybody. If you are happy writing C# and XAML, keep on doing that for Xamarin Forms. Blazor mobile bindings is here for the folks who don't want to write XAML. And sometimes we forget this, because XAML, if you have done it for years, like, it comes naturally to you, but there's a bit of a learning curve. Like, you don't do XAML like one fine morning you wake up and start doing XAML. You need to learn. There are behaviors, there are binding patterns, there's a lot of things going on design pattern wise. So this is for the Blazor folks who are writing web apps. Why should they be just writing web apps? Why can't they come and write native apps as well? with Xamarin Forms, where they don't see any of the complexity of Xamarin Forms. They just render things from a Razor syntax. So, it's not cannibalizing, but it's just like more welcoming of folks who don't want to write C# and XAML or in Vue.
And it's
And
still
is it-
Xamarin, even if it's another way to write the UI.
Yeah, exactly. And this is an interesting thing. Like, does it compete with React Native or NativeScript? That's a great question, Alex. So thank you for that. So here you're now getting into JavaScript versus .NET conversations. Okay. Yes, it does, because what React Native or NativeScript does is, again, take your web skills, JavaScript or TypeScript with Angular, with React, or with Vue. And there's this concept of JavaScript native apps where you are writing purely native UI, native performance with React Native. Flutter is kind of in the middle. It's not quite native, but it's a lot of like C# painting. But NativeScript and React Native have beautiful performance on mobile devices. And so if JavaScript is your thing, go do those things. You don't need to do Blazor mobile bindings. Blazor mobile bindings is for the .NET Blazor developers, right? So again, pick your poison, .NET or JavaScript. If you are happy writing JavaScript, go do that with your SPA frameworks, and you will be able to write native mobile apps just fine with React Native or NativeScript. If you want to do .NET, then choose between Blazor or .NET MAUI. Is your hybrid example .NET Core 3 or .NET 5? Let me check. I pulled it down, but let me do a quick check here. I think it is actually .NET Core 3 is what you have, and maybe this is something they are in the process of upgrading. No, you're right. This is still running on .NET Core 3.1, and I think what's happening is Chris Scoble here. What's happening here is with .NET 5, like the thing they wanted to do is exactly what you're referring to. Like there is a bit of fragmentation, right? There are multiple .NETs. There's the .NET framework, which is not dying. It's just fine on its own. There is .NET Core for the last like 4 to 5 years. There is Mono runtime, which powers all of Xamarin. So they're trying to unify this, and it's difficult for even like a beast like Microsoft to be maintaining so many different kind of BCLs and runtimes. So with .NET 5, I think they took the first stab at combining the runtimes, but this is work in progress. So right now, what they're trying to do is, again, I don't work for Microsoft, but they're trying to take the best of Mono, they're trying to take the best of .NET Core, and put that together into one runtime that Xamarin and .NET MAUI can run on. So I think right now it is on .NET Core 3.1. Maybe early days, maybe they'll port it over so it runs on .NET 5. I just don't think they're quite there yet.
And the hybrid WebView is running inside of your app. It's not WebAssembly or Blazor server or something like that. It's running inside that.
It's in your app, yep.
So if you were to build a cross-platform mobile app today, what would you use?
So again, granted, for the nth time, I'm old, so I have my experiences and my biases and my patterns that I like. So I'll choose Xamarin Forms today, knowing that my apps will migrate just fine to .NET MAUI, and I can then take the same code base. If I don't have the confidence right now to support Xamarin Forms on Mac or WPF or like Windows, knowing that come .NET MAUI, I will have the confidence from a single code base to be able to do those two things. But again, that's just me because I have the XAML background. If you don't, and if you are excited about Blazor, then go do Blazor, because again, you're setting yourself up there to be able to run on all things web, and you can do a PWA if that's something you're okay with. And PWAs are, they get a bad rap sometimes because they're not native really, and you're using the web as a distribution medium. But think about like for simple line of business apps or like forms over data, you're fine really with the PWA. So if you want to do Blazor, you're fine on the web, you're fine as a PWA, knowing that later on in this year, the things that I talked about, like you will be able to reach the desktop and mobile devices much more easier, be it in a native mode or be it in a hybrid mode. So it's coming.
Cool. So I know that you've been working with Blazor for quite some time. What is your favorite feature with Blazor?
Oh boy, I think folks like you and Ed Sharbuna and so many others are much more Blazor aficionados than I am. I'm much more actually with Daniel. I work more on the XAML and Xamarin Forms side. I'm excited about that little web view, although it's not Blazor, but to be able to have my routing and my data binding and everything just work, because it's just a web app, and be able to load it up, because this is a key part of the strategy for Microsoft as well, like to be able to enable Blazor apps to run everywhere. That's key, and it's a very lightweight web view, and it just works everywhere. And just like with Blazor, like my favorite feature is just Blazor itself. Like the first times when we do the demos where you show a Blazor app running in Chrome, and you pull up your network stack and you see the .NET DLLs flying to the browser, that's beautiful, right? It's still a little scary, because like this is an ongoing effort to kind of trim the size of what we are shipping. But just like if you all sit back and think about what this is enabling, it's magical. Like there are concerns about security and authentication and authorization, which I'm sure will get more and more flushed out. But it's amazing what Blazor does today with WebAssembly.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us. It's time to bring in our next speaker.
Thank you so much. Bye, folks.
Bye. Hi, Steve.
Hello. Sorry, I was muted.
How are you?
Good, you?
Oh, good. Where are you based?
Right now I'm coming from Kingston, Ontario in Canada.
Ah.
Do you also have snow?
Oh yeah, we got lots of snow here today. Yeah.
There've been a lot of snow talks. I had to ask the mandatory snow question.
Yeah.
It's snowing here as well, but I'm not happy about it.
Oh boy.
I'm
don't
happy
have to
about
be
it.
happy.
I'm still happy about it.
Yeah, you're happy about it. Yeah. You get to go skiing. I would break every bone in my body if I even tried to go skiing.
Oh yeah. Haven't gone skiing in a long time.
But Canada is a hockey country.
Yeah. I never played when I was a kid. I know how to skate, but I never played hockey. I am mad at my parents about that. They never put it out on me. Yeah.
There's a lot of curling as well, isn't it?
Yeah, curling is really actually super fun. I got into it in like the 2010 Olympics when it was in Vancouver. Me and my wife watch it all the time on the Olympics now. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's my mom's favorite as well. So I've seen a fair share of curling in my days.
I thought
oh, there you go. for those people who are listening, that loud noise is Steve's complex is doing some testing of the fire alarm. So he was very quick on the mute button. So if you lose his sound, it's actually him trying to spare our ears,
So
I would say.
Basically, Uno is so hot, the fire alarm is going off.
That must be it. That must be it. Could be true.
Yeah.
Could be true.
From what I've seen, it's true.
And we have a comment as well from Muhammad. There we go. I was muted is the most sentence that has been said in 2020. That is so true. That is so true.
I would. We had that in a meeting just a couple of days ago, so I'm betting it's going to be pretty high on the list in 2021 as well.
Oh yeah.
we have a bingo application for words like that in our project.
Okay, I think it stopped.
and that must be fun. There you go. Well, we do have to have some issues when we're sending live, aren't we?
So Steve is going to do his presentation in interpreted dance instead.
Either that or miming.
Miming
could work as well. Or he can type in the chat and we can read it up loud. That would be fun.
Yeah.
While we're waiting, don't forget to go on Twitter and use the .NET Frontend hashtag to have a chance to win either books from Pact or $100 gift cards on Amazon from Progress Telleric. There's still a bunch left. Oh, the anxiety.
There's still 2 minutes left to go. So.
There you go. There you go. And they were supposed to go on for 2 days?
Yeah.
Yep.
I think Steve said that. Yeah.
Awesome. That must be a very calm and serene working environment.
So while we're waiting for the fire alarm, we could do a little bit of a shameless plug. We did a episode with I'm totally blanking.
Jerome Laban.
Jerome Laban. Thank you.
And with episode, you mean?
For our podcast.
Yeah. Coding After Work.
So you can check that out if you want to know more about what Steve is hopefully going to talk about in just a couple of minutes.
And that is also why you said that the fire alarm went off because of Uno, because it's hot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You read up on it.
Well, I did.
During the podcast. Oh, yeah.
Go Canadians.
There you go. There you go. Let's see how long they can press this fire alarm. Where do you go for entering for the prizes? On Twitter. So go to Twitter and use the hashtag .NETFrontend.
And tweet whatever you like.
Yep. Thank our sponsors. Thank the fire alarm. No, don't thank the fire alarm. They don't deserve it. Or just said you had a fun time. Or even not a fun time. So we can be even better next time. Still going on? Okay, so we might warn people to turn down the volume a little bit. So we don't get a shock here. That's a great timing, isn't it?
Yeah. And I love how it worked. Great. Let's wait a couple of minutes and see if it still works. Well, what is up with that?
And let's randomize the interval so we don't have any clue.
Yeah. Yep, still working. Yep, still working.
2 days later, still working. We have a side note.
We do have a comment. Keep pushing for better Uno support for InRider, please.
Looks like Steve agrees. And we'll probably bring it back. To the office, I mean. To push for it. I'm not promising anything here. All of a sudden, our fire alarm will go off.
Yeah.
Triggered remotely from Canada. You never know. You never know. At least we have a front page here.
Yep.
There you go. Someone is getting fed up with the fire alarm, I think. I wouldn't want to be in his seat now.
Nah.
No. I can feel the stress.
They are waiting for him to go outside before they will turn it off.
Everybody's not cleared the building.
We're going to keep pushing the button.
Oh, that's horrible.
All right. While we're waiting, we could do another shameless plug, perhaps. This Tuesday, we are doing a fireside chat with Richard Campbell on our Coding Off the Work stream. So if you want to join in, please do that. We're on Meetup. I could post the link.
Yeah, we're on Meetup. We're on Twitch.
So if you want to hear Richard talk about all the goodness he's working on, you can join. I should not speak and type at the same time.
No, I know. No.
That is
true.
never a good idea for me.
Yeah, he will maybe even give us a story or two from his upcoming book about .NET history.
Now the challenge is to find the link.
No, this is your problem. You need to broaden the search.
There it is.
There you go.
Post that in the chat.
And we have some nice words for Steve as well. There we go. We're rooting for you.
We have a comment on Twitter that fire alarms suck.
That is true. That is true. Yeah, and what can you do about it? There's really nothing to do, is there? But hey, a lot of shameless plugs.
We are benefiting greatly.
Oh, that's horrible. Almost as bad as the fire alarm. He's either praying or cursing at the fire alarm, or both. I don't know. I know what I would do. What I would do.
So we could start asking yes or no questions.
Yeah, we can do that.
Do you speak French?
He does. He does. We don't.
Nah. Well, I do know a couple of words, but we're not going to speak of those.
No. Just about as much as Joey from Friends.
Should have blue.
Exactly.
Je m'appelle.
That's the extent of our knowledge. French.
So do we have any yes or no questions for Steve?
Let's see. How long have you been working at Uno? That's not a yes or no question. I failed. More than a year? No? You recently joined. That's nice. That's nice. I have nothing.
What is
And you just put it up. You don't even know what it is.
I don't.
Yeah. Hopefully it's something nice. Is it worth exploring Uno? We need to move him up so we can see him. There we go. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. There we go. There we go.
Is it going on non-stop? When people work from home?
That is not okay. During a pandemic. Yeah. That is not okay. Have we more questions? Yes or no questions?
We're playing a new game.
Well, yeah, this is the new game. Grapefruit. That's not a question. I'm guessing that might be the other one, the other word. Grapefruit, yes or no? Okay, so everywhere. Does that mean everywhere?
Huh?
Create an application with WinUI
It's
everywhere.
It's done.
It stopped?
I'm just going to get started and see
Awesome.
how much I can get through.
Yeah,
Right,
take
quickly.
it away.
Okay. Wait, let me just get this hidden. Okay. So, hello everyone. Sorry about the late start. My name is Steve Logan. I'm a developer on the Uno platform. And I'm excited today to talk to you about how we can utilize the power of WinUI and bring that experience and those capabilities to all platforms. Yes, all platforms. So let's get started. So I'm going to try and go really quick because I don't want this freaking fire alarm to go off again. So let's just start by making sure we all have a baseline understanding of what WinUI is. Sam just talked about it a little bit from the last talk, so that was awesome. So, I forgot to mention, these slides are all taken from, the next few slides on WinUI are taken from Ryan Demopoulos' talk at UnoConf 2020, which you can check out on YouTube if you're interested. So over the years, from a Windows perspective, there's been about 4 major UX frameworks. There's been MFC, WinForms, and in 2006, the big one was WPF, which introduced XAML, a sophisticated animation system, data binding, is really a fountain of innovation for developing Windows applications. And then came along in 2012, similar in nature, but an evolution of WPF was the UWP XAML. So it introduced things like the Fluent Design System, more advanced animations, and it had new controls that went above and beyond WPF. And so UWP XAML as a framework was created for UWP apps, which are those Windows 10 store apps. They run in that sandbox, not the Win32 desktop apps. So basically there are two types of Windows apps, like the UWP ones I just mentioned, those Windows 10 apps, and the Win32 apps that are developed mostly with the frameworks on the left. So this leads into some challenges that you kind of get using UWP XAML. The first of which is it can't be used by all app types. So basically, the latest and greatest UX framework from Microsoft is only available for UWP apps. So there's a huge audience of desktop and Win32 devs that aren't able to use the latest, most modern UX stack from Windows. Number two is that UWP XAML is baked into the OS itself. So it's hard to deliver new features because basically, if you have a new feature, say when they implemented Xbind as a feature in UWP XAML, that needs to ship with an actual new version of the Windows operating system itself. You can't just update UWP XAML framework and have it run everywhere. And lastly, because it's baked into the OS itself, you can get inconsistent behaviors across Windows OS versions. Because basically, say there was a bug in Xbind that they fixed and shipped with the next version of Windows, well, only that version of Windows will have that fix, and it'll act differently from different versions of Windows. So basically, it's like a compatibility nightmare. So this is where the WinUI 2 library came to be. So it is WinUI 2 itself here is just a small library of WinUI 2 library is just a small library of controls and styles that sit on top of UWP XAML framework. So it's decoupled, the library itself, the WinUI 2 library is decoupled from the Windows OS, but the UWP XAML framework that it sits on top of and uses is still baked into the OS itself. So this solves some of the challenges that were mentioned previously. Number one being that you can backport features. You can backport features on day one, regardless of the OS version. Number two, so basically the opposite of the disadvantages from before. So you have consistent behavior across OS versions. So basically you have one central repository of where your implementation of your something like a number box exists. So it'll behave the same no matter which version of Windows you're running. And again, because it's no longer baked into the OS, you get this flexibility to ship new features and new fixes whenever you need. You're not tied to the OS version anymore. So that is what is called WinUI 2. Really, is the second generation of WinUI, which is a combination of that standalone WinUI 2 library and the UWP, which sits on top of that UWP XAML framework that's baked into the OS itself. So the next step, obviously, would be to decouple all of WinUI from the operating system. So not just this smaller library, but all of this should be decoupled from the operating system itself. And that's where WinUI 3 comes into play. So it's taking this second generation WinUI and lifting it all out of the OS to bring all the UX features into one decoupled library. And that's WinUI 3. And one of the major things, or the defining characteristic of WinUI 3 over WinUI 2, is that WinUI 3 will work across all app types, so including Win32 and desktop applications and UWP apps like it does already. So I did that really quick, but just now that we have a baseline understanding of like the goals of WinUI and why it was done and what it's here for, I want to answer the question of what is the Uno platform and how are we taking these features and capabilities of WinUI and bringing them above and beyond Windows to all platforms. So the problem when trying to tackle a project that stretches across multiple platforms is, and this slide is in everyone's cross-platform. This type of slide is in everyone's cross-plat framework talks, but it's true. There is a lot of potential for effort duplication depending on which platforms you want to target. You'd have to re-implement that logic for each individual platform depending on what you're doing if you're going fully native for each one. Another scenario is when you're trying to revive business applications and bring them like into the 21st century. This could lead to very high rewrite costs. And a lot of legacy apps now are actually being brought back to life through into the web using things like WebAssembly, which is really, really cool to see. And you also need to take into account the skill set of your current team and the available training and dev availability for the technologies you want to use. So if you're a .NET shop and you're trying to build native iOS and Android, you have to get some Android developers, get some iOS developers and all that. And you have to really like focus in on those skill sets that you want to use. So Uno platform is where we see it comes into this as the solution. So Uno platform is what we'd like to call truly universal. And what is meant by that is that we think that WinUI is the best framework built from the ground up with responsiveness and adaptiveness in mind. So which means by leveraging WinUI, you can have something working on a small device all the way to a 4K large screen and everything in between. And so with Uno, we're building that bridge from this WinUI technology to bring it to all other platforms, making WinUI truly universal. And when we're saying truly universal, we also mean truly native. So we sit on top of the native stacks. We're not just drawing pixels all the time. And we want to make sure we get all those native behaviors, those gestures, those accessibility features, that copy paste, all those things you get natively from each of these platforms. So we sit on top of things like UIKit for iOS, AppKit for macOS, the Android Views engine. And we wanted to reach even more platforms and more backends. So we also leverage Skia as a backend to bring WinUI to even more platforms. So now WinUI can be bridged over to things like Linux and run, and you can develop WinUI applications that run in Windows 7 as WPF applications, things like that. And just to drive home again that we're truly native here, like we're sitting on top of the native frameworks and libraries. So if you were to use a text block, really what would be happening is we're sitting on top of Xamarin for iOS and Android. So you get the UI label and the text view, and then using WebAssembly, you get that HTML paragraph. And on Ski, obviously, we just draw the pixels on a canvas. So you kind of get the best of those both worlds of native and pixel perfect through the canvas drawing. And same thing with the platform APIs. We have that setting storage API accesses the actual APIs from the individual native platforms as well. So there's no better way to talk about Uno than talking about it at the pixel level. So in 2020, we believe designers and developers should be able to control how apps look, even when using multi-platform frameworks. And that's really important to us. So there are multiple strategies in the market that try to do this in different ways. And I just want to talk about some of these strategies on the spectrum and where we see that Uno platform sort of lands within this spectrum. So at one end, you see this native rendering, and there's people creating abstractions on top of the native platforms, and they just let the native platform control. They just let the native platform control the rendering without too much control over the way your views will look in the end. And at the other spectrum, you have this canvas rendering where you just basically slap a canvas on the screen and you draw every single pixel. And you may lose some native behaviors, like I mentioned, like maybe copy paste or localization or accessibility, like things like that, that are really important to us, maybe lost when you kind of go that route. So we believe Uno fits really in the middle of both of these things. So it's really at the crossroads of native and pixel perfect. And this is done by relying on things that WinUI has to offer, like control templating, or the other name would be like lookless control. So basically, you can template your control and make it look however you want with using your styles, using the styling engine of WinUI. And this is just a quick timeline of how far we've come when we started, all the way from inception of 1.0 to, we got WebAssembly up on the ground, and the team was running around the show floor at Build, Microsoft Build, with a pre-release version of WebAssembly running Uno apps that we're showing everyone, and just like lots of stuff. We have Lottie integration, reactive UI, hot reload, which I'll show in a second, and the list goes on. And as we move throughout the years, now we have things like Prism integration, we have Xbind, we have Android 11 coming, and then we have came. And we have so much more coming in 2021 that I'm really, really excited about. And we're just hitting the ground running. So it's going to be really, really fun. So let's get into some examples and some code now. This slide has evolved over the years, and we're kind of running out of room now as we add more and more platforms to it. But just a very, very basic example. So this would be what your code would look like. You're writing normal WinUI or UWP like a XAML as you would. And when you compile it, it looks the same across all platforms, and it's running on all these platforms now. Mac OS and Linux is here, and WebAssembly here as well. So this all just comes freely out of the box with the Uno platform. So really quickly before we get into some demos, just some pointers about what you get out of the box with Uno. Like I mentioned before, that control templating with those look list controls, data templating. Because we're sitting on top of WinUI, where WinUI Bridge, you get for free the WinUI styling and theming engines, native control integration. So if you have a native Android view or something that you want to just drop into your UI code, you can, as well as conditional XAML. So if you have certain views, certain properties of a view, certain whatever that you want to have exist for only certain platforms, you can prefix your property or your element in your XAML with iOS or Android or not iOS or blah, blah, blah. And it won't be rendered, or it will be rendered depending on which platform you target it towards. My thing's on the screen. As well as you add the animation engine out of the box, data binding, property inheritance. Xbind is a big one. And true to my heart, which I work on a lot, are shapes and brushes. So I work really hard on that. And you get all those shapes and brush implementations for free out of the box, as you would if you're just building a normal Windows WinUI app. And something that is very interesting and something that I really love about Uno is the assets and the localization. So for things like images or any asset, but let's talk about images. I'll show you the project structure of an Uno app in a second, but basically all your code, all your UI code, everything is in one shared application, and it's consumed by every single platform head that you want. So that means if you have images that you want to display in your app, you don't have to put them in the Android drawable HDPI, MDPI, XHDPI folders. You don't have to put them as an image asset in iOS and have the scaling at 2x, 3x. As long as you just place these in your assets folder in the shared project, Uno will take those and put them in the right place for you as your project builds. And if you use things like the scale suffix to scale 100, 200, 300 for different scaling for different densities, Uno knows how to interpret that and make it the proper at 2x, at 3x, or the proper MDPI, or put them in the proper MDPI HDPI folder. And same thing with strings. So you just use the normal as you would a UWP resw file, and you don't have to worry about the strings.xml file or the iOS plist. It's all done for you, basically. So there's one central spot to deal with these things. And everyone's favorite is XAML hot reload. So you can modify a XAML application. You can modify the XAML of a live application. It supports iOS, Android, and WebAssembly. I think more now. This might be old. And it's supported in online environments like GitHub, which is what we use in our pull request system. So let's finally get into some code. So just quickly, it's going to be a really crappy demo, but it's just going to be a little demo for how we do hot reload. So I really hope you can still see my screen because I don't know. Yeah, you can see it. Okay, cool. So just basically, this is a small app. And if we were to look here, it's just going to be some shape that we draw and a path that we draw. And it has some colors and a stroke, just like you would in any other UWP application. And if you were to run this, it might take a second because my computer sucks. But if we were to run this and edit the XAML, you could see live, and I'm running the WebAssembly head of this. So you'll see a browser pop up and you'll see this ellipse and you'll see this path being rendered on the browser using WebAssembly. Hopefully it'll run eventually. And if I'm going too fast, I'm sorry. I'm just so scared of this fire alarm going off again. let's look at can you write Uno and put them in the Windows Apple? Yes. So I'll show you some BizCAD from some, I'll show you some examples of some apps that we have that are in the Windows Store, they're in the Apple Store, they're in the Android App Store, they're everywhere. I'll demo them on the web on WebAssembly, but yes, they are available in the stores. This is taking forever. I'll just talk about the ecosystem quickly, and then we'll come back to that after it's loaded. I'm sure it'll pop up on my screen. Otherwise, I'm trying to talk about this. But basically, we have a large number of collaborations in the community that we're so proud of, like Reactive UI, the MVM Light Toolkit, Sync Fusion, Infragistics. Have partnered with Uno to support their controls. And we're doing lots of fun stuff with things like the Windows Community Toolkit, which is a really awesome community-driven thing that UnoNet does support, and it supports Uno, so that's really, really awesome. So we're really proud of all these collaborations, and there's even more on the screen. I don't know how the marketing guys probably are mad at me that I didn't update this screen properly. But yeah, there it is. So we have an Uno app running, loading. Sorry, my computer is very slow. Let's go. Okay, and then you see, you just see just an ellipse and beautiful tomato. So if I change this to blue, it might work. I might have to redo this again. Yeah. Oh, there you go. And it switches to blue. We could change the stroke thickness back to 1 like it was before, and there it goes. And change this path to blue as well. You can do whatever you want, really. If I want a bigger margin of 200, you know, everything will move like that. So just a small example of some XAML hot reload that you can do, and running on the web using WebAssembly, and it does it perfectly. So sorry that took so long. Let's get back to it. So Fluent. So the Fluent UI design system now comes baked into the Uno platform. So every time you start a new app with Uno, you'll be able to get access to the Fluent UI design system and have it run and look the same across all platforms. So no matter what platform, you'll have that Fluent design look to it. And I know lots of people would probably next ask, what else do you have in there? And yes, we do have material. It does exist. It comes baked into Uno. And again, it's available across all platforms. And there's a sketch there that's available to get your designers started. Yeah, these are the two design systems that come sort of out of the box with Uno for free. So that's a really nice thing to have. And one of the apps that I wanted to show to highlight that Fluent UI and material design is this gallery app that the Uno team has released. So it allows you to see all the controls that are readily available, to be able to toggle between them, between Fluent and material, to be able to toggle between light and dark mode. You can copy the markup of any of the examples and paste them into your app, and it runs everywhere. You could also see how you can style your apps to rely natively. Sorry, you can also see how you can style your apps to rely on the native control rendering. So giving you full control if you do want to have per platform look for some of your widgets, that is available. So if we were to look, no, not pin. So if you look on the example of, so this gallery app is available on, say, the iOS App Store. So if you opened up that app, you'd see this native toggle along with the Fluent material themes, and that'll actually use the native control rendering and native styling for that control and make it look like it should if you were just doing it straight up native app. So I want to quickly show that Uno Gallery app. So this is an app built to display Uno, and it's built with Uno. And we could take a look. Uno Gallery. So this is the Uno Gallery app. I could toggle between light and dark mode. I can toggle between light and dark mode, and it has material design UI, material UI, and Fluent that I could toggle between. Oh, There we go. So this is the Fluent design system. So everything, you have indeterminate checkboxes, normal checkboxes. The big thing to see is that are most notable are the toggle switches here. So this is the Fluent toggle switch. If I go back to material, you see them switch over to the material toggle switches, and they work. Everything works out of the box. It gives you a nice Fluent palette or material palette for semantic styling of all your, like how to name your styles and everything like that. And there's also material specific things. So it has stuff like a card in it, and it has, things like this, different types of cards, elevated card. You can't see it as well in night mode, but actions on your card. So this is all available. And if you ever wanted to see what this would look like in your application, how to do it, you can toggle right here. You can toggle to see the XAML, and down here you'd see basically what XAML is used to render. My little Zoom guy is being buggy. Yeah. Well, and so you just have this material card, and you set up its content with its different templates for the header and the subheader and all that fun stuff. So that's the Uno gallery. The next one I want to talk about is the Uno platform playground. So this is another app made using Uno in order to demonstrate Uno. And you get a lot of fun stuff out of the box. So you get this XAML editor, this live XAML editor, and this live data context editor, as well as the visualizer on the right here. So you can live edit your XAML and see what it looks like in WebAssembly on the right. And you have a lot of cool snippets you could play around with. So if we were to look at the Uno playground, so how do I just hide that? Okay. So this is it. So this is your live XAML editor. If I were to remove some of this stuff, you see it's gone from the right side now, as well as the data context. If I add more items to the data context, I screwed something up. What did I do? Anyway, who cares? You also have those snippets. That's what I wanted to talk about. So if you had things like animations, if you wanted to see how animations work in WebAssembly, you have an animation snippet. If you wanted to make this run quicker, you change the duration. I changed this duration from 15 to 5, and we run it again, and off it goes. Oh, no, it takes a screenshot. Off it goes, going faster. And one of the really cool things I like about this is if you are trying to quickly prototype something, like say with the team at Uno, you have an issue with your animation, you don't know why it's not working. You could copy paste it into this playground and use this functionality here to save it as a snippet. So if I do that, it will generate a URL with a custom code on it. And you could just say, hey, here, look at my snippet on WebAssembly. How come it's not working? Or how am I supposed to do this properly? Or blah, blah, blah. So it's a really fun way to just kind of share some Uno code and demonstrate what you're trying to do. It's kind of like a little JS fiddle thing, but for Uno. Yeah. So that was the Uno playground. Next is a little project that we'll get into more code now. We'll look at the project structure. But this is a little app that I found. So I was playing around with the Surface Duo. And if you don't know what the Surface Duo is, it's Microsoft's Android phone that has dual screens, and it kind of closes on a hinge. It's like a book. And I thought, I was playing around with the emulator, and I thought it would be really cool to have a Pokedex app on the Surface Duo, because it kind of looks like a Pokedex, right, when you open it up. So I just Googled open source UWP Pokedex app, and I found this one on GitHub that was about 5 years old. It hadn't been touched in about 4 or 5 years, and it was by someone called Discloser. And I took it and I just plugged Uno into it and got it to run. It runs on all platforms, but I'm running specifically for Android right now. So if you want to look at the source code, it's here. That's the KAZ00 is my GitHub. I'll post it later. And then Dex Uno is the name of the repo. So if we were going to look quickly at that, we can look at it running now. Oops, Surface Duo emulators here. So I hope you could see that. But basically, this is the Surface Duo emulator. because I don't have a real one. If someone from Microsoft is watching, is interested in what I'm doing and wants to send me a free Surface Duo, I'd be all on for that. But basically, it just has a list of Pokemon, and you can select your Pokemon. It doesn't do anything now because I hacked it around to make it work for dual views. But if you put this basically on both views, you have your detail view on the right, and you have your Pokemon on the left here that you could toggle through, and it gets updated, and you see all the information about the Pokemon you want. So it's like a little Pokedex app. Just imagine holding this in your hand. It'd be really cool to have on a Surface Duo. I find like a little Pokemon, like a little Pokemon adventurer. So if we were to look at the code for this, let's just look at the structure of the code of the solution. I mean, so you see here we have this project heads, and basically everything at first when I got this application lived in the UWP head, because it was just a UWP app of 4 or 5 years of untouched code living as a UWP app. You add Uno into it, and it automatically drops all these project heads into it, so you can run on all these platforms. Now, in our case, I'm running for the Surface Duo that I wanted to test, so we're targeting Android for some of my changes. But basically, it's available for any of these platforms if you so wish. And as well as that, everything that's UI based, so all of our UI code and all of that lives no longer in that UWP application head. If we look at it, that's basically empty. There's basically nothing in it. So if we were to look at the shared, that's where all of our UI code would live now. And this assets folder is what I was talking about before. So our assets live all in this one shared spot, and they're shared between all project heads. And Uno does the magic of taking those assets and putting them in the right drawable or image sets and stuff like that for iOS and all that fun stuff. So if I were to look, so this is where all my Pokemon live. So it's just one for each one. I only put the first 151 because those are the only real Pokemon in the world. The other ones are fake Pokemon. And so that's basically it. That's basically your project structure of an Uno app. And if we were going to look at, like, say, the main page that we have here, you'd see just normal XAML, like a normal UWP app. But I did some little edits just to have a 2-pane view. So this is coming from the Microsoft UI XAML controls. So this is a WinUI 3 or WinUI component that's coming, and you get that baked into Uno. So this comes to you for free. You don't have to download anything else. So with Uno, you get this, and we support these controls from WinUI. So it's using this 2-pane view. The first pane being that pivot. I'll show it again. Where is it? Yeah, the first pane being a list of the Pokemon, and like starts out with this pivot at the top here, so you can filter by different things. And the second pane is that Pokemon detail page that we see, where it shows more details about that specific Pokemon. And so it's basically all I had to do is you just plug Uno into it. There might be a few things that are not supported by Uno just yet, so you just like work around those or do whatever. And I just plugged in a 2-pane view here and put 2 of the pages that the disk loser created into the pane view, and it worked like a charm. So that was just a fun little project I did. There's still a lot more work I want to do and get some animations working and all that stuff. So, and again, because it's using those animations that are just from UWP, it just works on all those other platforms as well. Yeah. So this is just to give a little spiel about, like, this is something that is usable in the real world now. It's being used in production. Uno platform is. We've been using it for years at at Inventive, where that's supporting a Uno platform, as well as people out in the community are using this for their applications. And this is just a small sample of some of our clients and some of the applications that we've worked on. We have use cases that are available to, if anyone interested in Uno platform, you can reach out to us. We can show you some of the stuff that Uno is built with. And yeah, so there's just some big partners that we're really proud of that sort of, went with us, and we built Uno apps for them, and it's been working out great. So yes, it is a production ready thing. It's also still growing like crazy. So there's lots of stuff, lots of activity on our GitHub. So it's always evolving. I tried to go super fast, so I don't know how much time I have left, but I just wanted to say that if you were to give feedback on this talk, feel free at this URL here, and you'll be entered to get a draw of the Intro to Uno Platform course from Udemy, which is $30 usually US. But yeah, there'll be 3 prizes. I'm assuming 3. I don't know. So please feel free to give feedback on the talk, good or bad. I know I blazed through this. I'm sorry about that. And next time I'll try and go slower, and we can look at some more code. But yeah, feel free to give some more feedback. I'll leave this up for a few seconds more if anyone wants to get onto that URL. But other than that, I'll be happy to take questions, and you guys can always follow me on Twitter. Just hit me up. I'm always trying weird things to do with mobile cross-platform development, and that's my GitHub as well if you want to follow along. And always feel free to jump onto the Uno Discord or the Uno GitHub and talk about some issues and bring up anything you want. We could always figure it out. So we're very responsive, and we love people in the community giving back. So always do that. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
And no further fire alarms. How about that?
God, that was horrible.
Well, it turned out great.
Yeah. That was a bad start. Oh, I'm so happy it didn't happen again.
So we won't have time for Q&A because we're right about to announce the next speaker. But thank you so much for joining us. It was really fun.
Yeah, it was.
And I'm every time I see a talk, I get excited about it.
Yeah, I know.
I really need to try it out.
Definitely. Again, thank you so much, and great work, regardless of the fire alarm.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, but yeah, thank you so much. Bye.
And time to bring in our next speaker, Georgia.
Hi.
Hi, welcome.
Okay, good. The audio is working. I was super confused there for a second. I have a new mixer called a Go XLR, and it pipes all of this stuff through this one device, including everything I hear. So I had to do some other stuff so I didn't have an echo from hearing you guys and talking. Hello.
That's always interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
I've heard a lot of new gadgets here today.
Yeah. She has no idea how much money she just cost us. Or she did.
Yeah, $500. It just makes me sound prettier. I don't know. I like it.
Maybe they can fix my voice.
So I heard that my birthday is coming up.
Mine is tomorrow. Who gets it first?
But you need that microphone. It's a really nice microphone she have.
Yes,
Jessica.
This sure is a very good microphone.
Yeah.
I
also want one.
I saved up a lot of streaming money for this whole setup.
That's nice.
So how are you doing?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm great.
Yeah?
I'm ready to talk to people about my stumbling through WinForms to Blazor for the little application I wrote for Twitch. I have the YouTube stream up because I'm just so used to, gauging feedback directly from chat. So if people ask questions, I might actually just answer as I see.
That's fine.
Feel free.
Like I see somebody saying that my audio is a little low. So how's that? Is that better?
That's better.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's StreamYard has some automatic stuff in there, so I thought I'd tweak it.
Yeah.
So I saw that. Yeah. I'm ready to go whenever you guys are.
Yeah, I think we have, 2 more minutes?
2 more
Just
minutes,
waiting
yeah.
for those last people that are actually following our schedule online.
You have forgotten the required questions, Jessica, about the snow. But I guess you
Oh,
don't
the
have any-
required, the mandatory question. Do you have snow?
No, I'm in Texas.
You can have
I don't-
ours.
Okay, I would love it. We got some snows, like magical snow, about 2 weeks ago. And it was really surreal because I had moved here from Northern Virginia, so I was used to snow and used to seeing it. But my youngest daughter has never seen snow before.
Oh, nice.
So she's outside trying to build snowmen with her bare hands and stuff because we didn't have gloves and things here in Texas. Like, we live in hoodies. If it gets chilly, we're in a hoodie or like a sweater like this. And I mean, yeah, it was really fun. And she got to have a snowball fight with her sister. And yeah.
Oh, that sounds magical.
Yeah, it was neat. It was nice. I mean, it was only like, I want to say 2 inches of snow. It wasn't even really that much. Like in Virginia, sometimes we'd get 2 feet of snow overnight. So it's definitely, it was nice. I didn't have to shovel
Last time I
anything
checked
up.
outside, I think we were on 2 inches, but we have some weather coming in, so it might as well be 2 feet.
Yeah.
We have about 1 feet now here
Yeah?
where I am.
European trying to figure out 1 feet, how small is it? Is it 42, 46, 36? How big is the foot?
I'm sorry, we use freedom units here in America. Somebody called them freedom units like a couple of weeks ago, and I can't unhear it now. So that's now the new term.
That's perfect.
For
adopting
fishing rods, 1 feet is 30 centimeters at least.
Yeah, I think it's around there.
Oh, I know it.
You see, I sew. So I get everything in centimeters, usually, or millimeters, and like this one of my sewing machines here, and it's like got the ruler on it. So I've got, back and forth on that. I hate it when I get a measurement. It's like 1/2 inch. I'm like, well, where? Because my machine was made in Europe.
And we get the other way around. If you're, I've done some quilting and stuff like that, and all of those patterns, they are in inches, and 1/8 of an inch, and a scant inch, and
Yeah.
But we manage.
This I usually purchase extra plates to go on the machine so I can see the different measurements.
Yeah,
So that
I have
helps,
rulers,
but-
rulers in both centimeters and inch because I don't want to do the conversion. I know how to, but I don't want to. I'm too lazy.
Yeah.
All right,
All right.
it's time to start.
Yeah, nice.
Take it away.
Oh boy, now I get to talk.
Yes.
So this is going to be a post-mortem talk. It's not going to be a whole lot of code. I'm just going to go over kind of the journey that I personally took as a former / recovering C++ engineer and into the .NET world, and eventually landing on Blazor for this application that I made that's called GIFbot. So first, a little bit about me. Oh my God, that's bright. I am a professional game developer. I've been working on games for 18 years. I've been programming professionally for about 20 years, but 18 of it has been in video games. And I have a specialization basically in client server technologies, which means I'm a rare breed. I've worked a lot on multiplayer, like massively online games, like the WoWs of the world, the Warcrafts and all that. So I've done a lot of back end technology over the years. But I also focus a lot on tools development and getting workflows for developing applications that allow designers and artists to create game content. I'm also a partnered Twitch streamer, but as I mentioned briefly earlier, I actually got partnered from sewing. I do coding streams. I code GIFbot live. I very rarely will code it on my own time, mostly because I like to share the knowledge, and I just enjoy, grabbing a cup of dryad tea and going through the problems with other people in chat. And I usually present things in a way that is easy for everybody of all skill levels to understand, even people who don't know engineering. So for those of you who don't know much about Twitch, I know that we are I've got YouTube up right now. This bot only works for Twitch. It pipes right into the Twitch API. So Twitch is basically a website that's primarily known for its gaming content. It's where content creators go to live stream what it is they're doing. And aside from games, there's science and technology, there's arts, and I don't like to say crafts, but the crafts, and like real life stuff, and just chatting and body painting. There's so much stuff that's live streamed on Twitch, but because it's a live streaming environment, and again, like this is what I'm used to, I will look up at one of my 4 monitors and read chat periodically, is that interaction. And so something that, you know, my friend came up with was to write a bot that would read chat or events on Twitch and do funny things that you configure it for. Like, he just wanted to play an animated GIF. So that's where GIFbot came in. And this is all just to give you guys a little bit of history on this. If you're not familiar with Twitch culture, I originally made poor choices and wrote the bot in Java with a beer. And I blame the fact that I used a diet beer for the fact that GIFbot existed in Java at any point. It was maybe only a 6-month stint, then I learned something. It was written specifically against the Twitch API, so it won't read chat on YouTube. YouTube's got its own API. It didn't work with Mixer when Mixer existed. Pour one out for our homies. And basically, like, if you were to boil it down to what it does, it listens for events and plays a stupid animation. That's really it. But because it's so wide open and you can configure those animations to trigger with very specific conditions, and fine tune all of the timing and everything, you can actually do a lot with it. And so, like, a lot of streams and content creators have used GIFbot to monetize, or even to propel their charity streams, which is something that I actually very proud of doing, is hosting a lot of charity events. I did get smart and I moved from Java to C#, mostly because I needed to pick up some C# and .NET skills for a job I was interviewing for, and landed. And then I started learning more about web and Blazor. And that's where the new iteration of GIFbot exists. So let's go over the problems that I had to address. Otherwise known, like, the quip here is what C++ engineers create when they move to a managed language. So I wrote things in a very native manner. Twitch provides a very robust API for their developers. They tend to change things at last minute and not tell you, but that's okay. We work around it as our users let us know when bugs happen. I'm not bitter about that. I'm just honest. It's a very web-centric API, has a lot of RESTful calls, but they also have like a pub sub style system that's available. Basically, the issue with this is I wrote this bot under the assumption that it was going to be fine in a desktop application format. It was not. I had to pipe in a lot of extremely backwards ways of shoehorning in functionality in order to support the web-based API. I had to write my own web server, very bare bones web server to basically hit endpoints, to do certain things, and to handle talking to Twitch. And it became very apparent as I started to try to add features that people were requesting, or as Twitch kept advancing their API, that it was really difficult for me to keep up with. And the other thing, it was a Windows-only deployment. And I had a few Mac users, especially in the creative community. As you can imagine, artists and creatives, a lot of them have Macintosh computers. And then you have the few people who use Linux. I think I have one Linux user. So using WinForms and WPF basically meant I was limiting my users to a Windows-based platform. The other thing is it was a lot longer for me to iterate on the UI. I couldn't add buttons or things as quickly as I wanted to, which I use XAML And as you'll see later, XAML is not much different than what you would have for the Razor files, but for some reason it just felt like it took longer because it wasn't a fluid layout. It just felt I felt constrained, and I felt like every time I needed to add something, it took twice as long as what I can do now with a Razor file. The other thing is it had performance implications, because not only were you having to run your game, but you also had to run this desktop application that was listening to all these things in the background and doing things in the background. Actually, the first version of this, before I even threw in the fake web browser, had a big green window that you would capture in your broadcaster software and then just key out the green part. Not exactly the best. It worked fine for creatives, but the second that I started handing this off to gaming streamers, they would have basically the operating system would be fighting over what it was going to render. So the second that somebody would click off of the big green window in GIFBot, it would deprioritize the rendering, and it was hitching, and it just wasn't good. So I needed a better solution for that. And like I said, it was a maintenance nightmare. This here is the animation manager. This is the giant window that I had created so that people could add their animations. They can manage all the settings, and you can see this is just the general settings. I'm trying to filter. There were a buttload of other settings that are available on the other tabs. And it just is like, where do I put this stuff without growing the window to the point where it needs a scroll bar? Just in laying it out in an intuitive manner, and it just didn't work correctly the way that I wanted, and things were just getting too complex. There were features I wanted to do, things from Twitch I wanted to support, I just couldn't do in a desktop environment. And the other thing is, like, in point 2 there, I was very new to C# when I wrote this. Originally, I wrote it in WinForms, and then I started converting things over to WPF as I became more aware of the functionality and gained a better understanding of WPF. And a lot of that came from my actual job, my day job. But again, I come primarily from a back-end services development, doing online games. I mostly focused on messaging and networking. I never really had to do a lot of front-facing stuff. All of my tools were on the back end, and managing back-end data. So to move into WinForms and WPF was actually kind of a context switch for me. So while I used to do that stuff, I hadn't in several years. And so, maybe some of my patterns weren't ideal for a desktop application. The other thing is, like I jokingly mentioned earlier, Twitch changes their API quite often, and they only let a handful of people know when this is happening. So I had to cleverly hack in stuff to make it work. Actually, most notably, I can tell you recently, they added messaging in December to change the way the chat messages are formatted. So I was missing certain actions coming in through chat. They use some hacked variation on IRC, so it had a bunch of tags before you see the text, and they changed the format of the tags, and it hosed a lot of stuff. So when they change stuff like that, I don't find out until it breaks, unfortunately, and because of the nature of the desktop application, it became more difficult for me to manage those and to pump updates out to people on a more frequent basis. So now that we've gone through all the things I've done wrong in my life, let's talk about the possible solutions. So now that I've got more experience under my belt with C#, and I had a little bit of experience with web development, I decided to go ahead and start looking at things like Blazor. But here's the thing, and I know it's more of a meme, or at least in my Twitch channel it is, I cannot stand JavaScript. So I wanted to stay away from picking up 5 million frameworks to install to make a single web page, or to make a button look cool. And so I had a very outdated perspective on how web was developed. I was under the assumption that you like had to have PHP and then HTML5 with a bunch of JavaScript on the front end, and God only knows how much else, you know, that you would need to install on your server in order to do certain things with PHP. So again, like extremely outdated. I think the last time, well, yeah, it says right there, last time I did any web significantly was back in 2005. And I mean, it was PHP with some very basic HTML, nothing fancy. And I always had this feeling like I needed, the CVS receipt joke that like I have to roll out this giant parchment to go over all of the technology I would need in order to build a very simple website. But at the same time, I wanted my website, I want this application rather to be intuitive and interactive and responsive. Those were the key things. I wanted to have the feel of the desktop application in terms of its reliability and responsiveness, but I didn't want the tech stack to go with it. You know what I mean? So, and I also needed something that could be self-hosted. I can't pay for this. It is a nice bird. I see you, but there's a time and a place for every language and every tool. So I don't knock it. There's JavaScript in GIFbot. So I redeem myself a little bit there. There is JavaScript. But back I'm saying on target. There are some streamers that have animations that are MP4 or WebM files that are 500 megs in size or larger. I myself am one of those offenders. So hosting that and streaming it to them would cost me way too much money. So I wanted to put this in the hands of the users. I didn't want to store their data. I didn't want to serve up their data. I didn't want to be responsible for potential DMCA takedowns, things like that. I didn't want the legal aspects of it, and I didn't want the financial hit. So it had to be something that could be self-packaged. So that's where ASP.NET Core and Blazor come into play, which I guess now you can say is .NET 5. So I probably should update the slide. For me, the real king of it is that it's C# top to bottom. I didn't have to learn new languages. I didn't have to Google a whole lot. Well, I still had to Google, but I didn't have to Google every aspect of what I was doing because I already knew C#. There were things, whole chunks of code that I could take from my libraries that I had written for GIFbot and move to this new platform. So I didn't lose a lot of work. I was actually able to get GIFbot up and running with parity, minus a couple of older features, like a Q&A game and stuff. I did it in 2 weeks. And the other thing is like all of the components, you have, there's some free ones out there. I personally use the Telerik Blazor components for my bot, courtesy of Telerik and Progress. The other thing is the self-hosted options are available. So basically I just packaged this up and it runs in its own Kestrel container on the desktop, and you just hit localhost at the correct port and it takes you right to the page. So I didn't have to worry about publishing this to Azure or anywhere else and trying to maintain those costs myself. The end user can take that on. Now, the only thing that's going to kind of bite me later is the fact that Twitch is shifting their API to make it so that you have to have an endpoint they can hit. So hopefully I can work around that with WebSockets going forward. But again, this is kind of all new and they haven't really announced a whole lot of their plans for it. But they do have me in the loop now, which is good. And the other thing is really helpful when you're looking at moving to another API is patterns. So the MVVM pattern that is widely used in WPF and XAML is basically very similar to what I have to do with the Razor pages. I definitely wanted to have that model view model separation. So hide the TLDR on that is to hide your business logic somewhere else, not in the UI. The UI should just know I did a thing, not what was the thing. And your data should be separate of all of the view model as well. So you're not modifying or mutating your actual underlying data, which helps with things like, I want to cancel or undo that. So let's look at a quick code comparison just to kind of give you an idea of what I'm talking about. This right here is a very small snippet of what I have on my settings dialog for an animation. And this, if you don't recognize, this is the WPF. And it has two-way binding, all the little settings in here, and the content of the combo box. So for people who are familiar with XAML, it looks very much like HTML in a lot of ways, and I actually never use the visual editor, the WYSIWYG editor. It's lacking because it basically inserts a bunch of code you don't need. So I always hand wrote my stuff anyway because I felt like I got a cleaner appearance in the code. It was a lot easier for me to read. Now, going into Razor from WPF, it looks similar enough, just a little different, but the data binding is here. You have the two-way binding. Hopefully you guys can see my mouse. I'm hoping that's translating over. So here's the data binding for the tier selection, and here's the data binding for the number of months they're required to subscribe to a Twitch channel before this alert can trigger. I was able to more easily hide and show things, or at least I felt like, because I could just do it in line. I could just do it in line without having a bunch of on-property notify changes in the back end of this Razor file. I use partial classes to hide the business logic, and I just felt like I could just easily, like, to use C++ terms, I could if-def this crap out. So if I don't want it to alert when a subscription happens, I just hide this whole section. And see, I couldn't really effectively do that in WPF without doing a lot of self-expanding dialogue stuff, because it would just hide the section and leave a blank panel, which looks really awkward. Whereas on the website, it just automatically collapses, and it's just a lot easier. There's no other funny stuff that I had to do in order to ensure that my UI functioned correctly and looked really well. And you see, I did change out for a radio button list down here, and I will say, like, at the time, Telerik didn't have it, but now they've added it with their latest version, so I'll be adding that. So this is older code, but it's the cleanest snippet I could show you. That would show you a really good difference between the two. Now, I'll show you here, like, just to boil it down to just like the actual components of like the selection of what tier, you can see how similar this is. The difference here is that on the Razor page, I actually have the subtier change argument pushed through because there are other things that I wanted to do on the back end to pump to the server when data had changed, and also to ensure that my changes propagated up to other elements that were on the screen. So that's why I did that. Oh, yay! Oh, no, that's awesome. Yeah, Jay, let me know. Reach out. DM me on Twitter if you want help. If you need anything, I'm all here. I actually use TwitchLib to talk to Twitch directly, so I don't have to worry about that API. I can just focus on the tech. So, like, my tech, not their tech. So this is just a very basic comparison, and gives you a better idea of how WPF differs from Razor, but really it's just easy to translate. It seriously is. So when evaluating the change from one technology to another, I kind of have to take a methodical approach. And with this one, I had the ability to start over again, but not all the way. Like, it's great to take a scorched earth approach sometimes, but and I'm looking at my time. Hopefully I'm okay. I talk a lot. So I tried to approach this from a standpoint of, you know, what if I could start all over again, what would I change? And it really just boiled down to making things more user friendly, making the bot easier to use. The underlying functionality was fine, but it was so difficult for me to give people a more of like a wizard style of setting up their application. 9 times out of 10, if people came to me with an issue setting up the bot, it was because they could not figure out the authentication. And that's because since it was a desktop application, I had to do all kinds of workarounds if I wanted to get them to authenticate with Twitch. And so I had to use another website to get things authenticated because I didn't have an endpoint for them to hit. And it was just really complicated. So at least with this bot, this next iteration of GiftBot in Blazor, I was able to be a lot more user friendly and take that wizard approach. Also, no hacks. I really did not want to have a bunch of hacks in there. Case in point, the fake web server that I wrote to serve up locally, to have endpoints for the browser source and OBS to talk to my bot. I really didn't want to do things like that. And I also wanted to move to a more web portable format like JSON. All of my data was in XML and it was very fragile. So for the high level solution, basically what I did was I have a client and a server that are in communication with each other. I need two-way communication for SignalR. So when things happen on the server, it can push a notification to the client and then the client can push data back down. I also use a combination of endpoints on controllers so I can just do some quick hit items, quick queries against the back end and not have to worry about the whole SignalR connection. And again, primarily, and like there's still some spots where I need to swap it out, but most of my UI components are actually the Blazor components by Progress Telerik. That allowed me to very quickly iterate on things and get things up and running. I cannot speak more highly about their tool set. So I feel like I got to rush through this. Let's talk about the user friendliness aspect. It's very important to understand that your users are going to do everything possible to break your application, and that you as an engineer are going to write things in a manner that is very programmery. It's like programmer art, but for UX, and it's never good. So this is how it started, with a separate control panel window, a separate window, a giant window for the animation manager, WPF. Not terribly intuitive. Like a lot of the stuff was just like you throw it at a user. You know, it didn't really ease them into the application at all. And so because of SignalR, I was able to have this two-way conversation with the backend and talk to Twitch and talk to my data, and to somewhat stream the information up a little bit at a time, thanks to using data requests. So because of these data requests, I could have these seamless interactions with querying the backend data and allow me to only pump little bits of information to the client at a time. So users got an at-glance of their data and could dig in to get further information of the data. I could paginate the data, and it wasn't like this giant spreadsheet of doom shoved in front of them. They could more easily digest what I was giving them. The other thing is, because of it being web, I can finally use a wizard style setup, and it's actually just a single Razor file that ifs, else's, what state you're in, and walks the user through setup. I also have a tutorial to walk them through setting up their first animation. And on top of that, I also made YouTube videos to kind of walk them through how to use the bot as well. Just a lot more overall user friendliness, understanding that your users aren't always going to know what something means. Like they won't know milliseconds or what MS means. So to walk them through that, have a lot of pop-ups. Hey, did you mean to do that? Something as simple as a confirmation dialogue on deleting something, so you don't accidentally delete all the things. Again, intuitive UI, showing hiding components they don't need to see or do need to see, reducing those frictions and interactions and making the whole process of using the tool a lot easier on them. I made sure to tell people who were testing it this time around to come to me if you mess something up or don't understand something, because most likely what it was is I just had an assumption. I assumed somebody would understand what the button meant, but it may not be that way. And I need to see people's workflows. And oftentimes I would Zoom or Discord call up people and have them share their screen and walk me through what they were doing so I could better understand their workflow and start to put roadblocks on things or guide my users in a better way. These are things I felt like I couldn't effectively do in a desktop application that just is, I hate to use the word intuitive again because it's written everywhere, but intuitive for web development. I feel like that web was created for everyone, and it's just not highly specialized for usability, and it's very accessible. So here's how it's going. This is what it looks like now. So this is the new dashboard, the control board. That was that single control panel window. And now you just click to go to your animations, and it lists. Now this actually is a little out of date. I apologize. I meant to fix this up. This actually now, this goes to a separate page, and this is now a grid tree. A tree list from Telerik, and it allows me to do bulk editing very easily. I can filter however needed, and select and do these, the bulk actions on a lot of things, but it's still so much better than what it was before. Let's see. And I think I'm like, this close. Okay, this close. How'd I do? Did I nail it?
You pretty much nailed it.
Yes. I'm so bad on timing. At the end there I was like, so please ask questions.
I think you were like 10 seconds early even.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, wait.
Planned all along.
Oh, I don't know where we're fielding questions from.
Yeah.
But I don't really see any in chat.
We have a couple of questions here. Not in the chat, but we have them. How much code could you reuse, or do you decided to rewrite all the code?
Right. I probably glossed over that when I realized I was running out of time to talk. I took a lot of my core functionality and moved it into a library. So I have a common library that has things like connecting to Twitch and talking to Twitch endpoints, processing their data, things like that. So I had already kind of started siphoning off that common code to split UI from core functionality, and all I had to do was link up to that library. That was literally it. Most of the work I did in those 2 weeks was to just rewrite the UI. And I had taken the opportunity in the UI portion to do a scorched earth approach and just get rid of old stuff nobody needs. Like that one feature that Bob asked for that only Bob uses, that kind of thing. Just to clean it up a bit. I said yes to everything. Never say yes to everything. Take a Jira ticket and put it in the backlog and forget it exists. Don't really do that. That's a horrible thing. But
okay.
But you might want to feel. You might feel like it.
Yes. Yeah.
We have a question about the Twitch API. Have you found a way to test subscriptions, etc.?
No. That is the most annoying thing. I will tell you, Twitch is working on a platform, a website that will allow you to push test notifications. What I do is I set my bot in someone's channel and I record stuff. So I record the notifications that come through. They still send those through chat. So if you do that, just record that information, and then in the debugger, you can just replace a chat message with that message and process it that way. If you're not using Twitch Lib, that is. That's the only way that I've been able to test it, but they are working on something to help their developers because it's cost me a lot of money to test my bot.
So rumor says that you have a new tattoo.
I do. Yeah, I got it yesterday. It's still covered in the healing plastic. Can I show that off? Is that not creepy?
Someone says Star Wars and someone says Star Trek.
It is not Star Trek. No. Yeah, no, it's just a minimalist tattoo.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
That is so cute.
I'm like, how can I contort my body to show off my tattoo on a Microsoft presentation? Things I never thought I'd say as a girl growing up in rural North Carolina.
We also have a question here if you have any good resources for learning Signal R.
Oh, Google. I actually to learn Signal R, I went straight to the blogs that Microsoft puts up and just started learning from that. And I also have C# Fritz, Jeffrey Fritz on speed dial. So if I need anything at 3 a.m, I just call him. His wife doesn't like me very much, but. I mostly learned from the examples that were online. It's actually really easy to pick up. I did put like a very basic example of Signal R and Blazor on GitHub. Same thing with a very simple Twitch chatbot, so people can kind of learn from that. I sometimes find that, you know, when you go to these blogs and things, I read like stereo instructions and they have way too much detail and you get overloaded. And sometimes all you need is a very simple example. So I tried to put those really simple examples up for people.
Nice.
Have you used any UI library during Blazor redesign?
Yeah, that would be the Progress Telerik Blazor UI components. That's what I've primarily used. There's also the Radzen components that are free, but I mean, you get what you pay for. So you have to do a lot of functionality with it. Like, for example, you have to do your own filtering. You manually write your own filters for a lot of their data sets. But yeah, I looked at DevExpress and I looked at Telerik. And actually, we use Telerik now at work too. So yay.
I have another question here. What database are you prefer to use in Blazor?
Okay. I don't really use a database with GIFbot. GIFbot is all flat data in JSON. So that's different. I do use Microsoft SQL at work though. So I really think that the database question depends on what it is you're trying to do and how you want to organize your data. So it could, you could need a relational database or you could use a NoSQL database. It really just depends. Like I know that there's a website, that Fritz was making called ClipTalk, where he started out doing a NoSQL solution in Azure and then recently moved to MySQL. Mostly because he needed that relational lookup. He needs the power of that.
I also have a question. If you're giving out Fritz's number.
Yes.
Please don't.
It's 703-867-5309. I feel so sorry for Jenny. Yeah, someone. Sorry. Yes, it's at Fierce Kittens. It's so weird because like I always introduce myself at conferences like Fierce Kittens. You know, I have to say it all rough and stuff because otherwise, like, oh my God, like, hi, I'm Fierce Kittens. It just sounds. But I started out as a Twitch streamer, and then I started to fishtail into slamming into Microsoft presentations. So yeah, I don't go as my full name on Twitter, but it's at Fierce Kittens.
Where does the name come from?
because my first job in the gaming industry, everybody told me I was so cute and little, like a ferocious kitten. But if I got backed into a corner, I would kill everyone. So vicious attack kitten, shrink it to fierce kittens.
Fair enough.
I saw a comment, I think it was on Twitter, that we have written the wrong name.
Oh,
Yeah.
in your
Yeah. Who's this?
Oh, in the schedule, I saw it, but I was like,
Yeah.
"Man, that's
Yeah.
funny. I've seen so much worse."
Okay. Ever have a comment that you're funny to watch?
Oh, thank you.
Kind of Donovan Brown.
I don't know who Donovan Brown is.
He's working for
Neither do
Microsoft.
we, or I.
Azure DevOps
Oh,
guy.
right. That's him.
Sorry.
I was going. I was going for comedians. Yeah, I know that guy.
It's how I work out my nervousness. That's it. I just tell jokes until people forget I'm supposed to give a talk.
Well, it's a good strategy.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how many users you have approximately?
It is just under 500 users. And I'm really proud of that. Some of them keep quiet. They don't like people to know their monetization secrets. But I can tell you that there are a number of people in the music community on Twitch that make lots and lots of money. Well, because you can set it up to listen to the Streamlabs service if you get a tip. One of the things I mentioned charity. I will make very special events that happen only during those streams for certain types of donations. So like if you donate $6.66 while I'm playing a scary game, it'll give me a jump scare. And let me tell you, it racks up. It really does. People love that, and you know, it really has helped push people to do silly things because they just love to have, especially in the past year, people want to have a touch on someone's life, and to mess with a streamer and to mess up their stream or interrupt their thought is just too much to pass up. People love it.
That's nice. Thank you so much for joining us. It was a blast.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
All right, it's time to bring in our next speaker. Hi, David.
Hello.
Is this thing on?
Okay.
All right. I'm here. Hi.
There you are.
There you are.
I had to
I tried
find
to unmute.
the mute button, and I was telling Daniel in the back chat here, I'm over here closing all of my Word documents and Excel spreadsheets and all that sort of thing. All the fun
All
stuff.
secret things.
Not fun.
All the secrets.
I had to close at least one Visual Studio, so you know that I was coding recently.
Well, that's something. So
So you
Harn,
saved
your
me
day
for
going?
last because you figured I would send everybody home. Is that what this is?
Or keep everybody.
Yeah, we don't wanted to break the schedule.
Well, I'm looking forward to lots of questions. So I hope everybody that's listening and joining in the next few minutes will get your questions ready, throw them in the chats, because that's what I'm here for. I'm here to give you the inside scoop on everything that's happening behind, I don't know, people's bedroom doors, I guess. It sounded horrible. I don't know what's
Or
happening. behind everybody's
maybe
bedroom doors.
keep to Maui.
Well, I was just, where my head went was we're all working from home now. People are working out of whatever room in their house, probably bedrooms. And then as it came out of my mouth, it just wasn't the same.
Something changed. That's awesome.
So do you have the pants cam connected?
You know what? I gave the pants cam to my university son because he's at Rolla University, or I guess Missouri S&T, Science and Technology. Anybody who's a longtime ASP programmer will remember the Four Guys from Rolla website, where we learned ASP and ASP.NET back in the late 90s and early 2000s. That's the university that he goes to. And with being on campus, he goes into the labs like once for a class, and then everything else is remote. So he needed a better camera.
Yeah,
I decided to donate the pants cam.
And for those who doesn't know about the pants cam, tell us about it.
Oh, it's just my second camera. With OBS, you can set up all kinds of different things. And so I figured, since I work from home all the time, one of the questions that people, before everybody worked from home, when I was one of the only ones, they would always be like, "Oh, I bet you don't even put pants on in the morning, right?" And then the other part of it was because I did work from home and have worked from home for, 10, 15 years now at this point. My son was upstairs playing video games. And I'm pretty sure he was playing some Minecraft. Same kid who now has the pants cam. And he just suddenly shouts, "Are you wearing pants?" And I was like, it's just the most random thing, I mean, it's better than die. But I was like, what in the world, And I'm like, yeah, I got pants. So it's always stuck in our heads. And now you have to endure these silly stories.
No, it's funny. I love it.
So up until now, you've always been able to prove that, hey, I'm wearing pants. I'm guessing now you introduced another problem. So
Are you wearing pants?
Don't have that cam anymore.
I know. I need to. Well, actually, I did buy a different camera, and I just have not set up my OBS to point it at my pants. But I am wearing pants. Thank you for asking. This is important. It's too cold not to at this point. I've got snow outside, so.
Another snow. See, we're a lot of snow talk today. We as well.
Do you
have
like
snow.
the snow or not?
I like
team
it
are you
because it
on?
hides all the leaves I didn't rake on my grass.
Oh, nice.
So I
Good
feel like
thinking.
Mother Nature can take care of things. I don't necessarily need to go out there and make my grass look super beautiful. So that's the way I
We
roll.
can
My
have it
neighbors
done
probably
for
hate it.
you. So a grass cam.
Ooh.
Yeah, I actually almost set up a keyboard cam because I bought a new keyboard. I don't know if I can lift it up high enough for everybody to see, but you can see the corner of it. So I got one of these mass drop keyboards. Very loud. So but maybe you have to hook that up and start a new trend.
A mic
Yeah,
for
why
the
not?
keyboard as well. A camera and a mic for the keyboard.
Cool. Well, are we ready to talk about .NET MAUI?
Yes, we are ready. Take it away.
Let's do it.
Cool. All right. Well, welcome everybody. I am looking at the Twitch chat for sure. I don't have, hi Maddie. I don't have the YouTube chat up. So sorry, everybody on YouTube. Somebody else can watch YouTube and tell me when we get questions and whatnot. Please drop your questions in there because I am here to give you answers and to share what's going on with the .NET team and our evolution of Xamarin Forms into .NET MAUI. So let's get on the slides and go to the next thing. So I'm going to start off with a little personal narrative. Forgive the indulgence for a little trip down memory lane. I went and found some of my old profile pics. So you may notice that my current profile pic is the little kid with the blonde hair. That's what I looked like from the age of 5 until, I don't know, 12. And the Darth Vader, that is a Darth Vader helmet on his shirt, I promise. But, my career started back in 96. Now, of course, I am a program manager with Microsoft, so I should have perhaps introduced that at the start of this. Been with Microsoft now for 4 years, but my career started my first programming where I was being paid, right? Like not the noodling around on the old Epson green screen and doing basic, but people paying me to do things was in 96. And for the first 3 years, it was a lot of HTML, JavaScript, and media streaming. We were doing live radio broadcasts. Well, you call it radio, is over the internet. But it was all audio stuff. And it was stuff that nobody was doing up to that point for live events. So I didn't know it at the time, but I was doing some crazy things. And then I learned ASP and SQL by basically taking the contractor that was working on the product with us and saying, hey, I'll give you $50. Take me to a whiteboard and tell me everything I need to know so I can be a programmer. Probably the best $50 I ever spent. And so that's how I got my start. But, things move, things change. In 99 and for the next 3 years, most of my career was with Adobe Flash, ASP, and SQL Server. So I kind of made a bit of a career there, building these highly interactive Flash websites that had some, kind of dynamic content, data capture, quite a few games during that period of time, and things like that. I know somebody needs to tell me. I'm sure everybody gets sick of me talking about the F word Flash, but here's why I'm bringing this stuff up is because as time goes on, if we forget where we've come from and where we're going, we're doomed to repeat some of the same mistakes, and we don't capitalize on the learnings. Sorry for the buzzword, but the learnings that we have from what has gone before. So not only what our personal experience is of what has gone before, but as we're building the future, let's look at the rest of the ecosystem and other ecosystems to say, okay, what are they being successful with? What have they struggled with? And how can we improve what we have? So the next 5 years, I went and worked in healthcare enterprise software. So doing claims administration. So working with Blue Cross Blue Shields and companies like that as a, what were we? I guess we were a software vendor for them. And so I converted an ASP product to VB.NET and then to C# quickly. C# seemed to be very clearly where things were trending in the community. And, I think as many of you may be watching what's happening in .NET and in the mobile and the desktop client space, you're also kind of where I was at that point. You're trying to figure out where things going. I want to make sure that I'm doing cool stuff. I'm working close to the front edge. And maybe you're thinking, where's my career going? Where's Microsoft taking me? Am I going to have a job in 5, 10 plus years? And as you can see, I've been doing this for a while. So I have some understanding of what that's like. And of course, I was continuing to do a lot of Flash and Flex because it paid really, really well. And I enjoyed it because you were typically building things that just didn't have any precedent. And that was really great. Then there's this beautiful period of a lot of open source, crazy stuff, Rails and Django and PHP. Don't really miss the PHP, but it got the job done and it was pretty fast. And still lots of Flash and Flex. I actually got a couple of Silverlight projects, mostly rescues, but I did build some of those. And this is where iOS and Android get introduced, right? So Objective-C, I learned that. Again, I took somebody aside and said, I'll pay you a little bit of money, teach me Objective-C. And then because I have an English degree, so I don't come from computer science. And then Android. And so things are changing, things are evolving. What I was making money on before, what I was building and helping companies be successful with before is now changing. And then as iOS and Android were booming, now you have companies saying, but I don't have the budget or I don't want to have to build for both platforms. And so cross-platform becomes very interesting around this period in my career. Certainly Flash had some cross-platform for desktop and for browsers, but on the mobile, it was a little bit later before Air got into those platforms. But then MonoTouch and MonoDroid were things that I had seen. And of course I had the C# experience. And so I was like, okay, that's interesting. But I'm not so sure about it just yet. It wasn't really taking off. But later on, a friend that I had been doing some work with said, hey, this is really getting much better now. You should take a look at it. And so I did and started building some of my own applications with it while still building Objective-C and Java. And you can't underestimate working in those other ecosystems because when you work in different languages and different frameworks, you think differently. And so you can kind of bring the best of everything together. And then just to wrap some of this up, because I think you see where this is going, it's starting to narrow down in my career. Still from 2014 to 2017, lots of Flash and Flex work, but this is where I had a partnership with another developer, and we had a consultancy where we were building things for some big names that I think I'm still under NDA and I can't talk about. But really, we featured Xamarin as the primary thing. And so .NET was really taking over the majority of our business until 2017, when I joined Microsoft. And now I exclusively do Xamarin in terms of paid work. And so, at different periods in all of this, people drop off, people go from one framework to another framework. Switching is not terribly common, as I've learned from all the customer research that we do, but it does happen and things change. And change is not always a bad thing, but we want to learn from the things that changed in the past so that we don't repeat them. You know, we don't want to build a Silverlight and then it's a dead end. There's nowhere to go with it. And so we've certainly learned from that, and we're not going to repeat that. But I'm very excited about where things are going now, because this all leads us to .NET MAUI. And so let's talk about this. I'll give a little introduction, reintroduction for those of you who maybe already know this, and then we'll talk about actual current events. So what is .NET MAUI? It's the evolution of Xamarin Forms. Well, what is Xamarin Forms? So Xamarin Forms is a UI abstraction on top of native SDKs. When you're using Xamarin iOS and Xamarin Android today, you are using the same UI kit, the same Android widgets library, the same UWP that Objective-C, Java, Swift, Kotlin developers are using. But we have glued essentially the SDK to a .NET surface area so that you can use C#. But you're exercising all the same APIs, which is why we can very clearly say that it is native and you're getting native performance. And then Xamarin Forms on top of that says, okay, let's abstract away a bunch, if not all, of the common APIs, and let's help you to build cross-platform applications with less code by sharing more. But where that started to, because we did this in March, Xamarin Forms will be 7 years old. So we have learned a lot over time, talking to developers, talking to companies about how are you using the product now, and how companies are using the product has actually changed. 7 years ago, when it was introduced, the goal was to share a bunch of code, but the Android really would look very different than the iOS. And over time, probably about 3 to 4 years ago, things really started to trend heavily in the direction of iOS and Android. Material Design comes out, iOS changes to the more flat design, and the aesthetic and everything and the behavior really became very consistent across the platforms. And so the need changed. And so Xamarin Forms has worked over the past 3 to 4 years to also transition and help you be more successful in doing that. And .NET MAUI is going even further to help you be successful that way. We're also extending into desktop, and with a strong emphasis here on performance and extensibility, all driven by your feedback. So yes, we have vision for where we're taking things, but really you are in a large part what informs where we take the product to help you be successful. So what does MAUI even stand for? We like to say MAUI, it's a whole lot less words, less syllables, but it's the multi-platform app UI. So this is really the heart of what this is for all of .NET. It is giving you native client application controls, APIs to do all the native things, so you're not restricted, you're not blocked from doing anything that another application can do. That doesn't mean there's not going to be effort in some cases and more effort in other cases, but it's there for you. Okay. And we're going to make it as easy as possible for the most common scenarios, and then of course mature it as we go. But then, whether you're doing desktop, mobile, Android, iOS, Windows, or Mac. And then we also have an eye towards the future of Linux and web and some of these other things. IoT obviously is an opportunity also. But right now we're focused on Windows, Mac, Android, and iOS. And this is part of .NET 6. And so .NET 6 is really about bringing what has been the Xamarin workload into .NET. So it is, all one product at this point. It's essentially being merged. Mono is already with the base class libraries, sharing, I believe it's CoreFX. Forgive me because I start to get a little out of my depth in terms of all of what we call things in .NET these days. But it's a shared base class library with the rest of .NET Core. And then in .NET 6, the runtimes are coming along, and all of the Xamarin SDKs, formerly Xamarin SDKs, are now becoming .NET SDKs and are being built and bundled into the system. So Sweet Bee Toby, that was probably not exactly how you intended me to say that. No support for Linux GUIs. So in this first iteration of .NET MAUI, we are not shipping a Linux GUI. Xamarin Forms currently has an implementation that is GDK Sharp 2. It can be upgraded. I think 4 or something is the current version there. But there is an outstanding question. Should it be something else? Is GDK not what people want, what you need? So there's, it's open source. I don't want to just like throw that out there as a we're never going to do it kind of a thing. But we welcome contributions. It's there because of a contribution. WPF is in Xamarin Forms because of a community contribution. So happy to work with you and guide anybody who wants to see that come to fruition with Linux. All right. A couple of other things that I will mention here before I leave. It is about .NET 6. It is about unifying with the rest of the platform. We are doing a bunch of experiments based on what we're doing with .NET MAUI and what we're doing with .NET as a whole. So bringing more Blazor type experiences with Razor templates or with hybrid scenarios into native applications, as well as Comet, which is a fluent builder syntax for creating your UI, similar to what people are enjoying and seeming to have good success with in Swift UI, in Flutter, in Jetpack Compose, places like that. So you'll see more from us over the summer. Once we get the foundation of .NET MAUI there and the core pieces, we'll be able to really spend more time talking about the experiments and where we can take things in the future with these really cool things. Those are just 2 of the experiments. We actually had a meeting, I think it was 2 weeks ago now, but with several maintainers of cool experiments, and we're going to bring them all together, and really excited about that stuff. So all made possible because .NET MAUI is happening. So real quickly, what are the goals? Why are we doing this? It's all about quality, performance, design, and platform reach. And we certainly would love to always be greedier and go bigger, but we want to make sure that as we make this transition, that we're not sacrificing. I start with quality, not sacrifice there. We could add more platforms. We could add tons more UI components, but if we sacrifice quality in the pursuit of those things, we're really doing you a disservice. All right, so where can you see all of this wonderful activity happening? So first of all, GitHub, for sure. .NET MAUI is the home for this project. And then the work is currently happening in a branch of Xamarin Forms. The reason being is because that is where the team has obviously been for the past 7 years-ish, been working on Xamarin Forms, and it is the basis for what .NET MAUI is becoming. And so it's easier from a CI standpoint, from a testing standpoint, and everything else to be doing that work there. In the future, perhaps even near future, that activity will switch to the .NET MAUI repository to make it more clear exactly where that work is happening. But if you want to see it today, you can check out the main handler branch on Xamarin Forms GitHub, and you can download it, you can run it. And I'll get to the status update. Well, I'll wait and I'll get to the status update so you can kind of know what you would be able to expect when you were running it right now. But I also want to point out we have Discord. So Miguel de Icaza and company set up a Discord server called .NET Evolution. And this is where we host channels really for everything that's happening, not only inside of Microsoft, but outside as well. And so we have a MAUI channel. Come join us in there. The team that is the core team has been actively conversing there for really the past week. And now that we are past Xamarin Forms 5 and a lot more of the focus and effort is on MAUI. So come join us there. Talk to us about what's going on. Ask us your questions. Tag me in there. I'd be more than happy to jump in there. I don't spend all day in there, but I do try to peek and see if I've got a big old red badge telling me that I need to do something. I do want to call your attention to themes of .NET real quickly. So all the planning related to .NET and .NET 6 specifically is on this Themes of .NET website. It's a website that Emo Landworth put together, and I don't know how he built it. I should probably know that to plug the cool technology, but I'm sure it's .NET. And but you can go up here and you can query against Xamarin because it's still our legacy tag. You can also search for Maui and other things and see what are all the things that we're tracking, and what are the priorities, what order are we working on them, that sort of thing. So lots of information there. Okay, take a break. Let's talk about timelines so that you can, I want to set your expectations about what is going to be in the previews, who should really care about them, and what you could be doing with those things. So preview 1 is coming out shortly. I don't believe there is actually a public schedule, but I can tell you very shortly this is going to be showing up online. It's primarily going to be the evolution of the base class libraries and the runtimes, but there's not going to be there much for you as a .NET MAUI developer just yet. So the only people that I would encourage really for this release and the Preview 2 release to look at this from a .NET MAUI perspective are going to be those of you who are contributors, who are eager to understand the architectural changes that are being made, and please engage with us in conversation about those things. We post specs, we post obviously PRs for review and things like that, and we really encourage that feedback. Preview 2 will have some .NET MAUI progress in it in terms of the views, the layouts, everything else that's been merged. We've done work on image source handlers. We're doing work on the app hosting. The registrar has been updated and things like this. The registrar, a lot of these things aren't things that end user developers necessarily see, but contributors are a bit more aware of how controls are registered in the platform. Or library maintainers, for that matter, like Progress Telerik and Sync Fusion and others. So again, I would consider Preview 2 to really be more geared as an early release to those of you who are wanting to look under the hood and get super dirty. Preview 3 and Preview 4, however, we really feel like we're going to have enough pieces of the puzzle there, from runtime, from support for different devices and emulators, all the APIs, as well as enough of the toolkit there from controls, views, and support for Visual State Manager and all the things that need to get ported over from Xamarin Forms, so that you could actually be building things. This will also, we believe, Preview 3 and Preview 4, you can kind of think general time frame in second quarter of the year. Okay, probably later in that quarter. And that is when you're going to be able to get these pieces. It'll have Mac Catalyst, we believe, at that time. That also aligns with when we think we'll have more WinUI 3. We actually have a little bit of WinUI 3, which I'll show you in a bit. Not a little bit of it. We have the whole thing. And I would encourage everybody to be looking towards these releases as bits you want to install and create new applications from them. I would not encourage trying to migrate old applications unless you really are like, you know what, I just want to bleed all over the place, because we have not yet at this point. By this point, we have not done work on the try convert experience, written any guides. I mean, these are all certainly things we have notes and we have plans for, and we know what the process is going to look like, but we haven't productized any of that stuff. So you're going to be very much on your own if you're trying to migrate an application. So I would say just wait a release or two until we start posting some guides on what your migration steps actually are. I'm happy to answer questions, though, of course, about what you can expect from that migration experience later, because we know what it's going to look like. We just haven't built it all out. Right. And please, open issues, come talk to us on Discord. I have very high hopes too. I'm very excited about it, and I really feel like that this is the right thing to do. Preview 5 and beyond, through release candidate. So now we're talking middle of the year through release. Definitely pull these down. We'll be polishing it up. We'll be looking at the remaining gaps and things that need to be filled out. Everyone should be using these, filing new app, filing issues, talking to us on Discord. And at some point in here will be okay, now take a look at what your migration looks like coming from Xamarin Forms. Okay, so I think I think I have about 7 minutes left. So let's talk about actual status, current events, what's been going on. So I'm going to break this apart into several big chunks. So in terms of .NET build system runtime what has been happening here? Well, it's on track. That's good news. We are building on a branch of .NET 6, one of our branches of .NET 6, but Preview 1 hasn't come out yet. So it's not something that we've pulled together and we can share. You could, of course, stitch all these things together yourself. But again, that's some pretty early stuff, and I don't think you get much value out of it. And then we also have to do a little bit of tooling work around in Visual Studio to bring these pieces together and make them all work. Jonathan Peppers, I believe, is kind of the master of figuring that stuff out. So we're awaiting a Preview 1 build that is more official and we can consume it as a library. And then we're also waiting on the tooling updates, but these are known things and we're collaborating with those teams on those. We're also working closely with the core CLR team and the Mono team to determine the right runtime for macOS. So I'll go ahead and jump ahead at this point, but the runtime, or at least the way in which we are delivering macOS in .NET MAUI is using Mac Catalyst. Mac Catalyst uses UIKit as the primary driver and then adds on some additional access to things that are provided for macOS in AppKit. And so it's not just your iPhone running on the desktop. It's not just an iPad square or rectangle running on a macOS desktop. These are the first party apps that Apple is also using now. You can support multi-window, you can support resizing of windows and things like that. So we feel like it's the right experience. We also feel like this is where Apple's already going with things, and so this is where we'll take it. So we're working with those teams on what the runtime needs to look like. Just had a meeting yesterday, day before, about that. So that's happening. Very excited about that. We also have current progress on the Android and iOS ICU, which I don't remember what that TLA 3-letter acronym stands for off the top of my head. If anybody knows, throw it in the chat. Educate us all. Sometimes I just report things and I just kind of nod and smile, but I know what the rest of this is. Android Crypto and Android TLS are works in progress. So there are some of these things, security related things, that are more complex. And so they're still underway. John, Dick, and I are kind of the on point owners. So if you have questions about these things, ping us. Hot Reload. We're really excited about Hot Reload and what we're going to be able to do in .NET 6. I was just talking to Dimitri about this earlier, and I got to tell you, it's a huge effort across all of .NET. We have so many teams involved, and he is wrangling them all and getting the right people involved to make sure this is going to be an awesome experience. So yeah, he'll be able to report more on this. We do have a monthly .NET Xamarin, do we still call it Xamarin, I guess? Community stand-up, first Thursday of every month. And we'll get him on there and share some more in-depth details of that. But the big thing that we're working towards getting in .NET 6 is a C# hot reload with a method body replacement is the strategy that works for everybody. So they've been working to get the debugger and everything working. And I think we're probably going to see that land. I could be wrong. Don't hold me to this. I think we're probably going to see the first preview of that landing for Windows because that's the more mature pipeline of tooling. And we can kind of prove things out there like we've done with XAML Hot Reload recently in the changes only mode. So very excited about that. Single project. So this is the experience where right now in Xamarin, you have multiple head projects. The head projects being Android, iOS, Mac, Windows. And then you have the majority, if not all of your code in a library, class library. So that's where you're most productive. That's also where things hot reload the fastest. And that's the code that's shared the most. So we are making more strides towards unifying everything we possibly can in that project. At present, it looks like the head projects will still exist, but your focus can remain in the single project. Some of this has to do with build tooling and things like that that may need a little longer to bake. So just setting a little expectation there. But Jake and John will be the ones that if you have questions, you should ping them. If you want to get involved, I mean, everybody will have access to early bits. So no sense begging them for an early preview. This is all open source stuff, so it'll probably be coming to everybody at the same time roundabout. But if you have questions or you want to share some of your thoughts, those are the guys. All right, a couple more minutes left. Mobile SDKs. This is where I spend a lot of time. So Android on track. The emulator and device deploy and run are working. That's awesome. AOT and startup time tracing, are in progress. So those are the good performance things that are going to make your app start up and run faster. iOS is on track. Simulator is working. Device is still in progress. AOT, Catalyst, and Build Agent are all in progress right now. So that's making headway. In terms of actual MAUI controls and where things stand right now, there's a lot of stuff in progress. And so we're moving from the old custom renderer or renderer architecture, which we have a shim for. So if you're sitting there and wondering, oh man, I have a bunch of renderers, what are you doing to me? We have a way to make those compatible until you can transition to this new architecture. And we'll document that more clearly and share it. But a lot of things in progress. You can check out the MAUI handler branch for when these land. I'll continue to report this progress and share with you how things are going as they do. Layouts are a little bit more complex and behind, but we have progress on 2 of them. So stack layout and grid are both in different percentages of completeness, and of course the rest of the layouts will be coming. By the way, there is a status page on the wiki of .NET MAUI on GitHub that has all this information, and I update it pretty much every time we do a stand-up. So you can totally check that out. We have stand-ups twice a week. So real quick, I know that I'm at time, but I think I'm at time. I want to quickly just talk about what the architecture is, and I've got a couple other things, and then you can fire off your questions at me. So the old architecture is this renderer. The renderer has deep knowledge of the cross-platform button, which is completely opposite of the way that we've learned that we really should be doing this. Thanks, Javier, for sharing the link in the Twitch chat. So we are re-architecting this. We have an interface for each view and each layout control now. And then we have handlers. So there's no iNotify property change happening at that level. All of that is now abstracted up into, maybe abstracted isn't the right word there, but it's all brought up into the MVVM aware version of a button. But it also enables us to have other types of buttons, such as a comment button or some future, and these are all made up, fabulous button or a reactive button. And these that may not need any iNotify property change can implement whatever it is that they need for their model view update or other future pattern, and not have to change anything underneath, which would previously have been in the renderer. So that's a very exciting thing. It's also a huge performance boost. Okay, cool. This is going to play. So this is just a real quick look at John Dick's pool math application, which you can actually find in both the app stores. If you have a pool and you're wanting to track all the details of your chemistry very closely, it's a cool app. And he was able to very quickly, with some help from Frank and subsequently using the Catalyst bits that the iOS team has been producing, to get his Xamarin Forms app running on Mac OS. So that's really cool. And pretty much everything works. So there's a couple of gotchas, but we'll work through those things. Just a quick screenshot to show you that WinUI is alive and well. We also have a branch which is linked at the bottom of the screen, where you can see the latest WinUI things. And as a matter of fact, it has recently been updated. I think Preview 3 is the latest bits. Shane has worked through several things on that branch. Before the call, before this session, he said, hey, you could totally run that if you really want to go crazy. He's like, but you're going to get about 5 errors when you start the application. Just power through them. It'll run fine. So that's where we're at. So that's why I say wait till Preview 3 and 4 before you try to jump in. The second to last slide, I think, I just want to mention that we do have an open source library maintainer community call every month. It's actually coming up this Tuesday, noon Pacific, 3 Eastern time is the current time. If you are a maintainer, contributor to a community project, and you will have questions about what is happening architecturally in MAUI so that you can be ready for it, please join that call. We're happy to answer your questions during that time. We'll also give you a quick update on our progress. A lot of progress, which I have not mentioned. This is my last slide. A lot of progress is being made right now on the testing story for our UI and our unit tests. So there's a big conversion happening. We now have the whole gallery running. Shane was so excited about it before the call. He was like, this is really what's been blocking some of our progress on some other things, because we want to make sure that we have upfront investment in all of our testing. Because again, what was the first pillar that I shared on the why we're doing this? Quality. So with that, thanks for joining. I am ready to take some questions. Hey, Ryan, what's up? And you can find me on Twitch. You can find me on Twitch. I haven't streamed on Twitch in a while, but for sure, I've been posting a lot of stuff on YouTube. You can find me on GitHub. You can find me on Twitter. Please reach out anytime. I think you saw my email on the previous screen. There's my email. Don't hesitate to contact me. I apologize if I don't reply right away, but you know how it is. And breathe.
That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
For us, at least.
Yeah.
I was relatively
Yeah, it
on
was great.
time. I wasn't as good as my predecessor here, but
Yeah.
Well, she was spot on, so it's hard to beat.
No, she nailed it. She was so professional. I was like getting a little nervous about how I was going to compare. But, you just got to be yourself, right? You just got to go for it.
Yeah.
By the way, I have this
Definitely.
cool new swag from Microsoft. Do you see this sweatshirt? Which way do I go?
Huh.
I'm backwards on my camera. I love this thing. This thing is so comfortable. Go buy some
Nice.
Microsoft swag. I don't know why. I don't get
Make me
it.
think of Doctor Who.
Yeah, kind of the new doctor's t-shirt.
Okay.
Do we have any
let's-
questions that have come
Yes,
up? I can scroll back.
Is SAML still an option in Maui?
Absolutely. So really in Maui coming up in November, XAML is still your first class experience. We don't have plans at this point to change that. So, in part, this is to help all of our Xamarin Forms applications migrate smoothly. It is the same XAML flavor, I guess, is the way that folks like to talk about it. We're not going to make radical changes to XAML itself. The only real substantial change is going to be the namespace change. There will be some other breaking name changes, but the XAML controls, XAML itself, all still there. We've made awesome progress in the XAML hot reload. The latest version of 16.9, which is going to go stable here soonish, right? Has a new and improved changes only mode for hot reload that's really fast. In my opinion, it's a little too fast because sometimes I don't know if it actually changed. Because I want to see a flash. That's just me. I just want to see a flash. But yeah, so XAML for sure, still there. But it's as always, it's an option. You can do C#. You can use the new markup UI extensions that are in the community toolkit, and we will be experimenting with Blazor, Razor templates, and with Comet. But regardless, we're not going to pull the rug out from anybody who loves XAML, who's spent their careers investing in XAML. We understand that that's important.
Okay. Would you recommend Maui for performance demanding UI, which handles video streaming and heavy traffic? Thanks.
Absolutely. Because it's native and, something I haven't talked about here, but you can absolutely mix and match Maui, the cross-platform UI, with your native UI. It is all native in the end, right? But in the same way that you can embed Xamarin Forms inside of another host that is Android, iOS, Mac, Windows, whatever, you can do the same thing with Maui. You'll still have that capability to decide how much cross-platform and how much platform-specific you need to achieve the performance and the user experience that you require. But I would say that our goal with .NET Maui is to make it so that you wouldn't really want to use anything else, that Maui is meeting all the expectations for performance, for user experience, for design. That's where we're going.
Okay. Have another question. We do a lot of enterprise application, mostly MVC. A few are mobile. Would Maui be better than Mendix, Blazor, Vue, Angular, etc.?
So I think that
hard question.
So the great thing here is that the way that we're thinking about this is again really driven by what we've learned from our customers and enterprises. So there's a category of company that leads with web, and then they want to extend to mobile to desktop, but their first investments and maybe the talent that they have in their dev teams is predominantly web. So we are working with the Blazor team in particular to build out hybrid scenarios where you can basically host a native Blazor application. You can host a Blazor app inside. You start saying native and suddenly it's just like the only word coming out of your mouth. But you can host a Blazor app inside of a .NET MAUI app. And you can essentially, similar to what I was just saying about the other scenario, you decide how much of your code needs to be in the web piece, how much of it needs to be in the native piece, but you get the full spectrum of capabilities, right? So, if in your enterprise ecosystem, which we see a lot, you have investments across many different stacks, some of them old, some of them new. And so we're looking for all the ways in which we can have these things complementing each other so that you aren't making an either or decision, you're making a both and decision. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Can we build web apps with MAUI?
So we are not focusing in .NET MAUI for November .NET 6 on web as a platform for MAUI. If web is an important piece of your puzzle, my recommendation would be to use Blazor, and then you can host it inside of or on top of a MAUI application, and you can do more integration that way. In the future, I absolutely believe that we will be bringing MAUI to the web, but for specific scenarios where it is best suited. We know that there's customer need here, but there's also what gives you the best end user experience here. And we need to figure out where the right place is for that. So I would say that's a further future thing. It's not close enough that we actually have a plan for it, but it continues to be something that we get asked about and that we're watching for. So right now, if web is an important piece, my recommendation is use Blazor. And then we are building those collaborations with Blazor so that you can mix and match with MAUI when you need to.
That makes sense. Don't you think that Microsoft should hire more devs to push MAUI faster?
Is that how it works? I don't know. I mean, we've got a lot of consultants here. Let's take a poll. Does adding more developers? Yeah, there you go. That's the response right there. So, the thing to understand about all the things happening with MAUI is it's not just the forms team, if you will, not just the controls there. It's the core CLR team. It's the .NET, base class library core effects team. It is the Android and the iOS SDK teams. It is tooling teams. There are a lot of unsung heroes that are working behind the scenes that don't get the visibility the forms team does. So when you're counting developers or trying to count developers by looking at GitHub commits, just know that there's a lot of folks you're not necessarily seeing that are making significant impact in the product. So would I always welcome more help? Absolutely. But hey, open source contribute. We'll turn you into an employee someday, maybe. I don't know. No promises.
Yeah.
Good answer.
Yeah. Do we have a choice between single and multi projects? Is it based on SDK extra?
Absolutely, you will have a choice. So single project will not be a requirement. As a matter of fact, we would not encourage legacy applications to migrate from multi-headed to single-headed, just because. If you want to, you could do the work to take your multi-headed application and convert it into a single project, but you don't need to. The same capabilities that we're bringing to single project for things like embedded fonts and shared images and app icons and even manifest related configuration things that we're putting into single project, you'll still have that capability even if you have a multi-headed solution. Okay. So we're not going to require it. We do have currently a dependency on the SDK extras until the multi-targeting support in Visual Studio and .NET reaches the point where we don't need it anymore. And that is underway.
Okay. I don't understand how exactly the layouts like grid and stack layout change.
Right. So if you think about what a layout does, is it's going to measure and position things, right? but now all the control architectures have changed to this new interface. So how it doesn't, you know, you basically just added a new interface. And so now it needs to know, okay, I knew how to lay out a renderer. I knew how to lay out a forms element, but these are no longer forms element. Now they are handler mapper controls. So the surface area changed. And so now it needs to know how to size those things and how to lay them out. It's not necessarily a rewrite of the layout algorithms per se, but we are taking an opportunity to look at them and to improve them as this transition occurs. So that's really the fundamental reason that they need to change, is because we've moved to this very decoupled control from framework, which used to be super tightly ingrained or intertwined. We have to do some work to make sure that they know what to do.
Are you going to use software generators in Maui to help performance?
That's a great question. I don't have a specific example where we have committed to that as a strategy, but I do know that it comes up and there is eagerness to find opportunities to do that. That'd be a great question to open up in Discord with the engineering team and share your thoughts on where you might think it would be useful.
Will app size be reduced with Maui?
So that's interesting. I mean, certainly is something that we want to see reduced. We've made a lot of progress in the past, really 2 years, getting APK sizes down in particular, which, you know, I mentioned APK because Android is where it tends to be a bigger issue. But iOS has become important for app size recently with the introduction of app clips, which is the lightweight version of your app that can kind of run without actually installing the whole app. So I think last I saw, and you can go up to the .NET 6 SDK samples. I think it's actually Xamarin/Net 6 samples, or maybe there's a dash in there. But there's a repo up there, and that's where John Peppers and Peter Collins and others have been doing work on these things. And they report what our app sizes, what our build times, what our deploy times are. And I believe that's all being reported on that repo. If it's not, let me know. But long story short, we're watching it, we're monitoring it, and we're hoping to certainly not regress it. And we'll get wins everywhere we think we can. There are some clear things that are going to be improved in Maui itself as compared to Forms, because we're removing all of the view wrapping. It's gone. So hopefully we don't inflate things again by adding something else later. But we're watching it, and you can track that progress on GitHub.
Okay. What about the minimum requirements? Can we use VS Code on our phones just like Flutter?
So VS Code is an interesting one because you will be able to use VS Code. Matter of fact, you can use VS Code today. It just requires a little effort on your part. So we have the pieces in place in order to make VS Code work. And because we're unifying in .NET 6 with the rest of .NET, which already works in VS Code, by virtue of that, we will have better support there. What you won't have in VS Code is you won't have XAML IntelliSense just yet. Anything that's not on the, oh gosh, what is the term for it? But the language service that is the common thing that is used everywhere. If the language that you're using, which would be XAML, is not supported there yet, you're not going to get IntelliSense help outside of whatever VS Code is doing just to remember what you typed and present it to you. So you won't have as good of an editing experience there. You won't have publish dialogues, for example. You won't be able to ship things right to the App Store like you can. You won't have property panels for all the different, build configurations and things like that. But can you run and hot reload your application from VS Code? You'll be able to, but it's not something that we are going to be supporting at first. Is that clear? There's a difference between what you can do and what Microsoft says, we're going to support this as a great experience. So that'll be further down the line. Common language server. Oh, yes. Thank you. That's what I meant.
Okay. And news on the .NET Mono interpreter. This is supposed to help with C#
We are using the interpreter. It is involved in the C# hot reload. Absolutely.
Is there any plans to allow embedded native code in Java, Kotlin, Swift with MAUI, just like Flutter or React Native does?
So we actually have one of the experiments that I was mentioning earlier, but I didn't talk about, is one where we allow you to essentially do that. You can bring a native code project directly in and interact with it from the .NET side using simple message APIs, which I believe is how Flutter and React Native does it today. I'm probably speaking a little out of my depth on that, but it doesn't, the key bit of this is it doesn't require you to do a .NET binding, which is where a lot of developers find that there's significant friction to using native libraries. So we do have good progress on that. It's a pretty simple experience. And you'll see more from us on that as we get into the summer.
Okay, great. Here we have another question. Technically, isn't going to be really complicated to have forms handle both SAML and MVU? They need a very different engine.
So this is where the decoupling comes in. So it's not forms handling the MVU in that case, it's Comet, but they share all of the other non-MVVM bits. We're basically taking MVVM, data binding, iNotify property change, all the things that people tend to think of as forms, and we have decoupled it from the actual cross-platform abstraction of native controls, as well as essentials. Essentials is being merged in, by the way, I didn't mention that. So that is how that's working. So it's not going to be, you're not going to use XAML with MVU. They are separate. When you're writing MVU, you're using a Fluent builder syntax. You're using model view update, obviously, for your state management and your flow of changes. And more than likely, it'll have a slightly different hot reload pipeline. But when you're doing XAML, you're using MVVM, and you're actually using different controls that use the same interfaces to render the platforms. So the things that need to be the same are the same. The things that meaningfully are different, MVVM versus MVU, XAML versus Fluent Builder, are different. That gets right to the heart of the magic of what we're doing in .NET MAUI, to be honest.
Yeah. Have I missed any questions, Jimmy, Jessica?
I don't think so.
That was a lot of really good questions.
Yeah. Great chat.
So I have another one.
Yeah.
Every time you say .NET MAUI, does the Disney song silently flow through your head? It does in my head.
It does? Well, thankfully, no, because my youngest is 12. She'll be 13 like in 2 weeks. And that was not a big thing in my house. So it didn't earworm its way into my brain. And I have avoided it. So I think I got lucky there.
We don't have children. And apparently that song was the top song for 2019.
Well, for your
2020.
For your whatchamacallit?
Yeah, for my playlist.
Playlist, yeah.
On your playlist? Your playlist, or you were playing it over and over?
Yeah.
Well, it came back. Spotify came back and said, this is your top songs. And for him, it was that song.
That one. And I'm very happy to say songs that I only listen to when I train. So that's a good thing.
I have questions.
Yes. Well, I will count myself lucky and blessed that that didn't work its way into my brain.
Thank you so much for joining us. Oh, sorry, Daniel. Go ahead.
Yeah, I had one question more. What do you think about all the people that thinks that MAUI should be more like Flutter?
Well,
at least in the beginning, it was a lot of question about that on GitHub.
Oh, yeah, sure. I think it's a very fair question. I think it's a great question. You know, I gave you my history, right? I shared my technology history, and you saw all the Flash and the Flex in there. And then you also saw all the native stuff in there. So personally, from my personal background, I completely understand why certain developers in certain scenarios gravitate towards the value proposition of what Flutter is doing. From a program manager standpoint, kind of as a product owner within .NET, you know, what I'm asking myself, and I'm asking these developers and these companies who are interested, what is it about that you like? Because if you can tell me what your business need is, you can tell me why it delights you. Well, my job is to bring those things into .NET and to make .NET more like that. So there are aspects of things that we're doing that I haven't talked about yet today, but we'll talk about more over the summer, where we have experiments that we're going to do around the common UI, being able to have that drawn UI using Skia or native graphics to both get the consistency and the performance. So when I hear those conversations, I love it because it says, okay, something is delighting you over here. And sometimes it's just frustration, from a career standpoint. You want to feel like you have put yourself in a position to have a job, a good job, making good money for a long time. And if you see a trend going in a direction that is opposite of where your career has been going, you naturally are asking questions. Am I on the wrong path? Have I chosen the wrong technology? Should I be learning this other thing? I went through that with many of my coworkers and community friends. When Steve Jobs said Flash is stupid and dead and just go away. And they were like, well, wait a second, this is what I've made a 10 plus year career on. Now you're telling me I got to go learn something new? I thought I was going to be doing this for another 20 years. So I get that, and I understand that, and it's usually not as bad as people think. But I want to understand where can we improve .NET and where can we take .NET MAUI so that somebody who's presenting on Flutter starts getting the question, why is everybody going to .NET MAUI? I thought Flutter was the future. What's wrong? And it's, from my standpoint, it's also not an either or proposition. I very much focus on both and. There's actually a library and a company out there that brings Flutter and .NET with Xamarin together in a single solution so that you can use, again, both. I hate that you have to do that. I wish that I could help you be successful with .NET MAUI as a whole, but we'll get there. It takes time. If the business needs stay the same, we'll get there.
Nice.
Cool. Nothing else?
We're a little bit over time, but seem to gain viewers. So.
Yeah. And for those who just arrived now during this session, we still have 2 gift cards for $100 on Amazon, thanks to Progress Telerik. And we also have 2 books from Pact. So if you head over to Twitter and use the hashtag .NET Frontend, is it .NET Frontend? Can we run that? Yeah, there we go. .NET Frontend.
And you capitalized net. Good job.
There's still time to win one of those prizes.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you to our sponsors.
Yeah, I hope you enjoyed this as much as we did.
No, this is speaking for myself. This was awesome. I really enjoyed it. Thank you very much for having me. And you had a great lineup of speakers. It was great.
Thank you.